Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Cosmic Sight Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku spent 23 nights after his 4th birthday looking up out his window to the few stars he could see in the bright city, wishing for his quirk to come so he could be a hero. In the early afternoon of the 24th day, he was sitting in the park with his mother, quietly playing with his All Might action figure when his eyes became overwhelmingly itchy. Pushing his palms to rub his eyes, he saw the flicker of stars before he opened them. His vision filled with colored lines stretching across the park. Everyone he could see looked like they swallowed a falling star, lines of light exploding out from their center. Some trails connected to another, but most of them faded off into the distance. The lines and their colors told him more than he could comprehend. He screamed, senses overwhelmed. Scrunching his eyes closed, he tried to block it out. An after image remained as his mind tried to catch up with the flood of information. The young boy could faintly hear his mother calling his name. He automatically turned to look at her, opened his eyes just for them to roll back as he fell unconscious. Midoriya Izuku spent 3 days in a coma. When he woke up, Midoriya Izuku was told he had a quirk. An hour later, he was told that he might never be able to use it. He watched his mother try not to cry as he learned the word incompatible. A month after his 4th birthday, he returned to school and learned that incompatible is said the same way as quirkless. The word spit back at him with explosions in his ear. His friend Kaken walked away, leaving him with scorch marks and a broken heart. He spent the next year seeing a quirk specialist 3 times a week. He ended up in the hospital 14 more times, having pushed himself too hard. A week before his 5th birthday, his appointments ended with another hospital trip and a half-hearted promise to try again in a year. Midoriya Izuku's 5th birthday was celebrated quietly alone with his mother. He got light up All Might shoes and an All Might notebook. Messy writing started hero book #. He asked his mother if he could still be a hero. She apologized. He learned not to bring his notebook to school, when show and tell left him with a torn cover, several bruises and a burn. He was almost 6 when he saw the first glimpse of a new underground hero. 9 seconds of shaky footage filmed a man dressed in black drop from a roof and captured 4 villains in some sort of binding. He started hero book number 3 with a hero named Eraserhead. His 6th birthday passed quietly, with more notebooks. His mother said his analysis was very good. They stopped talking about his quirk. There were no more doctors. He was 7 when he learned the first step to using his quirk. His mother took him on a shopping trip to one of the big cities. She let him explore the biggest store he had ever been in. He became instantly enamored with the electronics section. Large TVs synced up to play hero footage. New video game systems hooked up to play demos. He was trying one out when a little girl ran past the TVs, her parents calling after her. He saw that her fingertips flickered yellow as all the electronics went haywire. All the TVs switched to random channels, full volume. The chaotic noise filled the space, and he covered his ears. He watched as the workers slowly turned everything back to the way it was, and as each one switched back, the sound lessened until he could uncover his ears. Soon they were all back to the hero channel, perfectly in sync. His mother found him standing in the middle of the electronics aisle, notebook out as he wrote down an idea. If his quirk worked like the TVs, then he just had too many channels, and if he tried to turn only one channel on, then he wouldn't end up in the hospital again. He spent 2 weeks after the shopping trip working on his quirk. He managed to, for the first time, see the connection lines and be able to understand them. He thought the kids at school would finally like him now that his quirk worked. The beating he got when he accidentally revealed the affair of one of his classmates' mother ended up putting him in the hospital. His mother just looked at him with tired eyes and told him it might be best if he just left his quirk alone. He learned it was better to be quick and quiet, unseen meant unharmed. He watched All Might, loud and bold on TV. Another video popped up online, 20 seconds of Eraserhead emerging from shadows, taking down a bull-headed villain before they even knew he was there. For his 8th birthday, he asked for black notebooks and sewing supplies. There was no Eraserhead merch, so with uneven stitches he made his own. His yarn-haired Eraserhead plush lived on his bed, button eyes keeping watch of the dark as Midoriya slept. The first time he saw a villain, his mother allowed him to walk to the corner store by himself. Snacks in hand, he was halfway back when a man with a rhino mutant quirk burst through the wall of an apartment building on the other side of the street. He stood frozen as the man raged, knocking over a motorbike and trying to charge at anyone nearby. The villain sent 3 officers flying before a hero arrived. Quicksand Hero. Non-Newt can turn any ground in a 5-foot cube in front of them into quicksand. The more the villain struggled, the more he sank. When he got home, he ran straight to his room to write all about it. When he turned 10, his mother worked a double shift at the hospital. His birthday was spent updating his old analysis notebooks. She gave him money to get food. If on the way back he turned on a channel of his quirk and stood in the middle of the busy sidewalk just to see how bright everyone's stars were, no one would know. The lines of light gave him a migraine, but at least for a moment he felt less alone. By the time he was 11, Midoriya had mastered the skill of out of sight, out of mind. When he wasn't working quietly in school or running quickly from bullies, he wandered. Weaving through the streets in his neighborhood, he spent most of his time trying to catch villain fights or trying to practice his quirk. The first time he followed a line beyond where the person was standing, he reunited a scared child with her panicked mother after a villain caused a crowd to flee. The connection passed straight through the alley wall and to where the child hid, tucked behind a dumpster. He saved someone with his quirk, and it was the best feeling he had ever had. On the first day of junior high school, everyone was asked about their plans for high school so they could get prerequisite courses. When he told his teachers he wanted to go to UA and be a hero, it wasn't the shocked laughs that hurt him, but the looks of pity. When he excitedly told his mother about the classes to prepare for the UA hero course, she looked at him wearily and told him set reasonable expectations. He had the rest of junior high school to prove he could be a hero. Midoriya Izuku started his first week of junior high with several plans, accounting for any contingencies he could think of. He would get into UA. The first and simplest to achieve was to get perfect scores in his classes for Japanese, math, science, and English. While the UA entrance exam scores can outweigh any grades he would get, Midoriya didn't want to take any chances. The work itself wasn't challenging, but doing that well broke one of his self-imposed rules: be unseen and unheard. The consequences of his plan made themselves known when the teacher loudly congratulated him on his test. Midoriya could feel the eyes on him as the bell rang to end the day. Duck out of the classroom, he walked as fast as he could down the hall, dodging past other students talking. Rounding the corner of the hall, he reached what was luckily a mostly empty set of stairs. Taking them 2 at a time, he finally reached the front door of the school. The second he was out the doors, he broke into a sprint. He could hear angry shouts closing distance behind him. Running out of the front of the school, he rounded a corner of the closest alley. He heard the popping of an explosion, bits of rocks pinging off the building walls. Midoriya had almost reached the next corner when he heard several more explosions. A hand grabbed tightly onto his shoulder, shoving him into the building wall. Bakugo Katsuki leaned over Midoriya, red eyes burning with anger. With dangerous palms pressed over his chest, all he could do was stay still and wait. What the F did you do to suddenly be getting top scores? You cheating, Deku? FING space cadet with the useless quirk, you must be cheating. Bakugo raged at him, face close, spit flying. Midoriya could feel heat in his shoulder. Minor explosions were muffled against his skin. He flinched before stuttering out a reply. I didn't eat kasich. Baka. I have been working hard this year. Pain flared in his right shoulder. Midoriya looked around the alley quickly, looking for an escape. 15 feet and he would make it to the convenience store. 3 stories up and he would be on a roof. If only he could climb walls. 2 of Bakugo's followers had hung back, watching. They goaded him on. Sneering, he released Midoriya's left shoulder before swinging his right fist toward his face. Midoriya ducked his head to the side before slamming his forehead into Bakugo's nose. The angry boy reared back and Midoriya took off. Wasting no time, he ran down the alley, around the corner and walked as calmly as he could into the store. It wasn't the best, but he would wait as long as he could. Bakugo wasn't stupid enough to attack him in public. When he showed up at the doorway, the store owner looked from his singed clothes to the red-faced boy in the door and made a motion toward his phone. Bakugo huffed and stalked off. The man was kind enough to let him stay for a bit, even checking if they were gone before he left. Better than then being chased out with a broom. He took the long way home, moving quietly through the streets, watching the front of his building for several minutes before he decided that Bakugo must not have followed him home. His mom wasn't home, working another double shift, so at least he didn't have to sneak past her to the bathroom. He grabbed the first aid kit from under the sink and placed it on the counter. He heaved in a breath and peeled his uniform top from his shoulders. It was only a superficial burn, so he rinsed it, applied ointment and lightly taped gauze onto to keep it from rubbing. The shirt got thrown into trash, pushed to the bottom. He carefully put the kit back the way he found it. A few missing gauze wouldn't be noticed, but he would need his own supply if Bakugo's more aggressive attention continued. This brought him to his second plan: learn the skills of a hero. Running and dodging had got him out of some tricky spots with bullies, but that wouldn't do anything against villains. He could learn the basics and theory of fighting with stuff online and books at the library, but it wouldn't be at UA level with his non-offense or defense quirk. This was the plan that was second in importances, but last in concrete ideals. His mother wasn't going to put money towards something she didn't even want him doing. Until he found a better solution, he was stuck with general fitness, a routine he kept up daily, a morning run, push-ups and sit-ups. Stuck on that, he worked on his backup plan. If he couldn't get the skills needed to get into the hero course, he would get into the support course. Programming, electronics and engineering were things he could learn on his own. He started with coding. Online tutorials were easy to follow, and Midoriya picked up the basics quickly. A few weeks after the alley incident had him writing a program to track his hero and villain data. Processing data and making connections was his most natural skill. He was disappointed in himself that he didn't start learning this earlier. Building hardware was a bit more challenging. He could learn the theory of it on his own, but without money he couldn't get very far. He just needed the materials to work with. With his mother always working, he had been free to explore the city since he was his best discovery, and the solution to this problem was a dirty beach. Takoba Municipal Beach Park was a 2-mile jog from his house. The beach was piled high with trash. Appliances, electronics, scrap metal, all sitting for him to pick through. It was perfect. He couldn't exactly work on any of this in his room, so he built himself a workshop hidden behind stacks of trash. Workbench made of cinder blocks and trashed slabs of kitchen counters, spiderweb cracks filled mostly empty tubes of caulking. His first official project was getting a small broken generator to run. He spent a week straight smelling of sweat, grease and gasoline. Every day after school he ran out to the dump, weaving a path only he could see to his workshop. He started these projects as a backup plan, but he wasn't sure he could give them up if he got into the hero course. Does UA have dual course classes? He needed to find that out. It was nearly the beginning of summer when Midoriya spotted another person at the beach. People did show up on occasion, either to dump trash or dig through it for scrap, but they usually showed up early in the morning or after dark. This was a girl his age up to her elbow in electronic scrap at 2 p.m. on a Sunday. Bright pink hair was pulled back into a low pony, in an outfit of plain dark blue mechanics coveralls and boots. Midoriya was considering ducking around to his workshop when she turned and looked up at him. She smiled brightly, yellow eyes wide and excited. "Oh, hi, isn't this beach just great? So many parts for my babies. Oh, did you need anything from this pile? I'm almost done, I just got to find one more piece. Have you seen a capacitor around here?" The girl said, words flowing almost on top of each other as she started sentences without pause. Stunned, Midoriya almost forgot to reply, babies? At their mention the girl managed to perk up even more. My inventions. Fantastic little babies like this one. She pulled a small triangle shape out of her pocket. It creates a mild shock area of effect when thrown at high enough velocity. Want to see? She said as Midoriya took a wide step back. No thank you. It looks very interesting though, he replied. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Hatsume. But you can call me Mei. What's your name? Midoriya Izuku. Great. What you doing here, Midoriya? He didn't quite know how to reply. When was the last time someone sounded interested in what he thought? For a brief moment he considered lying, but she was smiling at him. I have a workspace here, let me show you, he told her quietly before turning and walking toward his workshop. He let out a breath when he heard her follow. This is how you make friends, right? She kept up easily with the winding path. Risked a look back over his shoulder to see her still grinning happily. When they got to the entrance, he tugged hard on the chipped and cracked door that was placed in a slightly warped frame secured to the metal shelf frame that made up most of one of the walls. He held it open for her and watched as her eyes widened, taking in the workbenches, scrap metal roof, and rusted bins filled with sorted parts. This is yours? She asked loudly, sounding surprised. Yeah, do you, like it? He asked shyly, shrugging into himself. Like it? You have a secret inventor's lair in the middle of a dump. This is so cool. Midoriya couldn't keep the grin off his face, warmth spreading in his chest. May started asking a million questions. How did he do this? Hard work? Where did he learn to code and build? She was shocked he is self-taught. He learned that they are the same grade level. Her mother is an inventor, and she has her own workspace at home. The sun was setting by the time they walked away from talking about their projects. For the first time he added a new number to his phone. They made plans for hanging out over the summer. His face hurt from smiling. He met up with May the first day of break. She brought him over to her house to work on some babies. He still felt weird about calling them that, but hopefully it would grow on him. Her mother wasn't home when he got there at noon. He was surprised when she greeted him with a hug. Her workshop was twice the size of his little trash setup, sleek and modern with tools he could have only dreamed to have line the back wall on a pegboard. He had found out when they planned this that she had an allowance for projects, but any extra babies she had to get parts for herself. Midoriya looked around the room and realized he underestimated her allowance. You mentioned last week that you had a database, right? May said, snapping him out of his amazement. Yeah, but I don't know how good it is. I mean, I'm sure you could make something a lot better. Well, you have to let me see it. I'm sure it's brilliant. Sure, let me get my tablet out, he said as he reached into his bag to pull out the device. He opened up the program, and she leaned over to look. It's a map that overlays hero sightings, crime reports, and news of public destruction so that I can analyze the quirks of scenes I don't see in person. May looked over the map and reached over to tap a few things before she asked, You really analyze them that much? Can I see? Midoriya nodded, grabbing his latest notebook out of his bag, hesitating slightly before handing it over carefully. He studied her face as she flipped through it, waiting tensely for her reaction. He couldn't help flicking his eyes to the door, ready to grab it and run. Minutes passed before she broke her concentration with a wide grin, looking up at him. Midoriya let out a breath and visibly relaxed his shoulders. He turned his attention to showing her his idea for a hero's costume, missing her brief look of concern. They went through the notebook up to his latest entry before May noticed something and asked him, Do you analyze the villains? No, not really, he replied, thinking, but sometimes I mention the effect they had on a hero's quirk usage. You totally should. What if you see something the heroes could use? I'm not that good, it's just a hobby. What are you talking about? This is like something a pro would write, May exclaimed, practically jumping in excitement. Midoriya couldn't believe someone was this happy about something he did. A spike of nerves hit him. Was she lying? Was this a trick? His unease must show because she stopped and started to frown. He nervously reached up to rub at his shoulder. May's eyes tracked the movement as her frown deepened. Midoriya? Are you all right? Did I say something wrong? She asked before she reached a hand out. Midoriya flinched automatically and stepped back. He was ruining it. What was the matter with him? May didn't do anything. He needed to calm down. His thoughts spiraled and before he knew it he was sitting on the lab floor. He tried to catch his breath, May's voice speaking softly above him. He sat in May's living room clutching a cup of tea. She had called her mom and had her come home. He couldn't keep the blush off his face as Hatsune Hitomi explained to him about panic attacks. She was a kind woman and even let him stay for dinner. Neither of them pressed Midoriya about what happened. He still felt like he should explain, so over his bowl of noodles he spoke up. I'm sorry for, freaking out. But it wasn't your fault, May. It's just the last time I showed people my notebooks they, weren't very nice about it. He rushed the words out, cringing. Not that you weren't nice about it. You were so nice and you said you liked them, which really I don't know why but you did and then I guess I panicked over someone being nice, I'm sorry. May and her mother had both stopped eating, setting their utensils down. They both looked kind of sad. Midoriya didn't quite understand why and wondered if he said something wrong. Before he could open his mouth to apologize, Mrs. Hatsum spoke. Midoriya, sweetie, we get it. You don't have to apologize, it wasn't your fault, wasn't anyone's fault but whoever hurt you for showing off your talents. She smiled at him. May said you are a talented analyst. My company uses Quirk data quite a lot in support gear production. Are you planning on doing support work? May's plans on going to UA just like I did. I want to go to UA too, but I want to be in the hero course but I, don't know if that's even possible so I wanted to learn support skills so I could go in the support course if that doesn't work out. I didn't think I would like it so much. Oh, heroics, how neat. What's your quirk? Maze didn't say. He tried not to cringe at the question. Great, now they are going to learn how useless I am. They like the notebooks, maybe they won't bring it up again once they know. See connections people have to things, other people. It's like a bunch of lines of light, I can read what they mean, all the colors. It's bright like shooting stars. Midoriya said before he paused slightly before continuing. I can't really use it that well though, too much and I pass out. The doctors told me it's called Incompatible. So yeah, that's, my quirk. The moment he stopped talking, May burst out in a huge grin before replying, that's so cool. Can you see mine? What about my mom? What does it say? What colors am I? It's it. Before she could finish, her mom put her hand up to motion May to stop. Mrs. Hatsum let out a slight laugh before she spoke. May, you have to let Midoriya actually answer. Midoriya really shouldn't still be surprised by anything the Hatsums say, but that's what he is. He can't remember if anyone's ever bothered to ask him questions beyond the doctors. Can you try doing just a little bit? And faraway memories of his mom asking him to describe something he at that point had only seen once. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and opened them back up to the glow of their personal stars. He looked them over for a few moments before he spoke. I can only see relationships right now, so, I can see mother-daughter for both of you, obviously, but I also see May's friends which, once it's out of my sight they sort of fade out, and... He followed a line down to his own chest. I guess we really are friends. Oh, I guess that includes me. May let out a short laugh at that. What else can you see? May chimes in. Midoriya then turned his attention towards May's mother. Mrs. Hatsum, you have a lot of co-workers. I think? I've only ever seen that kind of line with my teachers to each other. You have all the strangers you've met even briefly today, but luckily those fade away over time or I would go crazy. Heh. They both looked at him in amazement. May looked like she had a million more questions, but before she bombarded him with more questions, her mother spoke. That's an amazing quirk you have, Midoriya. Though I don't understand why you said it's incompatible, you seem to use it just fine. For a while I could only do all the connections or none. That's what made me end up unconscious. There was too much data that it took a lot of concentration to focus on just one before I got used to how it feels. They thought he was amazing, but he knew they would eventually realize how useless he was at his quirk. What other connections are there? Mrs. Hatsum asked. I can't do this. Useless. Space Cadet. His heart was rabbiting in his chest, he couldn't freak out again. Oh, I lost track of the time, I've got to go, my mom will want me home. I'm sorry. The excuse fell from his lips and he stood quickly. Packing up his things, he made quick goodbyes to the slightly startled Hatsums before making his escape. Brushing off an offer to walk him to the train. Their house was a short train ride away, but he wanted to walk. He wandered the streets for a while, getting home late in the night. On his way, he went over everything in his head. He needed to think of something to show May next time, if she didn't change her mind about being friends. I wonder what data you can get from villains? Morning. I totally forgot what week it is. I have robotics camp for the next week. We will have to meet up when I get back to share our babies, was the text Midoriya got from May the next morning. No mention of his stupid panic attack or his not-so-smooth escape from her house. Laying in bed, he spent several moments crafting his reply. Morning. Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, May. Enjoy camp. Enjoy camp. Have fun at camp. I hope you have fun at camp. As soon as he hit send, he regretted it. Shame washed over him at his lame reply. Why did it take so long to say so little? How stupid was he? He set his phone face down next to him before staring at his constellation-filled ceiling, painted dots marking out the night sky perfectly. He had a week to figure out something to keep May impressed. Midoriya spent the day brainstorming. Between tossing out the ideas for laser guns, very illegal, and a teleportation device, impossible. For now, he came up with a no good, very bad, but entirely legal and possible idea. Wander around at night. It was such a simple idea. May was impressed by the database. He would need more to keep her friendship. Villains' attacks were more frequent under the cover of darkness. More villain attacks, more data. He just needed to work out the whole, not get caught in the middle of a fight and die, part of the plan. High crime areas were already marked on his database map. Now, what makes a good spot to watch crime? Midoriya had no idea, but hopefully looking at some locations would help figure that out. A 20-minute walk from his house led him to a run-down block of commercial buildings. Dirty and cracked gray concrete walls made up most of the 20 or so 2- to 3-story buildings. Many of the buildings were boarded up or burnt out. The street was littered with holes and cracks. Midoriya cautiously walked down the mostly empty streets. Even in the daylight, he could feel too many eyes on him, watching. Checking over his shoulder, he spotted 3 men in dirty clothes staring him down. He tried to act casual as he turned down the closest alley, ducking out of view before breaking into a sprint. He ran for several blocks, the sound of rapid footsteps echoing over his heartbeats. He ran harder, making random turns, doubling back on himself. He ran and the footsteps followed him. He turned a corner and paused, the footsteps ceasing. Looking carefully over the edge, he peeked down the alley. He held his breath and waited. He let it out when no one appeared. Did he lose them? Was he even being chased? Shaking his head at himself, he leaned against the wall. Well, that was maybe too dangerous. Catching his breath, Midoriya took out his notebook and wrote down needs vantage point away from location. He moved cautiously out of the area. It was mid-afternoon by the time he walked to the next location. Red neon signs were beginning to come on, confusingly advertising multiple X's. Midoriya's face grew red as he spotted several women emerge from one of the buildings in very sparse clothing. He turned on his heel, walking quickly away from whatever that was. It didn't seem obvious why this place had high villain activity. More research needed. His last location of the day seemed out of place compared to the last ones. Its street was a border between rows of shiny high-rises that got taller as they got closer north to the center of downtown Mizudafu, and more spaced-out chunks of smaller brown-toned buildings, no taller than a few stories high. Wanting to examine the area closer, Midoriya looked around. He walked cautiously along the street. People in business suits and casual clothes walked along the slightly busy sidewalks. Staring up at the varied buildings, he thought back to one of his favorite Eraserhead videos. A person filmed a villain attack in an area similar to this, before panning up to catch a glimpse of Eraserhead perched on a rooftop. Midoriya obviously didn't have the skills or tools to leap around like a hero. Seriously, how does that scarf work? But he was sure he could figure out how to get on a roof. The newer buildings were eliminated immediately from his attempts. With smooth metal and glass walls and what he was sure was a lot of security, he focused on the older ones. Midoriya was racing the sun's descent from the sky before he found the most suitable buildings. 2 dingy brown brick apartment buildings, each stood about 6 stories high, a narrow alley separating them. It was poorly lit and empty. In the alley, connected to the older building on the right, was an old rust-tinged fire escape. Its ladder was folded up below the second-story platform. A short length of chain hung down from it, still several feet above his head. Maybe getting on a roof was harder than he thought. Midoriya felt along the brick for potential gaps in the grout to climb, but his fingertips barely made purchase. Stumped, and with the sun setting low, he decided it was best to try again tomorrow. Weaving between the high-rises, he made his way home. He studied the buildings, head stuck on solutions to try tomorrow. Heroes got around with their quirks or support gear. His quirk was incompatible for this as it was everything else. May was the gear inventor, and even if she was here this week, he couldn't exactly use her work to keep her friendship. Useless. He spent most of the night either tweaking his data project or scrolling HeroTube for ideas. The idea of sleep was squashed by Midoriya's discovery of free running channels. Free running contests were popular as a non-hero show of physical quirks, but like boxing it had strict regulations. Which of course meant that all over the internet he found free running videos breaking all of the public quirk usage laws. Unfortunately, almost all the videos involved quirks to get across their urban obstacles. Stretchy limbs, bursts of air, sticky hands were a few of the more popular channel's quirks. Midoriya decided to check the pre-quirk archives. They had helped him a lot in the past. Research on fictional heroes was always fascinating. He enjoyed seeing the influence they have on current heroes' outfits. The archive brought up many videos from a pre-HeroTube site. He scrambled to lower the volume as a loud intro screamed at him. A dozen videos later, Midoriya wondered if the site had volume requirements. May would have fit right in with the pre-quirk classification of influencer. He found one video that showcased what he was looking for, climbing in between two walls to reach a platform higher. Perfect. He studied the motions and it looked rather easy. The next day he did his usual exercise, code, tinker routine. About 2 hours before sunset he made his way back to the buildings. Midoriya studied them for a few minutes before getting in position. He backed up away from the fire escape, eyeing the narrow width between the two buildings' walls. In theory, all he had to do was run, jump, push off, reach. He started running toward the fire escape, and when he reached it he tilted his aim, jumping sideways at the wall underneath. Both feet landed and he kicked off toward the other wall. His left foot landed but his right slipped, leg scraping the wall as he hit the ground. Pain flared in his leg as he stood to assess himself. His pants were torn at the seam of his right calf. Midoriya rolled the pant leg up to find a raw patch of brick-scratched skin. He winced before gently pulling the cloth back down. This was going to be harder than he thought. Another run at it led to a scraped palm, catching his fall before his face did. Stubbed toe as he misaligned his kick off the wall. After an hour he was sore, covered in dirt and breathing hard as he gave a final attempt. He ran toward the wall again, pivoting to the left wall at the now well-practiced angle. Midoriya kicked off smoothly, feet aimed at the right wall. Momentum built as he pushed off again, hitting the left wall. With the last leap he reached out, hands slipping across the chain before making purchase. He fell, chain pulling with him. The scrape of rusted metal echoed in the alley. Midoriya let go, hitting the ground hard to dodge out of the way of the falling ladder. He slumped back, breathing hard and admiring his success. He climbed the ladder carefully, minding the rust and possible instability. A few of the rungs wiggled uneasily but held. Once he reached the first platform, the stairs up were easy. The sun set as he overlooked the area. From above, the split of new and old wasn't as even, with some older buildings mixed on either side with the newer ones, both sides dotted with construction sites. It looked like an assorted mix of residential, office buildings and smaller stores. As night set in, groups of people wandered towards a cluster of 2 to 3 story buildings. The busiest was a bar, dingy with flickering neon lights. Midoriya found a spot to sit, took out his notebook and watched for a while. When the initial after-work rush settled, he decided to test his quirk. Midoriya closed his eyes, breathed in and opened his eyes to the stars. The distance made the usually overwhelming starlight manageable. He didn't feel the urge to close his eyes. The lines' meanings weren't clear from this distance, more vague impressions than his usual instant understanding. At this distance he managed to keep his quirk active for almost 30 minutes before his eyes itched and a headache formed. To take a break he ate a snack while he entered the data he got earlier with anything his quirk told him. His night ended an hour later when a full-on Quirked brawl broke out and heroes started showing up. He rapidly collected data as drunk villains fought with them. He thought he spotted someone on a roof near the bar and decided it was best to leave before they caught him. Midoriya was tired but happy the next day. His mom had a day off work and they had dinner. Over a hot bowl of katsudon they caught up. "How's summer break been, sweetie? Have you hung out with your new friend? What was her name again?" She mused quietly as she tapped her chin. "May," he replied with a shrug. "She has summer camp this week, so not much. I've just been working on my projects. I'm excited to show her when she gets back." "Oh, what has my little genius been working on? Have you solved world peace yet?" Midoriya gave a small laugh. "Not yet, I've just been working on hero data. The patterns I've noticed are so cool. Did you know that even though most heroes don't use vehicles, traffic flow still affects response time? I guess it's because dash." The ringing of the phone made him stop abruptly with a click of his teeth. Standing to see who was calling his mom frowned and blurted out, "Oh, it's work," before moving to her room, phone in hand. He couldn't help the frown that pulled at his face. Midoriya finished his dinner, washed his plate and went to bed. It was an hour later before he heard her come out, wash her dishes and call a soft goodnight. He stared at the ceiling an hour longer before the need to move overwhelmed him. It felt dangerous to be leaving the house at this hour. A look around his room had him shoving a crowbar into his backpack. With a slow, careful pace he made it to his lookout roof, the bar below already looking rowdy. Notebook in hand, he began to document his observations. Midoriya sat at the edge of the roof, watching small groups of people stumble home from their late nights. He closed his eyes and breathed in, opening them to use his quirk. Bright lines flickered to life between the people below. Slightly forward to get a better look at a pair of men walking below. "Hey, kid, you okay?" asked a low voice from behind him. Midoriya tried to spin around, hands slipping on the roof edge. He pitched forward, a panicked scream caught in his throat as he was pulled suddenly. Cloth wrapped around him, pulling him away from the edge and spinning him around. He looked up, stunned. Long black hair, black outfit with white accents, cloth tool and yellow goggles. "You're Eraserhead," Midoriya blurted out excitedly, his panic quickly forgotten. The cloth loosened and coiled back around Eraserhead's neck, partially hiding his stunned expression. "Good eye, kid, I don't think many people would recognize me so fast," he huffed in amusement before his expression turned serious. "So, what are you doing up here, kid?" His eyes flicked to the ledge and Midoriya's gaze followed, confused. His eyes widened as he realized what the hero thought this looked like. "Oh no. It was nothing like that, Mr. Eraserhead. I was trying to practice my quirk. It's easier up here and better at night, and my mom won't worry if I'm up here and not on the street, and not that she worries. I'm very well behaved," and his thoughts spilled out loudly before it trickles down into an unintelligible mutter. Eraserhead raised his hands in a placating gesture, interrupting the flow of words. Okay, I get it. Try not to stand so close to the edge though." Midoriya couldn't help the blush that crept up his face, mortified to have embarrassed himself like this. "I'm sorry. I'll be careful," he said, slightly panicked. Before his panic could build more, Eraserhead quickly asked, "What's your quirk?" "What?" he asked, stunned. "You said you were working on your quirk, so what is it?" Midoriya hesitated before he stuttered out his reply. It's not that interesting, but I can see people's stars." With a slow blink, Eraserhead asked, "I'm sorry, what? How is that not interesting?" Shifting nervously, he answered, "Sorry, I just see connections. It won't be very useful." "I disagree," Eraserhead said quickly, shifting to sit with his legs hanging over the ledge. "Depending on what type of connection, you could help with search and rescue." Midoriya's eyes widened with excitement as he nearly shrieked, "Really? I could help like that? Wait, no, I couldn't. My quirk hurts me if I have too much input, so that wouldn't work." "What kind of connections?" he asked gently as if he was trying to shift Midoriya's focus. "Well, I can see what relationships people have, like friends and, family, stuff like that." Midoriya says quietly, "Useless. So how do stars play into this?" Eraserhead asks, and Midoriya didn't understand why he was still interested. It wasn't as if his quirk could even compare to his. The surrealness of meeting his favorite hero still hadn't worn off. It felt like he was watching it all play out without his control as his anxiety consumed him. Well, everyone has it. Star and all stars have these lines, and these lines connect to other stars. Eraserhead nodded and asked, "So other people?" Midoriya nodded and continued, "Yes, and depending on the color I can figure out what relationship people have." He sputtered out his explanation in sudden excitement over someone asking about his quirk. As silence settled, Midoriya began to panic, thinking about how he could have explained better. Why did he have to start with the stars? Why couldn't have just said he saw connection? Sighing with regret, he knew he'd lost Eraserhead's interested. Almost expecting him to be gone, Midoriya was startled to see him looking at him with interest. He hummed and nodded. "Sounds pretty useful to me. You seem to understand your quirk pretty well. Mind showing it to me? Are you sure? I don't want to invade your privacy." He shrugged. "I don't have much to hide." Midoriya closes his eyes, breathes in, exhales and opens his eye to see Eraserhead's star lines blurring out, the brightest of which has him blurting out, "You're married." Midoriya gasped before slapping his hand over his hand with wide eyes when he noticed Eraserhead stiffen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Kid, it's okay," he said quietly, "I was just startled. I didn't expect your quirk to be that specific. Can you tell who I'm married to?" Midoriya shook his head. "No. I mean if I followed the line with you in view or saw you both in the same area, it would be pretty easy. Not that I would. Just that it's so bright." A small smile was quickly hidden by a scarf, but Midoriya noticed it. Someone smiled from his quirk. "You have an interesting quirk, kid, but I think I should get you home before your parents worry too much." "Well, I live here. So I'm okay." Midoriya mumbled nervously. Eraserhead smirked, shaking his head. "One thing your quirk doesn't do for you is teach you how to lie, kid. Come on." "By live here, I meant nearby," the small kid stuttered, shifting from foot to foot, pointedly not looking at Shoyuta. Aizawa Shoyuta didn't know what to think about the ball of anxiety he noticed standing concerningly close to the edge of the roof. It was logical to assume the worst, and it was best he did when the kid startled so bad he almost tipped right off the edge. Being prepared for anything was imperative for being a hero, but a kid on a roof mumbling about stars wasn't one of them. And certainly not a kid who, at a glance, knew one of his largest secrets. You couldn't blame him for reacting like he did. He inwardly cringed at how the kid reacted though. Sighing, he didn't enjoy the thought of how excited Hisashi would be after hearing how bright their connection was. The kid was so jumpy, but still surprisingly bold as he lied right to Shuta's face about living in a half-abandoned set of bachelor apartments. Everything about him pointed to a home life Aizawa knew wasn't great, from the stained jeans, scarred untreated hands, and dark bags that pointed to more than lack of sleep. The kid continued when Shoyuta didn't respond right away, wringing his hands nervously. "Yeah, it's just down the street. I can get there myself. You're probably busy and have patrol and I shouldn't waste your time." "If it's so close then it's just logical that I can walk you there," he replied, and the kid slouched in defeat. "Unless it's farther than you say, which in that case it's still my duty as a hero to make sure you get home safe." "It's farther," the kid mumbled. Resisting a sigh, he asked, "Okay kid, which way's home?" "It's not that far," he said, shuffling to the other side of the roof as he spoke. "Kid," Shoyuta hollered, stopping him before he moved too far, "what's your name?" "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir," the kid Midoriya said, his back straightening on reflex, which caused Shoyuta to raise an eyebrow. "Time to go now, Midoriya. How did you get up here anyways?" "The fire escape," he said, pointing at the top of a ladder. "Huh, let me help you down," he replied, getting ready to help, but before he could, Midoriya's posture shifted. With a stiff jaw, he shook his head. "I'm okay, thank you." "And what do you expect to do? Jump down?" With no reply, Midoriya pursed his lips and dashed towards the ladder. He pushed off the edge, grabbing the ladder before he twisted around and dropped out of view. "Damn it, kid," Shoyuta cursed, rushing to the edge, his capture weapon floating. Midoriya slid down quickly, repeating his ladder grab on the next level. He was on to the next before Shoyuta reacted, letting his capture weapon go and wrapping it around the fire escape. Leaping off, he used the wall to slow his speed and reached the ground in time to watch the kid drop to the ground as well. Did I win? Midoriya gasped. Shoyuta stared at the kid in disbelief. He was out of breath, but stood tall with a hint of smug defiance in his eyes like he had disproven something Shoyuta wasn't aware of. Yeah, kid, you won, good job, he said and watched his face light up. Shoyuta was exhausted just looking at how energetic the kid was being. He sighed, glancing up to notice how low the moon had gotten. Time to go. It's late, which way's home? He asked, and Midoriya gave him his address, an apartment building Shoyuta knew was in a pretty good part of town. What was the kid doing all the way out here? He let Midoriya lead the way, interested in what route he would take. He watched the kid walking quietly, his head doing a sweep of the street and rooftops every few minutes. He turned corners in a wide arc and gave alcoves and alley entrances the same avoidance. At least he's cautious. Shoyuta thought the kid wouldn't be bad at stealth if he could just stop talking. At the moment the kid was mumbling something about support gear. He took a step closer and realized Midoriya was actually talking to him. Like with your scarf. It's practically a quirk in itself. The flexibility-rigidity ratio to get it to move like that is fascinating. What's it made out of? Midoriya said, turning around slightly to gesture at his capture scarf. That's a hero secret, kid, he replied. Oh right, that's okay. I bet my friend May would want to figure out a scarf baby for herself anyways. Midoriya said excitedly, not elaborating before turning back around with a hop. They were just passing an alley when Shoyuta heard a crash and some yelling. He had the kid behind him in an instant. Stay here, he ordered firmly before hurrying into the alley. He turned the corner to see sharp claws swipe dangerously close to another man's throat. The target ducked, avoiding the attack, before slamming rounded horns into his attacker's chest with a heavy thud. Shoyuta flashed his quirk, but they didn't slow in their attacks. The clawed man, scales running up his arms like a reptile, grabbed hold of a bag the ram-headed man was holding. In the deadly tug-of-war, a stack of money dropped onto the ground. Damn it, Kano, give me the money, the reptilian man shouted, tugging on the bag. Don't say my demon name, Kano snapped, socking the man in the chin. With one now disoriented, it was time for Shoyuta to step in. He let loose both ends of his capture weapon, pulling the two men apart and binding them shoulder to knee before pulling them towards him. With the men detained, a noise behind him had Shoyuta swiveling around to see the kid standing a ways behind him, notebook in hand, writing rapidly. Kid, what part of stay did you not understand? He said, annoyed. I'm sorry. I only peeked my head around the corner until the fighting stopped. I promise. Midoriya bowed quickly. Shoyuta held back a sigh before turning his attention to the villains. You Kano, this is your fault, the unnamed man hollered. My fault? Kano shrieked. You're the greedy a-hole who wouldn't just take his cut. No, you just wanted more. Not wanting to deal with the bickering, he taps his earpiece, quickly making a report to the police station. The police would deal with their bickering. He had a kid to get home. Securing them to a nearby pipe, he left the villains tied and still arguing before turning back to the kid. While we wait for the officers to pick them up, you are going to explain what's so important in that notebook that you disobeyed a hero's direct order, he said. He saw Midoriya gulp nervously before he replied, it's hero and V-villain data. For a project I'm working on, I analyze the quirks and other things. Like what? Is this a burglary or a robbery? Burglary. The notebook disappeared from view in an instant, replaced with a tablet. A few clicks later, Midoriya spoke again. This is the 64th burglary in this area in the past 3 months, which is 140% higher from last year, he said, turning the tablet to show Shoyuta. 2 maps were displayed side by side, red dots marking the burglaries. Midoriya swiped left and a full chart was shown. Shoyuta knew there had been an uptick in crime. Current villains tied up aside, this was the first night in a while that he could consider quiet. The work this kid had was both impressive and disconcerting. Where did you get all this information? Shoyuta asked. Midoriya brightened at the question, quickly rambling off. Most of the data is from watching the news and hero forums. It wasn't until recently that I realized I was missing a large part of the crimes done at night. The best data is first-hand accounts too. Of course I started going dash. The kid slapped a hand over his mouth, in an attempt to stop Shoyuta from hearing what he could already guess. So you are hanging out on rooftops at 3 a.m. for science? Shoyuta replies deadpan. Rubbing his neck sheepishly, Midoriya nodded. Yeah, but it's just research. I'm not doing anything bad. Promise. Flashing lights of an approaching cop car spared the kid from his lecture. Waving down a familiar officer, Shoyuta got a nod in return, and so without waiting for them to exit the car, he ushered Midoriya away from the street. Okay, kid, let's get you home, he said, blocking him from gawking at the officers, ignoring the kid's pout. A short and thankfully uneventful walk later and they arrived at the kid's house. It was a small gray stone apartment building. The kid slowed as they got closer to the door, stalling. Shoyuta held the door open for the kid and asked, Okay, what floor are you on? The kid hesitated before he replied, You don't have to bring me all the way up. You have already been so nice and this was way out of your way and I don't want to wake my mom and dash. He cut the kid off before he started up the panicking again. Midoriya? Midoriya shut his mouth with a faint click, with the kid's attention on him. Shoyuta continued, I'm not going to wake your mom, just go home and get some sleep. The kid nodded, relieved. Thank you, Eraserhead. Good night, he said with a wave and darted through the still open doorway. Shoyuta watched him get into an elevator, the display lighting up on the 4th floor. Shoyuta made his way to that floor's fire escape, hiding in the shadows as he waited to see the kid safe. Peering inside, he saw a child's bedroom covered floor to ceiling in hero merch. The room was clean, with a made bed, light gray sheets, and as Shoyuta leaned closer to the window. Sat in the center of the bed was an Eraserhead plushie, complete with tiny yellow goggles and a gray scarf. Shoyuta doesn't have any hero merch, he knew, because Hizashi would have 20 of them. Kid didn't even ask for an autograph. Tiptoeing towards his room, he paused when his foot caught on a floorboard. He held his breath. The floor creaked loudly right in front of his mother's door. He waited, listening to see if she would move. Was she even home? Hearing nothing, he continued towards his room, being more careful to avoid the areas on the floor prone to creaking. Midoriya opened the door gently, just enough for him to slip into his room. He shut the door and turned just in time to see a shadow pass across his window. Midoriya flopped on the bed, groaning softly into his pillow. He met Eraserhead. His idol since he was 6, caught him hanging out on a roof at 3 a.m. Oh God, he almost fell off a roof in front of Eraserhead. He blabbed all about his incompatible quirk to Eraserhead, revealing the man's secret. Midoriya turned his face, spotting the Eraserhead plushie. Its button eyes seemed to judge him under the goggles. Grabbing it, he went to throw it off the bed, but he stopped himself. Leaning over to the end table, he set it down gently, so it faced away from him. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, fully intending to rest a moment before getting undressed and ready for bed. Midoriya woke to the sound of the front door closing. The sun filtered in through the window, making him squint as he opened his eyes. A glance at his phone showed it was a little past 8 a.m. The sound of approaching footsteps had him quickly throwing his blanket over himself and feigning sleep. His door creaked open, and he peeked through his lashes at his mother, ducking her head into his room. After a few moments, she closed the door, and he rolled out of bed. When he heard her bedroom door close, he grabbed his clothes for today and snuck across the hall to the bathroom. The grime that washed off him definitely meant he was washing his sheets later. Midoriya walked into the kitchen to start breakfast and was halfway through making an egg when his phone dinged. Picking it up, he read, Hey, I'm going to be back from camp this afternoon. We should totally meet up. He almost burned the egg, staring at his phone trying to think of a reply. Typing with one hand, he replied, Welcome back, where would you like to meet? Was that too boring? Was he boring? He distractedly ate his egg, watching his phone for a reply. It wasn't until he had washed and dried his dish that he received a response. He opened the messenger. I know this totally awesome restaurant we can meet at. Can you meet at 4? For works. Awesome. May has dropped a location pin. See you there. Midoriya set down his phone, sighing as he pushed it away. Great, he had about 8 hours to get everything he had been working on ready to show May. No pressure. Luckily, he had already compiled the data from earlier in the week, so he just needed the small bit of last night's data he got before Eraserhead showed up. Midoriya shook away the awe he felt, trying to focus. The best information of the night was the burglary that Eraserhead stopped. The whole thing was done and over within 20 seconds. It took the police around 3 minutes and 45 seconds to respond. It was a statistically unusual response time, with the average pro hero call being 10 minutes. He made a note to research this anomaly further. Midoriya made sure to add this to his analysis of Eraserhead. With that done, he spent some time refining the code of his database. He needed a name for it, because calling it the database was getting annoying. Midoriya took out a spare sheet of paper and brainstormed. 20 minutes later, he had a name, Nova. A network. Analysis. A little plain, but it was a working acronym, so he didn't care. With that out of the way, he continued his work. Hunkered over his computer, he spent most of his time agonizing over coding syntax. Every time he believed he had a functional code, something went wrong. It was going to take him forever to get his map to work. In the middle of probably the 100th error hunt, he heard his alarm go off. Grabbing his phone, it shocked him to see it was already 2 p.m. His stomach rumbled in protest over his skipped lunch. He quickly found the error before packing up his equipment and getting ready to go. With his backpack on, he wrote a note for his mom and hurried to catch the train. Midoriya double-checked the location marker, looking at an unmarked building. He was 30 minutes early. A habit formed after too many invites led to him carrying more bruises than he could comfortably hide from his mom. The building was gray and plain, with no signs indicating it was a restaurant. He spent a good 10 minutes trying to figure out whether or not he should text May. He looked at his phone again, hovering over the messaging app, when he heard someone yell. Midoriya, I'm glad you found the place. May called, jogging towards him from down the street. Hello, May. Midoriya said shyly, trying not to hunch his shoulders. Are you sure this is the right place? As he asked his question, he gestured to the building. Yeah. Best food in the city. The building looks abandoned. That's why it's the best. They don't care about profits, so it's all passion. I think this is a front for villains, Midoriya grumbled, spotting the faded paint of a long crumbled open sign and a graffiti tag he has seen frequently in his night adventures. No, not villains, but I think the cook might be a vigilante. Oh, okay, he shrugged, following May to a plain door on the side of the building. The room actually contained a restaurant, with a dining area, counter, and double doors he guessed led to the kitchen. It was dimly lit. Some of the lights didn't have light bulbs, and there were actually 2 people in the front corner sitting at a scuffed-up table. Before he could look around more, May dragged him towards the counter, yelling when she reached the register. Tanji, your favorite genius is here for refueling. She waved her arms energetically at the kitchen doors as if to summon whoever she was yelling at. A metallic crash rang out from beyond the doors, followed by a series of creative curses. With a thud, the kitchen doors swung open, and a balding, middle-aged man stomped over to the register. I knew that fancy camp of yours would have inflated your ego, he shouted, before turning to look at Midoriya. You dragging around a nice young man now, May? You better not blow him up like you almost did my kitchen. As he scolded her, he waved his finger in front of her face. Tanji! May whined, throwing her hands up in the air. It's not like that. I found him in the junkyard. He's a genius like me. She grinned widely and Tanji groaned, dragging a hand over his face. I can't handle 2 of you. Shoo, I'll have I bring you your food. Midoriya watched all this bewildered, letting himself be led to a table close to the kitchen. They sat down, and for a few moments, they just looked at each other. May was staring at him expectantly, not sitting still. Oh, he was supposed to make small talk, right? So, you know the owner? He asked awkwardly, his voice barely over a whisper. With social permission granted, May happily answered, I've known Tanji since I was little. I'd call him uncle, but he complains that it makes him feel old. Midoriya nodded, unsure of what to say to that. Realizing they didn't actually order, he looked around for a menu. The table was empty except for a napkin dispenser. "How do we order?" he asked, still looking around for any menu signs. "Oh, you don't order, Tanji just knows," Mei replied. "Is that his quirk?" Midoriya said, itching to pull out his notebook. "Nope. His quirk lets him know if there's a storm coming." "Really? Is it a mental or physical change? Does it let him know the severity? Is snow different?" He blurted out excitedly, words almost blurring together. "It gives him a headache," Mei said. "The worse the storm, the worse the headache. That's how he met my family. My mom made him a helmet to manage the pressure so he doesn't get really hurt during a monsoon. He got referred after the 5th time in the hospital." Oh, that's why Mei dragged him to a restaurant her first day back from camp. She wanted to show him someone like him, incompatible. His lip wobbled and Mei started to look concerned, but before she could speak, a young man, presumably IHA, walked up to the table with a tray of food. A bowl was set in front of him, and he was surprised to see his favorite food, katsudon. Mei seemed equally excited by her onigiri, based on her hand flapping. Midoriya turned to the waiter and thanked him for the food. He just smiled and gave a small bow, waving at Mei before ducking back into the kitchen. At his confused look, Mei said, "He prefers his kitchen over people." Midoriya nodded. That was something he could understand all too well. They ate their food in comfortable silence, at least on his end, as Mei filled it with endless chatter about her summer camp in between bites of food. He liked that about her. She didn't care if he didn't have words to say back. When she mentioned a pair of goggles some kid made, he couldn't help blurting out, "I met Eraserhead." Her words cut off mid-sentence and she stared at him with wide eyes. After a few moments, he winced at her high-pitched shout. "What?" She slammed her hands on the table. "Tell me everything." "Well, I was working on a project and I needed more data, so I was on a roof last night, and then he was on the roof and then I kinda raced him and then I saw him fight some villains, so then I went home." "Excuse me? You're just hanging out on roofs at night, watching villain fights and running into your favorite hero?" Mei shouted, throwing her hands up. "It's only one roof, and I only met Eraserhead yesterday." "Not the point. That's dangerous. Those villains could have hurt you." "I don't think so, they were sort of bad at it." Mei just gave him a flat look. He winced. "It's for my database, look," he said, and pulled out his tablet. Once the program loaded, he handed it to Mei. "Nova?" she asked, looking over the tablet as she tapped the screen. "Network of Villain Analysis," he replied, trying not to stare as she looked everything over. "This is amazing. The extra data points really help build a pattern in that area. This is only a week's worth of data." "More like 3 days. It, took a few tries to find the right location," Midoriya answered, with a hint of a smile as he watched her swipe through the app excitedly. Mei glanced up from the tablet to ask, "So, how was meeting Eraserhead?" "He was so cool. I didn't even hear him coming, so when he spoke it scared me and I almost fell off, but then he caught me with his scarf. You would love the scarf, it's made of cloth and some sort of alloy. He said it was a hero secret, but I think you would figure it out, and I raced him down the fire escape. Did I tell you I learned parkour? It's so fun and I won, and then he walked me home," he answered all in one breath, practically vibrating him in the booth. At some point, she put the tablet down and was watching him with a stunned expression. "What about the villains? Do you run into them often?" she asked, concerned. "No, I mean I see villains, every night, but I was only near them when Eraserhead fought them." "What would have happened if Eraserhead wasn't there? You probably would have walked the same way, right?" "I guess," he replied, hunching his shoulders in. He didn't understand why she looked so worried. His nights so far were safer than school, but he didn't think mentioning that would make her feel better. "I know," Mei shouted, startling him out of his thoughts. "I'll just give you some safety babies." She started searching through her backpack, before pulling out familiar metal orbs. "Mei, yes," she said, grinning wide, and Midoriya leaned back as she tried to hand it to him. "Don't worry. I fixed them at camp, it's mostly safe." He took them, carefully tucking them into his bag while grumbling, "Mostly safe. They brought their trays to the counter and Mei yelled a goodbye to Tanji, slapping some money down before Midoriya could even reach for his wallet. Mei dragged him out of the building before he saw anyone. He was led to an empty lot a few minutes away, and she ordered him to get a ball out. So, what do I do with the danger ball? He asked, looking at it carefully. Shockets, she corrected. Just click the raised part on the side and throw. My super smart babies don't go off until they get some speed, so don't worry if you drop it. Shocket in hand, he felt around for the button and pushed it in with a faint click, his heart beating fast as he threw it into the lot as hard as he could. About a foot from the ground, it burst open like a flower, metal petals arching a burst of electricity. He took an automatic step back, hair on his neck raising. Mei just grinned off to the side, unfazed. She showed him how to fold the discharged one back up and handed him a small half-dozen egg carton-shaped charging station. Oops, almost forgot that, she said, before checking her phone. OH. It's almost 6. I have to catch the train. She practically ran into him as she wrapped her arms around him quickly. Stunned, Midoriya tensed for a second before he realized. Oh, it's a hug, he thought before he awkwardly brought his arms around, giving her shoulder a light pat. She was warm and he could feel her slight laugh in his ear before she let go and walked away, giving a slight wave. He stood in the lot for several minutes, unable to keep his grin off his face before he headed towards the train, his eyes stinging. Izuku wasn't even home after his dinner with Mei when she sent him a 30-message rant about how he was forbidden to leave his apartment after 8 p.m. until she could finish a second safety baby. The more he read about what she was planning, the more concerned he grew, but he said nothing and promised to do as she said. He really didn't want to become this safety baby's first test subject if he didn't listen to her. So, with the promise to not go out at night, he was left at home with nothing to do. Well, nothing new to do. After the first night of intense boredom, he managed to talk himself into completing the few projects he'd never gotten around to completing while counting down the days he would be able to go out again. Mei really made him wait. 4 whole days later, she messaged him demanding he meet her on the roof of a nearby building in an hour. Which was where he was now, holding a terrifying stun baton. With her guidance, he flipped a switch. The sound of electricity sparked through the air and the smell of ozone attacked his senses. He watched the tip spark alive with small arcing electricity. Startled, he quickly turned off the electricity and tried to give it back to her. Instead of taking it, she passed him a holster that could be easily hidden under a backpack along with the shockets, also getting their own pouch to hide inside his jacket. With a promise to be safe, Mei went on her way, leaving Izuku to begin his nightly outings again, starting now. An hour later he stumbled across a problem, and plugging it into Nova confirmed it. He was too localized here, as secure as the location was. He could only observe the spot for a few more weeks before he collected enough for a decent pool of data to average. He decided that he would deal with that eventuality when it came. For 2 days he had a status quo. His mom left for work the evening of his 3rd night back out, closing the door with a quick hug and their usual round of I love yous. It wasn't until he went to grab his bag to leave a few hours later that he realized the usual dinner money wasn't on the counter. A slight detour to make dinner wasn't a problem, until he looked in the kitchen and noticed the lack of ingredients. It was then that he remembered his mom was called in for a shift on grocery day. Midoriya sighed and grabbed a slightly squished granola bar from the now depleted snack cupboard before heading out. Halfway to the rooftop he heard a commotion ahead of him. Normally, he would cautiously detour around the problem, but with the extra weight on his back, Midoriya continued with his path, ignoring his heartbeat getting louder in his ear with every step. He held his hand by his side, ready for anything. With a break in the noise, he turned the next corner and immediately froze. At the end of the alley was Eraserhead, holding a green-skinned villain in his scarf, the sleeve of his costume torn by the woman's very deadly-looking claws now bound to her side. Midoriya's foot shifted, kicking a pebble down to ping down the alley. Eraserhead spun around, eyes glowing red, and for a brief moment Midoriya's world felt dull and muted, colors washing out, and the background noise fading away. Eraserhead blinked, and everything came rushing back, causing him to flinch as Eraserhead looked at him in confusion. Hi, Mr. Eraserhead," Midoriya said softly, rocking on his heels and ducking his head. Eraserhead focused back on the struggling villain, securing her more tightly before turning to Midoriya. You stay right there until the police get here, he scolded. Assuming talking would be frowned upon, Midoriya took out his notebook and started silently writing up what he could see from the scene. At the woman's feet was a worn-out backpack, the zipper not pulled all the way closed, revealing the corner of a stack of money. Another burglary? He paused on that mystery and turned to Eraserhead's page. The red glow must have been Eraserhead's quirk activating. Based on the effects he felt, Midoriya guessed it must be some sort of sensory dampener. The flashing lights startled him out of his thoughts. The police officers had arrived. One glanced over at him after putting the villain in cuffs. Eraserhead, are you taking interns now? The officer asked, causing Eraserhead to grimace. No, just a kid up past his bedtime, Eraserhead replied, looking pointedly at Midoriya. The officers drove off and Midoriya was left with the full attention of a displeased-looking hero. What are you doing out here, kid? Eraserhead asked, stepping closer with his arms crossed, a stern look on his face. I heard a noise and wanted to see what it was and I didn't know you would be here, Mr. Eraserhead. Midoriya replied quietly, fidgeting with his pen. So, you heard what definitely would have sounded like two unknown people fighting and you just decided to come check it out at 11 at night? Eraserhead asked pointedly. Midoriya stumbled back, startled by the tone, and stuttered, when you put it like that it sounds bad. Of course it sounds bad, you're like 12, you could have been hurt. It's not that bad, I have dash. Midoriya stopped mid-sentence, his hand freezing inches from his bag. Maybe, don't tell the pro hero about the weapon, Izuku. You have what? Eraserhead asked expectantly, what's in your backpack? Midoriya carefully pulled off his backpack and unzipped the pocket, slowly reaching inside. He dug around and grabbed out a screwdriver, showing it to Eraserhead. So your big plan was to root around in your bag for a screwdriver, after you were in danger? Yes. Midoriya said hesitantly, before putting the screwdriver away, bracing himself for a lecture. Before Eraserhead could scold him, Midoriya's stomach growled loudly, and he winced as his stomach clenched in protest. Eraserhead looked worried, which confused Midoriya. Maybe heroes eat a lot and he hasn't heard the noise in a while? Midoriya wondered, but before he could explain what stomach noises were, Eraserhead spoke. Kid, when was the last time you ate? He didn't answer immediately, trying to count the hours. After a moment, he shrugged. I've been busy. I brought a snack though, he replied quickly, grabbing the crushed granola bar from his bag and holding it up. That's not an answer and you know it. Eraserhead said softly, grabbing the bar out of his hand, and this is barely food anymore. Midoriya knew that people ate 3 meals a day and didn't like when other people didn't, but he didn't really ever feel hungry until he forgot for most of the day. He meant to set an alarm, but he spent most of the day trying to fix a persistent bug in Nova that made the map filters unable to be toggleable. His hesitancy must have been enough of an answer for Eraserhead because he just handed the bar back and said, "Come on, I know a food stall still open nearby," before turning and walking out of the alley. Baffled, Midoriya moved quickly to put his bag on and follow. Shoyuta handed the kid a skewer of steaming meat and vegetables, ignoring his protests about payment. Hunger won out because by the time Shoyuta was halfway done with his, the kid was licking his fingers clean and wiping his face with the back of his hand. Do you not get to eat often? Shoyuta asked. He probably should have been more tactful, but subtle wording was his husband's thing. Midoriya's eyes widened and he made a panicked squeak before he replied. No. My mom works at the hospital and she normally leaves me with money if she doesn't get to the store, but we were gonna go to, but then they called about an emergency and she went to help, but she forgot, I guess, and I didn't want to bother her. His explanation came in a rush as he gestured, Shoyuta slightly stepping back to avoid an excited hand to the face. The lack of food was still concerning, but at least it seemed to be from being overworked and not purposeful neglect. So, you snuck out while your mom isn't home to wander the streets looking for trouble? Shoyuta asked, interrupting the kid's continued explanation about how busy his mother is. He stilled, hand frozen midair like a very nervous statue. Midoriya mumbled something he couldn't make out, shoulders slumping. His hands grabbed tight to the straps of his bag. The kid looked like a kicked kitten, and Shoyuta sighed. Midoriya, you aren't in trouble, but you have to know this is dangerous. He explained softly, putting on his stray cat voice. Confusingly, the kid grinned, still curled on himself. You remember my name? Midoriya asked, looking up at Shoyuta, head tilted and still smiling. Remember him? Of course I remember you. Not every day a kid races me down a building. I won. Yeah, you did, Shoyuta replied, hiding his grin at the kid's excitement. He had a point to make. It's still not safe to be out here. But I've only run into villains when you are their mystery racerhead, so I'm safe with a pro hero. Midoriya said softly. Those are coincidences, not facts. You like data, you should know that. That just means I need to run into you more then. Shoyuta sighed. That's not where I was going with this. The kid nodded, but the look on his face reminded him of his students who always had him talking in circles to try and make a point about the dangers of hero work, of the ones he expelled because he failed to teach them, and the selfless ones who remind him too much of a friend crushed under rubble. He shook his clouded thoughts away and turned his attention back to the kid. I'm walking you home, Shoyuta said, his tone giving no room for argument. Midoriya nodded again, sensing the shift in mood, and followed him. Shoyuta sighed as he shut his front door behind him. He marched to the couch and slumped down. A chirping meow was the only warning he received before Bird, his white cat with a yellow smudge up her head, jumped onto his chest and headbutt him hard, chirping another greeting. A loudly yelled "Esichis" made Shuta's eyes flash red, using his quirk to tone down his excited husband. Hizashi quieted to a normal volume as he entered the living room, his long hair resting at the front of his "put your hands up" pajamas. Shuta's grin was hidden under the cat trying her hardest to suffocate him in fur, so he gently removed the small criminal, avoiding the swiping murder mittens aimed at his eyes. How was patrol? Hizashi asked, flopping down on the couch next to him and pushing against Shuta's side. With another tired sigh he answered, I've run into this kid twice already, the first time being on a roof. Oh no. Luckily it wasn't one of those. He was up there doing research of all things. Research? Hizashi asked, shifting to throw his legs over Shuta's to trap him on the sofa. Kid's smart, made up some sort of database on crime. He was watching for crime? Show, that's so dangerous. Hizashi exclaimed, trying to keep his quirk under control. I think he's doing more than that. He jumped down the fire escape when I suggested helping him down. He was at the bottom almost before I was. Tonight I caught him rushing into an alley I was detaining a villain in, didn't have a good excuse for what he was doing either. He almost beat you, king of the rooftops? What's his quirk? What have I said about calling me that? Shoyuta sighed in fake annoyance, his soft smile giving him away, and he did that without his quirk. Oh yeah, about that, the kid sees connections people have, called them stars, said ours was bright. Bright? Oh, Sho! Hizashi yelled, moving to fully wrap around Shoyuta, hugging him tightly. Shoyuta hugged him back for a while, putting off the rest of the story. When Hizashi stifled a yawn, he knew he had to get the rest off his chest. Zashi, he started softly, I tried talking to him about the danger again tonight. He paused, taking in a breath. He reminds me of Oboro. Oh, he whispered, tucking his face in Shuta's shoulder, what are you gonna do about that? I don't know. Shoyuta replied, and they stayed like that until Hizashi finally dragged them to bed. Midoriya was having terrible luck. The entire city to roam and he could not stop running into Eraserhead. It was both exciting and frustrating. What are the odds of running into him a third time? He thought to himself as he climbed a different roof. The odds were apparently very high. He was lucky enough to spot the hero before he got too close and, avoiding another round of too many questions, Midoriya took off scrambling down the building before running through the alleys using all his Bakugo escaping skills. If he was going to continue to avoid a pro hero, he needed more skills than just very controlled jumping off buildings and running very fast. Not wanting to tempt gravity, he started on a series of one-story buildings. He jumped, leaping across the small gap between buildings, the distance easy until he reached the last one. A large gap and a few feet down had him landing in an uneven roll, impact jolting up his legs, causing him to wince. Midoriya stood up from his roll to see, of course, Eraserhead standing on the second story building, looking down on him with his arms crossed. Didn't matter to the universe that it was barely sunset and he hadn't been here more than 15 minutes. He braced himself for the lecture. Your feet touched the roof separately, and you hesitated on the roll. If it's not fluid, you won't absorb the impact properly. Eraserhead said firmly, and jumped off the roof, landing in a smooth roll that stopped just in front of Midoriya. Oh! Midoriya responded, stunned. He froze and waited for the... They spent several moments studying each other. Finally Eraserhead let out a huff of air, causing Midoriya to blink owlishly at him. Your turn to try, Midoriya. Eraserhead said, gesturing at the roof Midoriya jumped from. Midoriya looked up at the slightly higher ledge before turning back to Eraserhead. How do I go up that? He asked quietly and studied the ledge, head tilting, trying to work it out. Do you like cats? Eraserhead asked him unexpectedly. This is called the cat leap. Just watch me. Eraserhead ran to the edge, jumping off, his legs hitting the wall before his hands grabbed the ledge, and he pushed up with his legs, scrambling up the wall like the move's namesake. It was done so fast, and Midoriya had to replay it a few times in his head, while Eraserhead watched him expectantly. Even if this was some sort of test, Midoriya had to know if he could do this. He ran and jumped, feet landing low, his hands barely gripping the ledge. He tried to push up but his legs were overextended. Hanging there, he tried to think of a way to get up, keeping his weight on his legs as much as he could. Moments later, a hand wrapped around his forearm, lifting him up and onto the roof. Do you know what you got wrong? Eraserhead asked as Midoriya caught his breath and wiped the dirt from his palms. This was it, when Eraserhead would tell him how dangerous it was for someone so useless, so incompatible, to be anything like a pro hero. Midoriya let out a shaky breath before answering. My legs were too low, I didn't jump high enough. He ducked his head and waited. Do you know what you got right? Nothing. He shook his head, face heating up. You didn't panic, Eraserhead said, moving to crouch at his eye line. You were hanging 20 feet in the air and you stayed calm, and tried to work through the situation. Midoriya frowned, confused. So you aren't mad? Eraserhead stared at him, eyes narrowing slightly before he relaxed his face, sighing. Why would I be mad? He asked. Midoriya was even more confused. The answer was obvious. I didn't do it right. It was your first time trying that at my request. Failure is a part of learning, kid. Eraserhead said, and he seemed very sure that everything was fine, so Midoriya relaxed a little. The pro hero clearly wasn't much of a teacher. He didn't know the rules. Whatever was happening had gone on far too long, so Midoriya did what he did best, ran away. More practice. He yelled, turning to running back at the lower building. He jumped and focused on keeping the motion smooth. His feet landed evenly and he continued the roll, hopping up at the end to spin around, grinning at Eraserhead. I did it, he said to the startled-looking hero. After a few moments Eraserhead nodded approvingly. Do the cat leap now. Midoriya ran, waiting until the last moment to jump. He landed higher than before, legs slightly bent as he scrambled up. Sitting on the roof, arms burning, he grinned. He did it. By the time he caught his breath, it was dusk. The glow of the sun faded. Eraserhead pulled a phone out of nowhere, glancing at it briefly before putting it away. I should walk you home now. No. I can walk by myself. It's, barely even dark. Midoriya protested. That you are on a roof in this neighborhood means you worked out where I patrol with that little database of yours. Midoriya started before Eraserhead cut him off. It's only logical to walk you to your home, which is inside my patrol route. Midoriya climbed the last rung of the fire escape, hissing as his arm made contact with the roof's edge that he had let his guard down. His summer spent easily avoiding Bakugo and his friends. He made the mistake of trying to avoid the lecture. This time, though, Bakugo barely got an explosion off on his arm before he was out of his grasp and scrambling up the alley's dead-end fence. It felt good. He wrote the incident under his entry in his notebooks. Next time, he wouldn't get hit at all. Midoriya finally tucked his notebook away, ready to put one of his final entries in before he would have to retire his favorite roof from his short-term data pool. The bar seemed busier than usual, a group of about 10 people lingering around the entrance. He crept closer to the edge and closed his eyes. Midoriya opened his eyes with his quirk active, starlight lines filling his vision. Amongst the small crowd, every single person was connected, a web of lines tangling across them. It wasn't unusual for friends to go out together, but their lines didn't seem quite right. He couldn't put a finger on what was off about them. His head was throbbing, trying to untangle the mess. He traced the lines of a man closest to the bar, matching lines from each of his friends until Midoriya ran out of people, but still the off-colored lines continued to reach out beyond his view, all of them in groups. Forced to close his eyes, he shut off his quirk, icky colors burned in under his eyelids. After a few moments of listening to his heartbeat rushing in his ears, he opened them again. The people had moved slightly, groups of 4 to 5 of them spreading out from the bar to stand around, their backs to the buildings, no longer in loose circles talking. Something wasn't right about this, and Midoriya reached for his phone, hovering over the numbers, debating calling the police. With a crash, a trash can was thrown down the alley to the left of the bar, 2 men running out. They tumbled into the middle of the street, gray cloth catching the ankle of one of them. The other man reached out, pulling a knife. He cut his friend loose, turning to face the alley. Eraserhead dropped into the street, eyes glowing red as he wrapped the 2 villains up. Midoriya watched as the villains moved in, weapons drawn. Eraserhead took down 3 before he could blink. Their unconscious bodies throw back at their allies. This was an ambush. Midoriya hit the dial. It didn't ring. He glanced down. Service. A purple glow lit up the street below, and he watched horrified as Eraserhead's feet stuck to the pavement. The villains moved in closer, shifting their circle to behind Eraserhead's view. He moved before he could think, throwing his bag over his shoulders before leaping off the building, jumping across to the next, moving to land on the 3-story building to the left of the bar. Midoriya looked down at the fight, and a few more villains lay at Eraserhead's trapped feet. Another wave rushed toward the hero. He dodged a spray of green, and it hit a villain behind Eraserhead with a hiss, causing the man to drop. He took 3 more villains down, but they just kept coming. The light pole directly below Midoriya flickered before it died. Ignoring the throbbing behind his eyes, he activated his quirk, focused on the growing darkness below. The darkness held 2 stars, revealing the villains inside the shadows. 1 star started moving closer to the back of Eraserhead. Midoriya watched horrified as the hero failed to notice the shadow-cloaked villain. He quickly unzipped his jacket with shaking hands, grateful at Mei's insistence of easy access. If you have to look for them, it's useless in a fight. He swiped firmly at the rubbery lower corner and a shocket popped into his hand from the flexible opening. He clicked the button and dropped it over the side of the building, hoping it wouldn't break. The shadows retreated in time with a surprised shout, causing Eraserhead to turn his head to stop the knife of the now unshadowed second villain. The shadow villain was a wavy lump of slowly shrinking darkness under the relit streetlight. Eraserhead looked up at the roof, eyes wide at the mop of green hair peeking over the edge. He narrowly missed an attack from the front and had to turn his head forward. Midoriya scanned the street briefly for other surprises, and spotted a villain moving towards him, a starlight thread of enemy snapping into place. Midoriya palms another shocket, sending it down towards the approaching villain. The villain leaped over it easily, jumping the last few feet to land on the side of the building, fingers and bare feet gripping. He started to climb. Switching between looking at Eraserhead and the villain, Midoriya watched Eraserhead try to look towards him, his split attention causing him to catch a blow to the face. Midoriya winced, heart pounding as the villain grew closer. He pulled the shock baton out from its sheath, holding it shakily in front of himself. He took a step back from the edge, forcing himself to ignore the battle below. Fingers, large and tinged green, reached over the edge and Midoriya lunged forward, flicking the switch before he swung the baton down on the villain's hand, sparks arcing across. The hands went lax before dropping from view. Midoriya burst into tears, scrambling back from the edge, tripping over his feet as his vision spun. Forcing himself to take several deep breaths, he sat, crouched with the baton out in front of him and waited. The moment the last villain was down, Shoyuta quickly pulled his feet out of his still-trapped boots and rushed up the building to the kid. He flashed his quirk, capture weapon ready, only to find the kid alone on the roof. The villain he failed to stop was nowhere to be seen. Midoriya was crouched low with his back to the wall, a sleek baton held white-knuckled in shaky hands. The kid flinched as he landed, and electricity arced from the baton. Shoyuta raised his hands, slowly. "Kid, Midoriya, it's Eraserhead, fight's over." Midoriya lowered the baton slightly as he blinked several times. "Eraserhead?" he mumbled, eyes going wide before he flicked a switch, turning off the baton and dropping it with a clatter. "Good job, kid. Where is the villain?" Shoyuta asked gently and was not prepared when the kid hesitantly pointed towards the edge. He walked over, face forced calm, and glanced down. A green-skinned villain laid sprawled at the bottom of the building, limbs miraculously moving slightly. "Is he dead?" Shoyuta almost missed the whispered words, turning back to the kid. "No, just banged up," he replied, and Midoriya sighed in relief. "I'm sorry," Midoriya said, lip wobbling, and before Shoyuta could say anything, he started shaking in quiet sobs. He moved to the kid, crouching low to move an arm half around the kid's shoulder. Midoriya dropped forward, collapsing into him. "You're okay, you're safe now?" Shoyuta tried, and the kid just cried harder, mumbling panicked words into his capture weapon. "I'm sorry. I was a pattern and they must have seen me and you got ambushed and it's my fault and then I distracted you and you got hurt. I'm sorry, sorry. It's not your fault," Shoyuta said, and Midoriya stopped mid-sob to tilt his head back, blinking owlishly up at him before starting up again. "But you got ambushed. Pro heroes are trained not to follow a routine. It's my dash," Shoyuta cut off the kid's whisper-yelled reasonings. "I walked myself into that doing my job to stop villains, and as a pro hero, you're right, I should have seen the signs of a trap. That's on me, Midoriya, not you." He paused, holding the kid a little tighter. "You saved my life and you kept yourself safe. I'm proud of you." Shoyuta had seen a variety of responses a civilian has after an attack. It's important to him to remind them they did the best they could. He's even dealt with ignoring the weapons to reassure a scared vigilante. And that's a thought for later. He has never seen Midoriya's reaction before. The kid froze when he finished his sentence, pulling slowly out of his arms, and took a full step back. Midoriya held himself stiffly, bowing his head before he spoke. "Of course, Mr. Eraserhead, I'm glad I could be of use to you. I will take any punishment you deem appropriate." The kid's voice was flat, with a sickly sweet falseness, and Shoyuta couldn't figure out what went wrong. "Midoriya, aren't in trouble. You made the best out of a situation and didn't take any risks. As far as I'm concerned, you used your e-protection devices appropriately." The kid stared at him like he was speaking German, before he meekly said, "But you teach me things, so you are kind of a teacher." That sentence concerningly explained so much and so little, Shoyuta thought. "Do your teachers often punish you when you have done nothing wrong?" "Yeah, of course," Midoriya said, tilting his head in confusion. Shoyuta was almost afraid to ask another question. "Why? How else am I supposed to stop being useless?" Midoriya said, and Shoyuta put all his hero training into keeping his emotions off his face, but something must have slipped, because the kid shut down again. Before he could fix it, he heard the sirens and was forced to go do his job. "Stay here, I'll take you home soon," he said, before jumping down to deal with the flood of officers. He didn't realize it, but by the time all the villains were packed away, the sun was almost rising. When he leapt back onto the roof, the kid was gone, several notebook pages pinned with a loose brick in his place. On them were quick, but decently detailed sketches of the ambush, the angle from the kid's point of view. His image was the most detailed, the gray and yellow of his outfit colored against the black pen of everything else. Small little notations framed the villains, and one was circled in orange marker, labeled Leader. The last page was a fully detailed report of everything, written efficiently with no extra emotion, something Shoyuta had to train into his students. It was signed, "I hope this helps, Eraserhead. Sincerely, Midoriya Izuku." To say that May was not happy to hear about the fate of one of her babies was an understatement. "You did what?" she screeched into the phone the moment he answered it, because telling your friend about being slightly involved in an ambush wasn't something that was conveyed well over text message. Lesson learned, Midoriya pulled his phone away from his ear until she calmed down enough to let him get a word in. "I'm sorry I lost the shocket, but it did help Eraserhead, I promise. The shock IT is not the issue here." She yelled over the sound of tools clanking in the background. "You fought a villain. You could have died or something. But I had the safety babies, so it was fine. I made those in case you got mugged. Not so you can drop villains off buildings so they don't maul your face. It was only one villain. Not the point. You need to be careful, baby vigilante." "I'm not a VJ dash." Midoriya was cut off by his mom calling him from the other room. "Izuku, lunch is ready." "I have to go," he said, ignoring May's protests. "Talk to you later." He hung up and made his way into the dining room. The food was already plated at the table, his mom waiting until he sat down to dig into the steaming noodles. "Are you ready for class on Monday?" his mom asked between. "But everything's packed in my bag already," he said, forcing a smile. He had spent the morning in his room debating the inclusion of the safety babies as necessary school supplies. He eventually decided electricity's effect on nitroglycerin was not something he wanted to test during a lunch break, so he hid them under his bed. His mom nodded happily. "You are always so prepared. What class are you excited for?" "We have computer class this semester, so I will get to work on some of my projects in class," he said, thinking of all the projects he unfortunately can't do in class, the Nova database included. "Oh, that's fun. My little genius gets to show off," she replied, leaning over to lightly pinch at his cheek. He resisted the urge to pull back, letting her move to fuss over some stray curls on his forehead. She was happy for him, and he couldn't help the grin that lit up his face to match her excitement. He continued to explain his courses until they cleared their plates from the table, drying the dishes as she washed them, flicking water at him with a laugh. He blinked his quirk on just for a moment, watching their lines shimmer between them, warm and bright. Shoyuta leaned back against the creaky office chair, wiping a hand over his face tiredly. Wordlessly, his friend poured more coffee into the half-filled cups sat on the desk between them. Tsukachi Naomasa set the pot aside, avoiding the piles of papers haphazardly scattering his desk. "We cannot find a clear link between the ambush villains, and none of them are talking yet." Shoyuta sighed, reaching into his hero costume to pull out several pages of loose paper. Brushing the desk clear, he fanned them out in front of his friend, who skimmed over them with confusion. "What are these? Why didn't you turn this in with your report?" "They aren't mine. You remember the witness I mentioned in my report? This is all him, left on the roof like a homework assignment." Naomasa continued to read over the pages, incredulously replying, "You put barely a sentence in about a witness, Shoyuta. They need to be brought in to give a statement. What if they were involved?" "It's highly unlikely a 13-year-old was involved in the ambush," Shoyuta said flatly, waiting for Naomasa's reaction. 13, he yelled, palms slapping the desk hard, shaking their coffee. Shoyuta moved to pick his up, only for Naomasa to take it, raising it above his head. "You are not get any coffee from me until you explain." Shoyuta gave a brief rundown of the last few weeks, starting with the first roof meeting, and wrapped up with a few skimmed over weapon-related details. Explaining what he knew about the kid's quirk had his friend grinning as he quickly tried to move past the kid's bright comment. "So that's how he knows who the leader is. How long do you think he used his quirk on them?" "I don't know. I never get a chance to finish a conversation with him before he either runs off or I have to take him home, and..." He clams up. "If he was one of my students, it would be so much easier." Naomasa looked at Shoyuta blankly before bursting out laughing, taking a moment to catch his breath as Shoyuta scowled at him. "Shoyuta, do you remember when you were in your first year teaching? You scoffed at the external education clause and said, if I need more time outside of UA teaching these brats, I would just have them expelled." He returned Shuta's coffee to him before continuing, "You can just take him on as a student. Unless you really like playing tag with a teenager." "I didn't come here to give myself more work," he deflected, turning the conversation back onto the ambush case. They could not find any reason for the ambush to have been targeting a hero at random, but nothing indicated why they would have been targeting him specifically. It was well thought out, but they underestimated his abilities. Shoyuta refused to think about what the close call would have been without the kid. They finished the pot before everything was wrapped up, and he left with more questions than answers. He had a filing cabinet and old paperwork to go over when he got home. Midoriya was focused on the last of his Nova work before he would be too busy with school. Tapping away on his tablet in the dining room, he almost missed the knock on the door. 3 quick, loud knocks interrupted his thoughts, and he set his tablet down to look through the peephole. Standing with his fist raised to knock again was Eraserhead, hair oddly back in a messy ponytail. Shocked, Midoriya opened the doors, noting that the hero was not in his costume, but a black long-sleeve shirt and black slacks. "Is your mom home?" Eraserhead said in place of a greeting. "No, but she just went out to get dinner." What are you doing here, Eraserhead?" Midoriya stepped aside as Eraserhead moved to stand inside, shutting the door behind him. "My name's Aizawa Shoyuta," Aizawa said, and Midoriya blinked up at the hero in shock. "Do you want to be a hero, Midoriya?" "Yes." The answer spilled from him without permission, and he scrambled to fix it. "I mean, I would like to, anyone would like to. With a quirk like mine, I'm hoping for the support course. I wouldn't presume to dash." His words were cut off by Aizawa's raised hand. Aizawa pulled out several papers from his back pocket, moving to set them down onto the nearby table. "I didn't ask if you were qualified. That's illogical. You are 13. I asked if you wanted to be, and that sounded like a pretty clear answer. You wouldn't have known this, but I'm a teacher at UA. There is a clause in our teaching contract that allows for personal students. It's meant for UA students planning to transfer from outside the hero course, but the minimum age is 13. Midoriya moved to look over the paperwork, eyes widening. "I don't understand. I want you to be my personal student. Of course, I have rules you need to follow for me to take you as a student." Midoriya could barely focus. Tears pricking at the corners of his eyes, he mumbled a question anyways. "Rules like what?" 1. No more playing vigilante. Midoriya started to protest, but Aizawa held his hand up again. "Don't argue semantics. Don't think we aren't talking about the weapons later." Midoriya wrung his hands nervously, swallowing hard. 2. I'm going to need permission from your mother, and in order to help you keep Rule 1, you have to tell her about your nighttime data gathering. No. No, please, she worries too much. I can't tell her. I'll stop, I promise. I haven't even gone out since last time. Please. The kid burst into tears, begging with him with his head bowed low. Shoyuta was about to cut off another round of pleas when the front doors swung open and they both jumped in surprise. A green-haired woman, the kid's mom he presumed, stood in the doorway, eyes narrowed towards Shoyuta. She dropped her groceries in an instant, and before anyone could react he was forced to bend back, his hair being pulled by her outstretched hands. Over his shout of protest came Midoriya's voice, louder than it usually was. "Stop. That's Eraserhead. Let him go. Please." Shoyuta managed to duck and turn his head enough to flash his quirk, releasing his hair. Midoriya's mom let out a squeak in surprise, moving to stand in front of her son. "Is that true? If you are a hero, show me your badge right now or I won't stop at your hair," she threatened, uneasy. He quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out his hero ID. She scanned over it for a moment before letting her guard down, bowing her head. "I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you without your costume. Not that I would have ever guessed my son's favorite hero would be standing in our apartment," she said, and Midoriya's face turned bright red as he ducked more behind his mom to avoid his gaze. Ignoring the stunned looks on both of their faces, Midoriya's mom continued talking. "What are you doing here? Was there a villain?" She spun around to give her kid a look over. "Baby, are you hurt? What happened?" "There wasn't any danger, Mrs. Midoriya. At least not today." he explained, ignoring the kid's puppy dog eyes as he outlined her child's adventures. Her motherly stare prevented any excuses from Midoriya, as Shoyuta continued. She cried a disconcerting amount of tears before he got to the ambush, and he hesitated before mentioning the kid's weapons. She pulled herself together to ask, "How much trouble is he in?" "None from me or the law. As unadvisable and dangerous his activities have been, it has shown me that he has potential to be a hero. I came here to ask permission to take him as a personal student." "Personal student? I've never heard of heroes doing that." She asked skeptically. "Most heroes don't, but I forgot to mention that I'm a teacher at UA." He replied, grabbing his wallet and holding out his faculty ID. "My civilian name is Aizawa Shoyuta. I'm the ethics and law teacher, along with homeroom for one of the hero classes." Shoyuta wasn't used to these sort of formalities and knew if Hizashi could see him, he would be laughing. Mrs. Midoriya glanced briefly at the ID before nodding. "Did he tell you everything about his quirk?" "It's incompatible. I'm sure that would affect your training." She said the word in that overly sweet pity tone that never failed to make him uneasy, and Shoyuta watched the kid shrink behind his mother. He stepped slightly over so Midoriya remained in view, before he said, "Midoriya, I think you should go get weapons you have stashed. I'll need to see them before I go." "Oh, sweetie, get your little doll too. And the poster." Ms. Midoriya chimed in. At his clear dismissal, the kid silently slipped out of the room. Shoyuta turned back to Mrs. Midoriya and got right to the point. "To answer your question, yes, he did tell me everything about his quirk. Any difficulties he has are irrelevant to my training. I did not choose him for his quirk. I choose your son because he is intelligent, kind, and heroic. His quirk is a bonus tool, just like mine." She looked ready to burst into another wave of tears, so he pushed forward to his last point. "I did not tell him this beyond the basics because he is a child, but when I tell you that your son saved my life, I am not exaggerating. I was outnumbered and caught completely off guard. You raised a hero." She slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a sob. "I'm so happy and so worried about my baby. I know you must hold a negative opinion on me, letting him run wild like that. I know that no amount of explanation could make up for this." Shoyuta shifted to pat her back in a hopefully soothing gesture. He should have brought Hizashi. "Mr. Aizawa, I am grateful for what you've done to keep my baby safe, but I can't afford a private course. I make just enough to put food on the table and keep the roof over our heads." She said quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. "There is no cost. The contract is through UA, it's a part of my teaching contract." Shoyuta replied, clearing up what he should have mentioned earlier. "Hizashi is never hearing about this." Mrs. Midoriya looked surprised, but the kid walked back in before she could comment. He glued himself to his mother's side. In one hand were the weapons, which Shoyuta took from him. The short baton was slick black and decently weighted. He pressed the button on the side, clicking a brief spark that made Mrs. Midoriya jump. "Did you make these?" he asked, setting the baton carefully onto the table. The small hard plastic case was something he didn't see during the ambush, so he held it carefully, watching the kid for warning as he lifted the lid. Inside were 5 metal marbles, with a slot for one missing. "The kid has grenades." No," Midoriya said quietly, and he pointedly waited for the kid to continue. "My friend made them. She wants to be in the support course at UA." Shoyuta strongly considered if he should warn Power Loader. He did not. "I will not take your friend's inventions from you. What your mother decides to do with them is up to her." At this, the kid turned to look at his mom hopefully. "If you promise to keep them locked up, I will let you keep them. You can use them if your new teacher says so." Mrs. Midoriya turned to him, pulling a pen out of her purse. The kid looked ready for another round of tears, so he hurried to push the papers toward the woman. "Really? You said yes?" Midoriya yelled, doing a weird little wiggle in excitement. "If this will help you achieve your dreams, how could I say no?" She ruffled the kid's hair before asking Shoyuta, "When will this start?" "He starts school in the morning. He can meet me Friday at 5:30 p.m., in front of UA." "UA?" The kid was fully hopping now, and Shoyuta had not seen him smile like that before. It made his cheeks hurt just looking at him. Yes, it is logical to use the gyms available, he replied, and with that they finished up the contract and planning, before Shoyuta left, stepping over the forgotten groceries. The first day back to school, Midoriya felt like he was in a dream. Eraser Mr. Aizawa's offer didn't feel real, even as his mom went over the paperwork and rules with him as they ate breakfast. 9 p.m. curfew, good grades and the one that was highlighted and bolded, no weapons. He was smiling the whole walk to school, and not even Bakuga's attempt to trip him at the gate would ruin his mood. He avoided the outstretched foot easily, ignoring the yelling and popping sparks, barely contained by his lackey's panic at making a fuss so early. No one wanted to break the teacher's one unspoken rule of no noisy bullying before homeroom. Midoriya guessed it was the interruption of their not-yet-finished coffee that made them in the mood to punish anyone too loud, heroic Quirk or not. The day was spent going over syllabuses and paperwork, and he happily filled out the required forms to use Nova as an in-school project. His computer teacher was nice. He chose to ignore him completely once he got through everyone's quirks, leaving him to work quietly without asking unanswerable questions about his data collecting. Midoriya could feel Bakuga's eyes on him as the last bell rang, so he made his way quickly out of the school. He ran out the gate, planning on taking the shortcut. He turned the corner of the closest alley, only to stop short when he saw Bakuga alone, hands in his pockets, waiting. Midoriya hesitated, before moving to avoid him. Where the hell did you get your new attitude from? You think you're tough now? Bakuga tried to corner Midoriya, who ducked under his arm, moving further into the alley. A summer ago, he was trapped here, burned and desperate. Now he saw the decorative ridges of the old brick as an opportunity. Midoriya climbed with efficient, quick movements. Calloused fingers pulled him up in short bursts, legs kicking off the rough brick. The shouting only grew louder as he pulled himself over the edge of the roof, turning to look down at Bakuga. He was sputtering up from the ground like a defective firework, bursts of explosions only boosting his angry jumps toward the building instead of upward. Midoriya's thoughts flickered towards green reaching claws before he shook his head and turned away. Walking to the other edge, he turned back towards the alley, and shifted his stance to run. With a running start, he leaped over the small ledge and landed in a roll on the roof across. Peeking at the alley below, he saw Bakuga was still throwing himself at the other building, so he moved to the far side of the new roof, and worked his way silently down the ledges and drain pipes. I can't believe you decided to adopt a kid without me. His husband yelled from the kitchen, forcing Shoyuta to flash his quirk. He sighed, leaning back into the couch. I said I am training a kid, you can stop with the dramatics. Shoyuta said, watching Hizashi move about the kitchen, cups clinking together as he walked into the living room, handing one to Shoyuta before sitting down next to him. He took a sip of his coffee and threw his other arm across his husband's shoulders. Private training, adoption, same thing. The kid must be special for you to have even considered it. When can I meet him? Shoyuta removed Hizashi's cup from his hands before he spilled it. He's got potential when he isn't endangering himself. He pulled his husband closer, closing his eyes. I didn't see the knife, Zashi. He saved my life, I owe him a chance to get in, you know how biased the test is. He had told Hizashi everything about the ambush when he got home that night, but he knew they would both be having nightmares for a while. Shaking his head, he focused on something else. And you can meet him when he takes the test. Kid's skittish, I don't want him distracted. Besides, I want to see if he can figure out who you are, since our line is so bright. The test. Isn't he in his second year of junior high? That's so far away. Hizashi wiggled against his side in protest. Shoyuta knocked back the rest of his coffee to prevent its demise at the hands of his excited husband. If he figures it out before then, you can meet him. Fine, but you better get a picture together to celebrate. Show's first personal student. Show's only personal student. One is enough. With that said, he looked towards the clock, noting the time. You have to be at the radio studio in an hour. What? Oh shit. Hizashi yelled, jumping up to get ready, while Shoyuta watched him sprint down the hall, shaking his head fondly. Midoriya was practically vibrating in his seat, unable to contain his excitement as he watched the clock, waiting for the last bell to ring. It was Friday, and his bag was packed and thrown over his shoulders, ready to take the train to UA. With the bell, he hurried out of the classroom, ending up ahead of the crowd when he left the front gate. Confident, he turned down the same shortcut alley as always, grinning when he didn't spot anyone. When he was almost to the end, a few students from another class appeared, lining up to block off the entrance. He turned around, wanting to avoid the conflict, but the other end was blocked by more students. He moved to climb, but a force pulled at his backpack, causing his grip to slip. He looked around to spot an upperclassman with their hands outstretched towards him. Kotetsu Nenji Quirk, magnetic grip. Can pull small metal items with considerable force. The crowd parted to reveal Bakugo, hands already popping. You think you're better than me with your stupid tricks? Where did you learn that shit, Deku? Huh? He yelled as he advanced, and Midoriya backed up towards the other end. He was going to be late. His hand flexed towards his missing baton before he put his hands up to block an incoming swing of Bakugo's right fist. He ducked, the blow glancing off his arm before his left side was hit with an explosion, shirt turning into confetti. Midoriya kept low, backing up even further until he met the edge of the crowd. Bakugo stood in the center of the alley, smoke coiling around him. His face was red with anger. He almost laughed as a silly nursery rhyme popped into his head. Can't go over it, can't go under it, can't go around it, got to go through it. Standing tall, he looked Bakugo in the eyes, and yelled back the only thing he could think of. Is that the best you can do, Kakin? Enraged, Bakugo roared, and charged towards him in a cloud of explosions and heat. He bent his knees slightly, planting his feet evenly. The crowd behind him made a noise in protest, and he grinned. Right before Bakugo reached him, the crowd parted. Midoriya dropped into a crouch, falling back in a reverse roll, feet over shoulder before he popped back up to see Bakugo stumble into the panicking crowd. He took the opening and fled down the street. The kid was late. Everyone else had gone home for the day, but Shoyuta had been standing at the gates of UA for 20 minutes, with no sign of his new student. With a sigh, he gave one last glance at the time, before opening his phone to call the kid's mother. Thumb over the number, he paused at the sound of running. Midoriya skidded to a stop in front of him, face flushed red and panting hard. Bowing, the kid rushed to explain, "Sorry. I missed the train and then I got off too soon so I ran all the way here." Shoyuta looked the kid over as spoke, eyes narrowing at the frayed edges of fabric at the top of his shoulder. His neck was smudged with soot. Midoriya, the kid froze at his tone, standing up straight to look at him. "What happened to your uniform?" Midoriya looked panicked before he forced that unnerving blankness onto his face and stuttered out an answer, too ripped running here." Shoyuta resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the lie. He would just have to get answers once the kid was distracted. "All right, try to be on time next time, I have a busy schedule," Shoyuta said and walked to the gate before glancing back at the kid, who hadn't moved. "Come here." Midoriya scrambled to comply, and he gestured to the panel at the side of the gate. "Stand here without blinking until it beeps, then state your name." The kid followed his instructions, looking odd when the ID card printed from the bottom. Shoyuta grabbed it. "Bring this every time you come and don't lose it," he said, pressing the card into the kid's hand. Shoyuta escorted Midoriya to one of the smaller gyms, hiding his amusement under his capture weapon as the kid looked at everything owl-eyed. Gym Ada was the only gym that was anything close to the size and utility of an average high school gym. Hizashi tried and failed to name it Gym Uch, because you are the only one that uses it, Sho. Until now, he used it for the infrequent amount of third years that desire to take underground hero electives. Once inside the gym, he instructed the kid to wait before walking to the small office to get a first aid kit. Midoriya looked confused as he approached with the kit. "First rule of training, all injuries need to be treated properly. I won't have any student of mine failing to take care of their own well-being. Let me see the wound, Midoriya." Shoyuta was trying to not spook the kid, but his words already had him shaking like a leaf as he unbuttoned his uniform shirt, failing to hide a wince as he pulled it off his shoulder. He failed to stifle the sharp hissing inhale as the kid turned around. He was expecting a burn, just from the soot and faint smoky smell. Shoyuta was not prepared for an angry red starburst to be wrapped around the top of the kid's shoulder. It was already blistering, surrounding skin starting to do up. "This is a bad burn, I would have understood if you cancelled," he said, looking up pointedly at the camera in the corner of the room. Shuta's phone buzzed twice, confirming that the rat was watching. It saved him trying to coax the who, how and why out of the kid. Opening the kit, he moved towards the kid slowly. "I need to rinse it off and apply a loose bandage." He waited for Midoriya's faint nod before he got to work on cleaning and covering the wound. The kid barely winced at the water flush or the bandage. Shoyuta frowned at the implications of the kid's high pain tolerance. The only other damage visible was faint pinkish skin on his arm. As he finished and told the kid to turn around, Shoyuta wondered what thoughts were hiding behind the kid's carefully crafted mask. Mr. Aizawa was the most confusing teacher he had ever had. The walkthrough was a blur, the burn he had been trying hard to ignore now the only thing he could focus on, pulsing hot on his back. He snapped out of the haze when his teacher appeared in front of him with a box, bright red cross painted on the top. Why would a teacher need a first aid kit? Oh, being injured was against the rules here. It would be a hard rule to follow, but he would try. Mr. Aizawa seemed lenient in his rules. He even decided to teach Midoriya how he treated burns, going over all the steps in simple terms, which was rather nice of him. "We aren't going to be training today. Not until you are healed," Mr. Aizawa said, and Midoriya accepted his punishment without protest. "Midoriya? I need you to answer me." "I understand," he replied, but then froze, confused as the words failed to reach his ears. "Midoriya?" The words floated across his brain, distant. He was floating in a space filled with stars, bright bursts of light. One of them was talking. "Ms. Midoriya, your son, Ue?" He was at Ue. "Midoriya, it's Aizawa." Erase her head. "Can you take a deep breath for me?" Midoriya liked breathing and erase her head, so he listened. The world felt a little closer now, and he wanted to go back. The star in front of him felt warm, lines of colors and light trailing from it. There was one right in front of him, it looked familiar. He reached out, resting his hand on the line, it moved closer to him. He held it gently, the lines looked like fragile things. It felt worried, and sad, and tired, so very tired. In an instant, the star started to glow, flashing bright burning red. Midoriya blinked, and the world fell into view. Eraserhead stood in front of him, hair floating, eyes glowing red. He was tired. "I'm tired, Eraserhead. Can I take a nap?" The hero gave a funny little smile at his question. "Sure, kid, take a nap. We aren't going to be training today. Not until you are healed," Shoyuta said. It was a simple request, and he waited for the kid to protest. They always did, plus ultra. He turned to Midoriya when he didn't hear an answer to find him staring ahead at nothing, breath coming out in swallow pants. "Are you still hurting?" Shoyuta knew the unpleasantness of the last vestige of adrenaline leaving your body. In hindsight, he should have started with some ibuprofen. Shoyuta stood in front of Midoriya, waving a hand in front of his face, before gently tapping at his uninjured shoulder. "Midoriya? I need you to answer me," he swore under his breath when the kid failed to respond. Shoyuta had seen this sort of dissociation in some victims he'd rescue, stuck frozen even after the villain laid secured under his weapon. Midoriya was still conscious, but Shoyuta didn't know if he would remain like that. "Midoriya? Can you sit down?" The question gained no response, so he tried something else. Pressing down on the kid's good shoulder, he began to lower himself down with the kid, until he was sat on the floor. He needed to call the kid's mother. Shoyuta was not looking forward to explaining this. "Ms. Midoriya? Your son appears to be in some sort of dissociative state. I'm going to try to coax him out of it, but I need you to come to UA as soon as possible." He explained everything efficiently the moment she answered. "Oh my God! What happened to my baby?" Shoyuta pulled his phone away from his ear at her high-pitched concern. He glanced down at Midoriya, who remained unchanged. "At some point before coming here, your son received a burn. I had assumed it was a minor injury, since he took the train here, but it's at least second degree." "A burn? Who could have a—" "I see. I have to make a phone call, I will be there in 15 minutes. Ms. Midoriya's rapid change in tone left Shoyuta blinking at his phone after the hang-up tone. He wanted answers to the increasing number of questions he had, but he needed to focus. Shoving those thoughts aside, he turned back to the kid. Midoriya, it's Aizawa. Erase her head. Can you take a deep breath for me? Midoriya thankfully listened to his request, chest rising with a long inhale. The kid blinked and his eyes started to glow faintly. Kid? Shoyuta asked softly, and Midoriya reached towards him, his hand grasping something unseen in the air. Shoyuta gasped at a fluttering feeling in his chest. Pain crawled up from his center to press on his shoulder. White glowing light was starting to overtake Midoriya's eyes. Shoyuta activated erasure. The glow cut off with the sensations, and he held his quirk until he saw the kid blink rapidly. Midoriya looked up at him with a faint smile. I'm tired, Eraserhead. Can I take a nap? Midoriya asked. Shoyuta forced a smile. Sure kid, take a nap. At his reply, Midoriya nodded sleepily before laying down on his side on the floor, soft snores echoing in the gym moments later. He waited a few minutes until he was sure the kid was completely out, before gently scooping him up to carry him out of the gym. His eyes fluttered open to see a bright white ceiling. Midoriya shifted, turning his head sleepily. He winced as he took in the familiar view of a hospital room. Near the door his mom and Aizawa were talking quietly. I just don't understand how it could have gotten this bad. The school never called about any incidents. I thought they were friends. His mom sounded like she had been crying, and his stomach twisted guiltily. I'm sorry, Midoriya said, voice raspy, and before he knew it a cup of ice water was tilted at him straw first. His mom fussed over him for several minutes, smoothing the blankets and covering him in tears and kisses. He didn't notice that Aizawa had slipped out of the room until he came back in with the doctor. Glad to see you awake, Mr. Midoriya, the doctor said, a jolly grin on his bearded face. Midoriya was baffled by the portly man. His doctor's coat was bright red, white cuffs rolled up his forearms. He rubbed his eyes a few times but the man remained. Santa. The doctor's grin widened at his question, belly shaking with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I get that a lot. Of course it doesn't help that I lean into the aesthetic. I am Dr. Ketsu. You've had quite the journey with your quirk, haven't you? I guess? The doctor pulled a tablet from somewhere, scrolling quickly. Hospitalized 16 times for quirk exhaustion. That's a lot. It must be a pretty powerful quirk. His mom finally steps into the weirdness. He's incompatible. Midoriya shrinks into his blanket, face heating up. The doctor's smile didn't drop a millimeter at the word, and he waved his hand dismissively. He's made it almost a decade without an incident. I'd say he's making great progress. The doctor tapped the tablet a few more times before continuing. Quirk exhaustion lowers the immune system, and with a burn bigger than 2 centimeters we recommend he stay the night for observation. Before he could protest, his mom pulled the doctor aside and they had a few more hushed words before the doctor left. I'm sorry, Midoriya whispered. I would understand if you didn't want to train me anymore, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa, who had been lurking in the background, stepped toward the bed, confusion on his face. Kid, you had a quirk accident caused by an attack on your person. This isn't your fault even if nothing triggered it. You are a child, these things happen. But my quirk's incompatible, it's going to happen again. Midoriya's voice raised, he had to make the hero understand. My husband's quirk is incompatible. Aizawa said, and Midoriya froze. It didn't make sense. Aizawa continued, when he was really little he accidentally hurt his family and himself because he couldn't control it. He didn't gain full control until his second year of high school. Oh, what does your husband do for work? His mom asked and Midoriya waited with excitement for the answer. He's a pro hero. Oh wow, really? His mom said, voice filled with disbelief. Midoriya would have been hurt by the tone, but he was busy racking his brain for an underground hero that matched the vague near-nothing description Aizawa gave. He came up empty, absent-mindedly reaching for his bag on the bedside table, hissing softly as his shoulder shifted. The adults gave each other a look, before his mom shuffled close to the head of the bed. Izuku, baby, we need to talk about what happened. His mom said, brushing back some of his bedhead curls. He wanted to hide under the blankets, or play dumb, ask, what happened? But he was tired of pretending nothing was wrong. Who burned you, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. The words tumbled out of his mouth unheeded, and Midoriya would think back to this later as nothing more than a fuzzy memory. He focused on the stray thread on his blanket, pulling and plucking until it came free. He held it in his palm and followed the path of the braid. The frayed little piece would make a good metaphor, he thought distantly, of the unraveling tears on his mother's face, or of Aizawa's attempt to keep his anger off his face. The hero left moments after he finished with a stifled yawn, and he nodded sleepily at Aizawa's promise to take care of everything. Midoriya dreamt of leaping over buildings, near weightless as he flung himself across the city. Shoyuta took a deep breath before knocking on the door. Muffled shouting immediately started up on the other side. I told you I got the door, hag, was heard as the door swung open. A blonde-haired teen barely prevented the door from slamming into the wall. What do you want, hobo man? Shoyuta subtly took another deep breath, and reminded himself that he was a teacher, and was supposed to have patience for their childishness. It worked, marginally, as he answered. Bakugo Katsuki? Go get your parents. Heh. The teen's palms crackled, but he stormed off at Shouts' leveled stare. Shoyuta let himself in, moving to lean against the living room wall. After a few moments, a blonde woman stormed into the room, her husband following quietly behind. Who are you? The kid's mother asked harshly, squaring up to him. Bakugo Mitsuki? Midoriya Inko gave me your address. She said she talked to you earlier today. At Ms. Midoriya's name, the woman stepped back slightly and her husband and son looked at her in confusion. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, and I'm a teacher at UA. The son perked up at that, looking up at him with a cocky smile. And I'm strongly considering banning him from attending in the future. You can't do that. I'll show you that I'm the best. The boy erupted at his words, dodging his mother's attempt to hold him, palms popping. Shoyuta flared his quirk, snuffing out the explosions in an instant. The boy blinked at his hands before rushing him anyway. Shoyuta sidestepped and the kid slammed himself into the wall. This wild behavior is exactly what I don't want in my class. Mrs. Bakugo finally got a grip on her son and forces him to sit on the couch. Midoriya Izuku is in the hospital because your son burned him. He had been bullying him with increasing violence for years. Mrs. Bakugo didn't look surprised, but disappointment was clear on her face as she looked down at her son. He shrunk into the couch under her gaze. Mr. Bakugo looked horrified. Katsuki? Is this true? It's not my fault. I have to show him his place. He's incompatible, but he still looks down on me. Looks down on you? Aizawa asked. He still thinks he's going to UA. He took the application from the teacher. And then he starts cheating when I try to talk him out of it. Cheating? He's like some sort of ninja now. I had to hurt him. He was going to climb the building and run off again. Don't lie, Katsuki. Little Izuku isn't capable of that. Mrs. Bakugo scolded. Shoyuta was starting to figure out part of the issue. Midoriya is capable of much more than that. So much so that a pro hero has already seen potential in him. He was going to begin training before you injured him. Heh, what loser pro would want someone like him? Shoyuta pulled his hero ID out of his pocket and leveled a grin at the kid. I do. You're a pro? I've never heard of you. Mrs. Bakugo asked. I'm the hero law and ethics teacher and the homeroom teacher for one of the hero classes. So that's how Deku is cheating. He stood up quickly before his mom. Forced him to sit back down. Deku? Shoyuta was about to say something, but the kid's mother beat him to it. Katsuki, did you just call little Izuku useless? She shouted, smacking the kid on the head before turning to Shoyuta. I don't know how he got like this. I didn't teach him to pick on the weak. Shoyuta couldn't believe how clueless this family was and would have thought this hopeless if it wasn't for Mr. Bakugo's self-aware wince. What can we do to fix this? The man asked Shoyuta. He is young and there is still some time before high school. If he truly wants to be a hero and go to UA, it's going to take a lot of effort. Shoyuta paused, letting it sink in before continuing. I won't force it, because that never helps, but I recommend therapy, for all of you. The boy is completely sullen on the couch, his mom slumping back to sit next to him. Mr. Bakugo took a step toward Shoyuta, bowing deeply before reaching into his pocket and handing Shoyuta a business card. We will do anything we can to fix this, you have my word. Shoyuta took the card. There was something they could do now. I'm going to be talking to the school next. Both Midoriya and Bakugo have said things that make me concerned about the environment they are being taught in. With a wide grin he automatically tried to hide in his absent capture weapon, he continued. The principal of UA is very invested in this, and will be happy to contact you with any questions. Based on how unfazed they looked at that, the Bakugos clearly had not heard any rumors about Nedzu's ferocity, but that was probably for the best. With business complete, he stepped forward, crouching eye level with the kid. I will be checking in regularly with both you and Midoriya. You hurt anyone else, no matter how minor, and I will have you blacklisted from every hero school in the country. The kid wisely did nothing but glare at him. Shoyuta let himself out after polite but strained goodbyes, the noise kicking up in the apartment the second he closed the door behind him. It seemed the kid was going to be grounded for a long time. Good, they took him seriously. That Monday, Shoyuta stood in front of Aldra Middle School with a manic grin. You have my full permission to investigate as you see fit, was the last text he received from Nedzu. It was rare that Nedzu gave blanket permission for anything if it didn't directly involve UA. Shoyuta easily walked through the minimal amount of students that were there early. Aldra was going to regret forcing him to get up before the sun to get here before the school day. A helpful sign pointed him towards the principal's office, and he swung the door open with just a touch too much force, causing the secretary to startle. She took one look at him, head to toe in his hero costume, and squawked out a protest. Excuse me. What are you doing here? This is a school, you can't loiter. He showed his UAID with a grin, watching her face pale. I need to speak to the principal. At his request she bowed rapidly, stammering our apologies. Of course, right away sir, may I get you something to drink? Coffee, black. If it was any good she might get out from Nedzu's gaze relatively unscathed. She ducked her head into one of the side offices before scurrying away. He walked to the same office, opening the door to a startled portly man trying to put messy stacks of paper in some sort of order. Are you the principal? The man flinched, a few sheets of paper fluttered out of his hands. He quickly stood and introduced himself with a short bow. I'm Nishimoto Rosanjin. How can I help a representative of UA? I need all the files you have on Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki. The principal perked up at that, scrambling through a filing cabinet. Oh, of course, Bakugo is an excellent student. Amazing Quirk. He is very excited to get into UA in a few years. The man handed him a narrow file, and Shoyuta thumbed through it quickly to find no mention of disciplinary action. It was filled with perfect grades and handwritten notes of accomplishment from teachers. And the file on Midoriya Izuku? May I ask what you need that for? I hope he hasn't bothered UA? If he has just let us know, he will be appropriately punished. Shoyuta couldn't believe this. He thought they would at least pretend to not be scum. I am going to need the file of my personal student. Oh, I didn't know he would be scouted so early. I'm afraid that's everything I have on Bakugo. Nedzu owned him his favorite imported coffee for dealing with this level of stupid. He stepped around the principal and started looking through the filing cabinet. Midoriya Izuku is my personal student, he said over his shoulder, ignoring the surprised protest behind him. He finally pulled the correct folder out, thick and almost overflowing. A skim through showed pages and pages marked with red stamps labeling failed work and misbehavior. Disrupting class. Bullying fellow students. Lying. What the hell is this? He said, waving the stack of papers in the principal's face. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I don't know how that boy tricked you into training him, but it will be dealt with, I assure you. Shoyuta controlled the urge to throw the man out the window, instead snarling his reply. Midoriya Izuku is a smart, kind boy who has great potential to be an amazing hero. The only one lying is you. The cover-up of systematic bullying and harassment from your staff is what I'm here for today. You've done both of these kids a great disservice. Those are some horrible accusations. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Aldra takes bullying very seriously. If he didn't already know, the principal's body language would give away how much of a lie that was. A knock on the office door had Shoyuta grinning, and he ignored the principal's continued protests as he went to open the door. Tsukachi nodded to him in greeting before he stepped up to the principal. Hello. Mr. Nishimoto, I'm Detective Tsukachi. I'm going to be asking you a series of questions in regards to the serious allegations of permitting and participating in harassment and bullying of students. These allegations are false. Shoyuta watched with satisfaction when Tsukachi's eye twitched. His friend's lie detection quirk made the investigation simple. About halfway through, Shoyuta got a text from Nedzu, containing nothing besides a school emoji and a fire emoji. Midoriya was confused when Aizawa and his mom told him he was staying home on Monday. After an extra day of observation in the hospital, he felt fine. When he read the email stating that school was going on an emergency break for the week while allegations were being investigated, he understood. Aizawa met with him and his mom that Friday to report that they should look into a new school. He tried to stomp down the panic at the thought of being put into a new school, with new strangers to bother him about his quirk. His thoughts were spiraling when Aizawa called his name. Midoriya, you don't have to go to a new school. There are a number of online programs you could do to finish the rest of your middle school education. Really? Would they take me? All you would have to do is test into one of them. They would place you in classes according to the results. That sounds easy enough. Midoriya said excitedly, and his mom smiled and wrapped him into a hug. They went over all the options together, eventually picking an online course that was self-paced. Later, after Aizawa left, he laid on his bed reshuffling his plans for the future. His phone buzzed and he winced at the message. He had been so busy with his mom and Aizawa, he forgot there was someone else that he needed to talk to. Hey, why was your school on the news? He spent so long typing and deleting a proper explanation that he got another text 20 minutes later. May, if you don't message me by tomorrow, I'm showing up to your house. It's a long story. Are you free to hang out this weekend? Midoriya. May tomorrow, 1 p.m., the restaurant? Sounds good, Midoriya. He was about to set his phone down when he got another message. Aizawa, here is your new training schedule. It's will to push you to your greatest potential, but if your schoolwork suffers, I will cut it back. Midoriya_schedule.pdf. When he opened it, his eyes went wide. Aizawa was starting with plus ultra early. 2 years later, day of UA exam. Izuku rechecked his bag for the third time. He still had everything on the required list, but he still felt like he was forgetting something. Izuku, come eat your breakfast. You're going to need the energy. His mom shouted from the dining room, and he spared one more thorough look over before zipping it closed and grabbing it to go eat. His mom was clearly nervous, if the spread of stacked high food was any indication. He sat down and let her pile his plate high. He would try his best to eat despite the pit in his stomach. About halfway through switching between picking at and shoving the food into his mouth, he looked up to his mom, looking at him with a soft expression. She smiled at him when he made eye contact, reaching across the table to pat his hand. Sweetie, you know I'm proud of you, right? No matter what. She paused for a second before rephrasing, I'm proud of you, and you are going to do great. Show UA who's boss. Izuku laughed, grinning back at her before standing to give her a hug. She squeezed him tightly and he wheezed out a reply. I'll go plus ultra on the test, Mom, but safely, I promise. He heard a sniffle and quickly added a joke before they both started bawling. Aizawa would ground me if I got hurt. They laughed. Aizawa was never going to live down the time he yelled at him, "You're grounded," during training. His quirk-filled glare wasn't enough to stop Izuku from falling to the ground in laughter at his mentor's bright red face. His phone dinged in rapid succession, and speaking of, it was Aizawa. Aizawa, don't be late to the exam. I won't be able to contact you until after the exams are scored. I will not be involved in scoring your exam. Remember, you can bring one item into the practical exam. Unlicensed support items and weapons are prohibited. This means nothing May has given you. I don't care if it's just a pen. You don't need luck, so I won't say it. Thumbs up, Izuku. He put his phone away, before reaching into his bag's front pocket and removed a fancy sleek metal pen. He was pretty sure it was just a normal pen, but Aizawa had a point. He had extras anyways. He checked the battery on his tablet, again, before securing it back inside his bag. His mom gave him another crushing hug before he put his bag on and walked to make the train. Izuku had imagined this day over and over in his head. The longer he worked with Aizawa, the more he became convinced that walking up to the gate of UA would feel like a normal training day. He realized he was wrong the moment he stood in front of the gates and they handed him an examinee badge. Any nerves he managed to calm on the familiar train ride had resurfaced. He walked through the gate expecting it to slam closed at any moment, somehow deciding that he was no longer worthy of entering its doors. Even as he walked up to the main building where the written exams were being held, the feeling still held. He was so distracted that he tripped, hard, a few steps before the stairs. Muscle memory had him instinctively moving to roll, only for him to confusingly start to rotate at an uncomfortable rate a few inches off the ground, trapped mid-roll. I'm so sorry. Release. A panicked girl's voice shouted behind him before he dropped at the end of his rotation, sloppily preventing his face from smashing into the concrete. He turned to see a pink-cheeked girl his age with her fingers pressed together. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to trip. It would have been bad luck. But I didn't. The announcer. Welcome to UA, examinees. Can I get a hey? Present Mike yelled and Izuku couldn't help his excitement. Hey! He yelled back, only to shrink into his seat as he realized he was the only one to respond. Present Mike looked toward where he was seated. All right. That's the spirit, little listener. Let's get down to the rules. Is everyone ready? Yeah. This time, more than just Izuku responded, including Bakugo, who made an effort to drown out Izuku's shout. Yeah? Present Mike waved his hands in excitement, clicking a small remote and the large screen behind him lit up. With a sports announcer's voice, Present Mike explained, the rules are simple, you will be placed into one of several arenas, as indicated on your examinee badge. These cities are mysteriously under attack by a group of robotic villains. He gestures to the screen, and 3 silhouettes appear, numbered 1. As you can see, each villain will award a certain number of points upon defeat. You will have 20 minutes to get as many points as you can. Izuku studies the screen for any clues on the villain's weaknesses. It's hard to tell anything without detail, and he went to lean forward to get a closer look when a boy a few rows ahead jumped up and was illuminated by a spotlight. Excuse me, sir? There are 4 villains listed on our handouts, but you only listed 3. It is unbecoming of a school of this prestige to make a mistake like this. The boy shouted, waving his arms in a stiff manner. Izuku glanced at the handout and looked at the other villain. It was labeled with a 0, clearly an outlier. It's clearly an outlier, it's only logical that Present Mike will be announcing it separately. You are disrupting the presentation. Izuku said before he realized the room was dead silent, and his response that was mostly for himself rang clear in the auditorium. The loud boy immediately sat down with a bow, the spotlight shutting off. Present Mike clicked to the next slide, revealing the 0-pointer. Exactly correct. Those are the 0-pointers. They, of course, are worth 0 points and are just obstacles to be avoided. Defeating one is not impossible, but would not give you any points like the other villains. The presentation ended on a slide with the rules repeated. In a movie theater usher voice, he continued, reminder to everyone. Leave everything except your one item as outlined by your application. Wouldn't want to have your brand new phone lose a fight with a robot. Izuku set his bag on his chair, pulling out his tablet. He glanced over at Bakugo. He was unsurprisingly empty-handed. He caught Izuku looking and scoffed at his tablet, but said nothing and walked away. Izuku added icons into his tablet for each robot type before putting it and the rule page away in his jacket. The testing area was massive and Izuku idly wondered what quirks had to be used to create it. He knew the hero Cementos was responsible for the practice grounds he used. when Aizawa wanted him to work on more complex things, but this was at an unfathomable scale. The other students were grouped tightly at the open gate, talking amongst themselves. With a blink he activated his quirk, focusing on the particular colors in the lines that made up the mix of acquaintance and competition that were starting to form. Another blink and his quirk was off. It wasn't going to help him at all. Useless, he thought. No, like Aizawa said, quirks are just another tool in your arsenal. Real battles don't have countdowns. Go! Present Mick's voice echoed from far above them, and Izuku looked up to see he perched on top of the observation building. Everyone scrambled forward, bumping and tripping a few of them on the way in. Izuku started at a brisk jog, pulling up his tablet to start its GPS mapping. He made it half a block before a one-pointer appeared from an alley, zeroing in on him. Izuku slid his tablet into his jacket pocket, preparing to dodge, its gun starting to rev up. With a flash of light it exploded into pieces, and a boy behind him spoke in accented Japanese, "Thank you for being a distraction." Izuku only got a glimpse of a shiny belt and blonde hair before the other student waved and ran off. Izuku ran toward the broken robot, dropping a 1p pin in his map. He quickly dug through the robot chunks, and he knew Mei would have loved this. At the center of the pile were a few pieces that made him laugh. He gathered them in his arms and got to work. Shoyuta pointedly tried to focus on grading the testing grounds that contained neither Izuku or Bakugo. While he was sure he could stay objective on Bakugo, he didn't want to risk the headache from the kid blaming him if he managed to fail. A glance showed that he was already at 10 points a few minutes in, so it was just an over-precaution. It was only a few minutes in when someone's commentary caught his attention. What is that kid doing? He's wasting time. Why is he laughing? He doesn't have any points yet. Vlad King was pointing towards the first set of monitors and Shoyuta just knew. He glanced toward Arena and sure enough, his kid student was standing on the corpse of a fallen one-pointer, laughing. While he hasn't seen them work, he imagined this is how he is with his mad inventor of a friend. Shoyuta hid a smile in his capture weapon when he saw sparks starting to fly, and forced himself to look away. Izuku finished tying a strap of wire to his back, securing a fascinatingly compact battery. With a testing tap of 2 wires, his new improvised weapon let off a few sparks. A glance at his tablet showed he wasted several minutes, but he wouldn't get any points if he didn't arm himself. He picked a direction and ran, marking every fallen robot by level. Everywhere he ran, he arrived just in time to see a powerful attack from a quirk or several demolish all the robots. He ran Nova with 10 minutes remaining. Curiously, there was a blank spot surrounded by defeated. 3 pointers in the left-hand corner of the map. He hoped it contained villains the others overlooked. He ran a few blocks, avoiding debris covering the now cracked and ruined streets. 8 minutes remaining, he arrived at the void in the data. A few other students, including the loud interrupter and the gravity girl, were finishing off several robots. He wanted to scream in frustration. The anomaly didn't make any sense. He had 0 points. Aizawa was going to be so disappointed in him. 0 points. He understood now. In front of him was a large concrete park, complete with statues and an empty water fountain. There were no robots inside the park. Under his foot he felt a small vibration. Everybody get back. 0 pointer. He yelled in warning, backing away from the edge of the park. The ground rumbled and started to break apart. Everyone scattered as the ground sunk in and out rose a building-sized robot. It stepped out of the hole, throwing debris towards them. He heard a scream and turned to see Gravity Girl pinned under concrete. A glance around showed only one other person was still around. A boy with purple hair was stuck staring at the robot in shock. Izuku ran towards him, pulling him toward the girl, avoiding a slow, massive fist from crushing them. He pushed him behind the pile that trapped the girl, hiding them temporarily. Izuku kneeled down next to the girl and tried to push the rubble. It didn't budge and the girl winced, so he stopped. Are you okay? Can you use your quirk on the concrete? No. I can't reach. She cried and he turned to the boy. Quirk. He demanded. The boy hesitated. I need to know. Brainwashing. The boy spit out, ducking his head shyly. Izuku wanted to ask so many questions. Instead he said, If she starts to panic to the point of endangering herself or alerting the robot, make her calm down. Izuku moved to the edge of the debris cover and prepared to run. The boy grabbed his arm. Where are you going? It's a pattern. They have to be protecting something. He pulled his arm away and ran, ignoring the shout of protest. He ran, narrowly avoiding another swing of the robot's arm. It moved slowly, and he vaulted over a pile of rubble, skirting the edge of the massive hole behind its feet. When he was through to the other side, it started to turn, knocking into a nearby building and throwing broken glass everywhere. He shielded his face and looked up. Behind the ruined park was an unobtrusive office building, undamaged by the villain. Its doors were open. He ran toward it, falling as the robot slammed its fist into the ground behind him. He was right, it refused to risk damage to the building. In the lobby was a series of computer servers lining the walls and a console panel. A computer chair swung around to reveal a robot, shaped like a child-sized rodent. It had a name tag labeled Evil Mastermind. A voice spoke from the speaker on the robot. Congratulations. You found the secret. If you want to defeat the villains, answer these riddles. What is dash? Before the robot could finish, Izuku raised his weapon and held it threateningly out towards the mastermind. Stop them or I'll stop you, villain, he said dramatically, unconsciously lowering his voice into a gruffer tone. Internally, his heart was pounding and it was only the grip on his weapon preventing his hands from shaking. For several seconds there was a weird staticky pause before a response crackled through the speakers. Yes, it seems you have defeated me, hero. And with that, a robotic paw placed itself on a blank space in the console panel. It beeped and the noise outside came screeching to a halt. A glance out the door confirmed that the zero-pointer was shut down. Alrighty. Arena A has been defeated with a minute to spare. I repeat, all villains have been defeated in Arena A examinees, you may return to the entrance. If you are injured, please remain where you are. Assistance will be there shortly. Present Mix's voice echoed in the arena, and Izuku froze. He had 0 points. He failed. Shoyuta had a white-knuckled grip on his scoring tablet, other arenas forgotten by more than just him as he watched Izuku rush towards the zero-pointer, narrowly avoiding a giant metal fist just in time to pull another student out of the way. Logically, Shoyuta knew that the robots were programmed with sensors to prevent actual damage, but the students didn't and the terror was clear on their faces. Izuku failed to move the rubble off a girl that was trapped, and he yelled something the mics couldn't pick up over the zero-pointer's rampage before taking off. What is he doing? Hizashi squawked, and Shoyuta flared his quirk to quiet him, even as he silently agreed with the question. It's not worth any points. He hasn't even defeated a one-pointer. Attacking it is suicide. Vlad King commented, to Shuta's annoyance. Isn't that your kid's show? Hizashi dared to announce loudly, and his co-workers all turned to stare at him. He's my student, yes. The chorus of people demanding explanations was interrupted by Nedzu's terrifying cackle. Pulled up on the principal's personal monitor was Izuku, now clear across the other side of the deep pit the zero-pointer made. He avoided the robot's fist by ducking into a building. A robot Nedzu sat in the center of a setup similar to the real Nedzu's control panel. With a push of a button, Nedzu spoke into a microphone. Congratulations. You found the secret. If you want to defeat the villains, answer these riddles. What is dash? He was cut off by Izuku, holding a crude copy of his favorite Mei invention threateningly. Stop them or I'll stop you, villain. His faux eraserhead tone made Shoyuta duck into his capture weapon in an attempt to hide from Hizashi's ecstatic grin. Hizashi leaned into him, whispering, Did you teach your mini-me that show? Shut up. He grumbled. The mic crackled when Nedzu cheerfully gave Izuku a response. Yes it. Seems you have defeated me, hero. With a press of a button, echoed by Robot Nedzu, the zero-pointer halted. Shoyuta was impressed and really rather surprised. He knew his kid would come up with something to beat the test without a physical quirk, but he had no idea this was even an option. His final score was going to be interesting to see. After the announcement, Izuku ran as fast as he could back to the others. Small first aid bots had already cleared the rubble and helped the girl by the time he arrived. The girls laid on a stretcher, legs bruised a nasty purple. The boy looked fine, minus a scrape on his head. Are both of you okay? Izuku asked. Are we okay? Are you okay? What the F was that? The boy asked, gesturing wildly to the zero-pointer behind them. Oh, I threatened a rodent and he shut down the villains. Huh. Gravity Girl chimed in softly. Before he could elaborate, Present Mike made another announcement. Time's up on all arenas. I repeat, time is up on all arenas. If you are uninjured, please make your way to the entrance. If you are injured, remain where you are and assistance will arrive soon. Everything after that was a rush of tiny robots scanning and prodding at them while they were herded towards the entrance. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. He finally remembered to say while they waited for everyone to be gathered. Oh, I'm Uraraka Achiko. Thanks for beating the zero-pointer. The girl said, wincing as her own enthusiasm moved her legs. The purple-haired boy grumbled an answer, shifting to put his hands in his pockets. Shinso Hitoshi. Recovery Girl showed up, healing him and Shinso shooing them away before he had time to ask any questions. The moment Hisashi finished his announcement for the end of all tests, everyone turned to look at Shoyuta. What was that? Did you set up a test for your student? Vlad King asked. Shoyuta resisted the urge to facepalm. How would I have done that? This is clearly the principal's idea. Everyone turned Nedzu for an explanation. Yes. I'm rather impressed. No one has ever got the mastermind portion of the test. Nedzu cackled, spilling his tea. Vlad King unfortunately kept talking. Wait, that has been a part of the test before? Of course. I have put a version of this in the exams since I first became principal. Nedzu said. How did that kid know? Power Loader chimed in. It seems that he made good use of his tablet. Nedzu said, clapping. He has a program. If it can track real crime, I'm sure it can track robots. Shoyuta said, wincing internally at his poor choice in words. Real crime? What have you been doing with this kid? Asked Vlad King. Don't worry. Sho said one of his rules is he is not allowed to stake out villain hideouts anymore. His husband was grinning widely. He knew exactly what chaos he was trying to cause. Don't say it like that, Zashi, he reprimanded half-heartedly. Is anyone going to explain anything clearly or are we going to be left guessing? Cementos asked. Find out at the next faculty meeting. We have to go herd the kids out of UA. Shoyuta immediately turned to make his way out of the control room, ignoring his co-workers' questions. When Izuku got home, he was glad that his mom had a few hours left on her shift. The thought of telling her he got 0 points would have been too much right away. He knew that his mentor couldn't respond, but he felt so guilty to have wasted his time that he couldn't help but send a text. Izuku, I know you aren't allowed to contact me until after I'm graded, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry for wasting your time. As I'm sure you know, I didn't get any points. I tried very hard, but it wasn't enough. I'm sorry. In his mom's hands was a letter, in an expensive gold-edged envelope, sealed with wax, embossed with the UA logo. Izuku took the letter with trepidation. His mom watched him, buzzing with anticipation. He forced a false grin. She didn't know yet that there was nothing to be excited about. The week-long wait did nothing to help him form the words of his failure to her, not when she finally believed in him. Can I, open it by myself? He asked quietly. His mom replied immediately, still grinning, Sure, sweetie. I understand wanting to take such a great moment to yourself. She left his room with a happy bounce in her step. Izuku felt sick. With shaky hands he slid a finger under the seal, popping it off whole. He gently placed it on his desk. He reached in, expecting smooth paper, and was surprised to feel cold metal. He slid a disc out and set it down. It lit up, throwing a screen of light onto his wall. After a moment, an image appeared. Aizawa stood in a cheerfully lit room, a weird mock-up of a game show, looking out of place in his hero costume and less scruffy than normal. He shuffled some papers in front of him before throwing them down on the floor. Talking to someone off-screen, Aizawa argued, this whole thing is unnecessary, just let me talk to my student. Ignoring inaudible protests from behind the camera, he continued. Midoriya Izuku, I'm sorry I could not contact you earlier. You passed the written exam, which shouldn't be a surprise. But, as you know, you did not get any villain points in the practical. Izuku slumped into his chair, waiting for his mentor to crush his dream. Instead, a video played behind Aizawa, causing him to turn and sigh, mumbling, "Really? Fine," as he stepped aside. On screen, the gravity girl from the test appeared, talking to present mic. Excuse me? I was wondering if I could give some of my points to the person named Midoriya Izuku? He saved me from the robot, and I know it's worth 0 points, but it shouldn't be. The video cut out before he can see present mic's response. His mentor turned, looking directly at him through the camera. Izuku, you saved someone, defeating the villains in a unique way. You took out the mastermind, discovering something no one else has before. The screen behind Aizawa lights up again, with a scoreboard. Midoriya Izuku. Villain points 0. Rescue points 60. Mastermind points 50. Total 110. UA would be remiss to only score based on how well you can destroy something. It is only logical that we reward heroism and thinking outside the box. You passed with the highest score ever given. Aizawa was smiling, unhidden by his capture weapon. Izuku stared at the screen, mouth open like a fish out of water. Tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill. In an official tone, he continued, Midoriya Izuku, this is your hero academia. Aizawa paused, adding softly, and I am so proud of you. The projection shut off. The tears spilled, turning into a full sob, and his mom burst into the room. He turned, full grin pulling at his cheeks. With a shaky hand he gave a thumbs up. She squealed in excitement, rushing forward to scoop him up in a tight hug. He did it. Shoyuta, you have some explaining to do. Why didn't I know you adopted a kid? Namuri asked, starting off what is supposed to be a staff meeting. Shoyuta took a long sip off his coffee before giving up and grabbing the whole pot off the cart behind him. I didn't adopt anyone, he is my personal student. He explained. How long has he been your personal student? Cementos asked. About 2 years. 2 years? Where did you find him? In an alley like all your cats? Namuri said sarcastically, and Hizashi started to laugh. When he said nothing, and just leveled her a look, she started to laugh too. Really? Listen, I'm only explaining this once, so everyone be quiet. I ran into my student on a patrol. He was doing analysis on a roof, alone, at 1 a.m., way too close to a shady bar. He is very smart, and was teaching himself parkour, and building his own database. He had an overworked mom and a terrible school. I took my time building his trust until I was ambushed. He saved my life and his analysis took down a crew of D-level villains. I put an end to his nighttime adventures in exchange for proper training. I fixed his school and his mom got a well-deserved promotion. That's it. That explains his practical exam. His work was above the baseline by several grades and his analysis of me was unsettlingly precise. Ectoplasm said, and Shoyuta laughed quietly into his capture weapon. The first time he read Izuku's analysis on him, he discovered several new things about his quirk, and a headache from using it in a mirror. So what's the kid's quirk? Enhanced intelligence? Analysis? Namuri asked. Shoyuta worded his response carefully. Izuku still didn't like talking about it and he wasn't going to break his confidence. It's a non-physical emitter quirk, like mine. It could be considered some sort of analysis, but everything he did in the exam was quirkless. Yes, he is quite impressive. I would love to talk to him before classes start. Nedzu said with a clap of his paws, and Shoyuta shivered, imagining Izuku under the attention of the principal. Power Loader, what did you think about the student's inventive skills in the exam? Nedzu asked. I'd say it's a shame he is going into the hero course. He would make an amazing support course student. Power Loader replied. Well, what if he could do both? I have always thought keeping the courses completely separate was an unfortunate side effect of such full course loads on either side. But Midoriya Izuku has shown promise in being able to test out of some of the regular subjects. He turned towards both Shoyuta and Power Loader. Would both of you agree to Midoriya Izuku being the first dual course student? Shoyuta had considered how he was going to guarantee that Izuku's clear skill in support items wouldn't fall to the side, but he figured with his friend in support, he would manage on his own. Power Loader was already nodding in agreement, and he considered warning everyone of the consequences of putting Izuku and Mei together. He decided against it. That would be fine with me if Aizawa agrees. Power Loader said. As long as it doesn't overwork him and his hero studies don't suffer, I'll agree. It's better if he is able to do both. The principal cackled, spilling his tea onto the table. Perfect. Aizawa, do let him know to meet me here tomorrow to discuss this, but keep it a surprise. Didn't we have actual business for this meeting? Vlad King asked. Right. Back to the meeting. As you all have read in the email, we will have a new staff member generously given to us by the HPSC. I want you to all welcome our new member. Please come in. With a button press from Nedzu, the door swung open, and after a moment someone ducked into the room. Shoyuta couldn't believe it. All Might stood in the doorway, waving with a sheepish grin. Hello. I am here. To teach. He yelled in greeting. As you can see, All Might will be joining us for the year. He will be mostly working with the third-year hero students, giving them a unique perspective from a lifetime of hero work. Nedzu said. Does he even have a license to teach? Shoyuta asked pointedly, and All Might rubbed the back of his head meekly under his stare. No. He will have the same guidelines as all guest lecturers have under the external instructor contract. Yes, I will hopefully have acquired my license by next year. But no worries. I will try to be as unobtrusive to your lessons as possible, said All Might, the 7-foot-tall, number 1 hero. At that, All Might sat down, and the meeting continued to go over the rest of the agenda. Eventually, Nedzu dismissed everyone except the hero course staff. Now, as I'm sure you all have been wondering, All Might is not just here on a whim. All Might stood, and with a puff of steam, a skeletal man replaced him. He lifted part of his shirt, revealing a nasty pit of scar tissue. As you can see, I have been badly injured. So far I have been able to maintain my appearance and continue my full duties. But with every year, my time grows shorter. The HPSC decided it would be best to transition me to a less full-time position. I agreed. At the moment, I can hold my usual form for 3 hours. There will be enough time to advise on a few classes. That's a narrow window, Shoyuta thought, taking everything in. Nedzu had an answer for that. Of course, that leaves several hours of the school day that All Might can't participate. That is where we will be introducing him under his civilian name and appearance as All Might's assistant. When in this form, you may call me Yagi Tashinori. All Miyagi said, bowing in a separate greeting. The rest of the meeting is boring, paperwork about secrecy, a not-so-subtle reminder that the HPSC brought All Might here, and coordinating plan dates for Hero Course gym usage and the USJ field trip. All Might invited himself along to both 1A and 1BS trip, much to Shuta's annoyance. Unobtrusive, but... He reread the text for the 3rd time. Aizawa, congratulations. I saw your text after the exam. I want you to know that even if you did fail the exam, that I am proud to be your mentor, and nothing can change that. I didn't realize I never told you, but I failed the practical exam when I applied to UA. It is biased against non-physical quirks, and yet you came out ahead of anyone else anyways. Principal Nedzu wishes to meet with you tomorrow at 2 p.m. He was impressed. Typing. Izuku. Izuku was overwhelmed, and blinked away several tears as he tried to think of what to say. Everything he could think of fell short of all of the feelings buzzing in his chest. Hoping Aizawa would understand, he sent what he could. Thank you for everything. Izuku. I'll be there. He realized he had one more person to text, and hoped she had her results too, or it would be awkward. I got my UA letter. Izuku. May, congratulations. I didn't tell you if I made it in or not, Izuku. I did though. Aizawa was on the recording that was in the letter. May, I didn't think failure was an option for you. And I was right. I also got in. What was the test? Did you kick someone's butt? Thanks and congrats. Izuku. I'm not sure what I can tell you, but it was robots. I did not fight anyone. I yelled at a robot rodent though. May, did the rodent yell back? It did not. was a very chill rodent. Izuku, may meet me on Saturday? I need to know everything. Okay, usual time and place? Izuku, may thumbs. The next day, Izuku made it to UA 20 minutes before 2 p.m. His walk to the admin wing was spent looking at his school, in a new light. He would be walking these halls as a student in less than a month. The principal's office was entirely isolated down a long hall. Izuku stood at the door, staring up at its sleek metal in confusion. There were no handles, no keypad, nothing. It had taken him several minutes to even believe it was a door. A camera blinked mockingly in the corner above it. 2 p.m. came and still the door did not open. 2:05 p.m. and he started to poke at the walls. 2:10 p.m. and he walked back down the hall, running his hands along the smooth gray walls. Nothing. 2:15 p.m. and 15 feet from the end of the hall there was a weirdly large vent cover half the size of his body. This can't be it, he thought, before grabbing a screwdriver out of his backpack. For screws later he pulled the cover off the wall. The inside was suspiciously dust-free. He slid his bag on and climbed inside, closing the cover behind him. When he turned the first bend towards the office, small lights began to light up along the ceiling. Izuku laughed and crawled along the light's path. Before long he had emerged at another cover and peered in to see the same rodent, but real this time, that was the mastermind in the test sitting at a desk drinking tea. This cover didn't have screws, but weird tabs holding it in. He slid them back and tumbled out of the vent, landing in a roll before popping up in front of the desk. The principal cackled and his tea spilt with the force of his excitement, narrowly missing his keyboard and what looked to be important stacks of paper. Izuku blinked, startled, before bowing. I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. I hope that was what I was supposed to do to get in. If not, I'm sorry for breaking into your office. His words just made the principal cackle harder, but after a few moments he gained his composure and mopped up the puddle of tea on his desk. I am Principal Nedzu. And yes, that was exactly what I wanted from you. I was very impressed by your practical exam. No one has ever discovered the mastermind. How did you figure it out? Well, that's where all the robots were coming from, so I went to find one to fight since everyone else was defeating them before I could, but then I saw the huge empty space and realized the zero-pointer hadn't been seen yet and I figured it must have been protecting something and then I found the robot you and you must have seen the rest, he said in a rush of words, wringing his hands nervously while glancing out the large bay of windows to the right of Nedzu's desk. Brilliant! You were quite inventive during the test and I was curious as to why you choose the hero course over support, especially with your friend Hatsum joining support. Principal Nedzu steepled his paws under his chin. Izuku had considered this a lot over the last year, about what he would do if he didn't make it into the hero course. I've wanted to be a hero for as long as I can remember. Only in the last few years have I gained an interest in support. Besides, I can always make my gear with Mei outside of school. What if I told you that you could do both? Izuku's jaw dropped and he furrowed his brows in confusion. What? I don't understand. Your scores on the practical indicate that you are likely fluent in English, is that correct? I mean, yeah, my mom wanted me to learn when my dad first went to America, and I kept up with it even after he, never came back. And you seem to have a good grasp on mathematics. If we cut those classes down to independent study during breaks and a few tests to keep you in line with your peers, I see no reason we couldn't cut them entirely. How would that help me be in the support course? Good question. Nedzu spun his computer monitor around to show Izuku a mock-up of a first-year schedule. Those classes are back-to-back, enabling a 2-hour block for you to complete a modified support workload. Of course, you may have to come in on some breaks and weekends to make up things, but I trust you can handle it. Izuku couldn't wrap his head around this. UA really is an amazing school. Really? I can do that? You would do that for me? I will have this sorted out by school start if you accept one condition. Anything. You come here for your Friday support classes. Why? I've seen your analysis, Midoriya, and I want to see what you would be capable of with proper training that the regular classes don't teach. Just consider me another one of your personal teachers, like Mr. Aizawa. Over the last year, Izuku had started to understand how lacking his care at Aldra was, but he can't imagine even the most pleasant of middle schools would have personally seen to his needs. Aizawa and him had a different sort of forged-in-fire relationship. It was understandable why his mentor felt the need to teach him after the ambush. The best he could figure out from Principal Nedzu's motives was that he must want something from him. He didn't know what, but he knew it was best to quietly agree before the opportunity was taken from him. I accept. This sounds like a really great opportunity. Thank you so much, he said with false enthusiasm, painting on a smile that he thought he left behind at Aldra. Perfect. If you could just sign here, I will have everything sorted and emailed to you before term starts. The principal gave him a quite large stack of papers, and Izuku took care to carefully read them over. Satisfied that everything appeared to be standard school paperwork, he signed and left through the door, now affixed with door handles on either side. Tanji greeted him with his usual enthusiasm. Izuku walked over to the table, that at this point, Mei and him had permanently reserved. Mei was already sitting at the table, tools strewn over the surface, a small screwdriver in one hand and a tiny device in the other. Izuku sat down and waited for her to notice. After a few minutes she looked up from her work and greeted him excitedly. Aizu! She set down her work, before reaching out to fist bump him lightly. Tell me everything. Izuku explained the test the best he could, deciding that if Nedza didn't say anything, it was probably fine to tell her about the mastermind. She grilled him on all the robot's details and he was glad to have made a few sketches. Tanji came by mid-explanation to drop off their food, steaming hot and exactly what they wanted. He waited until they were done eating to share the good news. I'm going to be in the support course, he said. Mei stood in surprise, slamming her hands down on the table. What? Did something happen to the hero course? If they kicked you out, I'll kick their butt? Oh. The principal decided I can do both. So I'll be in your lab for 2 hours every day. 2 hours? We are going to make so many babies. Her excitement was visible, hands flapping so fast they were a blur. He felt the same, giving in to a happy wiggle. After a few minutes of celebration, Izuku remembered something. Speaking of, I have to submit my costume a week before classes start, so they can approve it. Focused, they both pulled out their respective tools, her design papers and his tablet. Pointing at a page, she said, I've almost completed phase 2 of the bodysuit. After testing it should be ready to submit in time for evaluation. Did you solve the elasticity problem? He asked. The fabric tear incident was an embarrassing incident he didn't want to repeat. The fabric is now within proper parameters. That was good news. They had been working on his hero costume for almost a year, refining years-old sketches he had mocked up. A lot of it had to be adjusted, because he would have died of embarrassment if he showed up in what was essentially a copy of Eraserhead's costume he was dead set on as a child. Mei and him had spent several afternoons watching old pre-Quirk movies to gain fresh ideas. Izuku pulled up the full model on his tablet, marking off parts of the to-do list. Do you have the shockets within their parameters as well? UA was very strict on damage-dealing support items, even if students' quirks were far more dangerous. Mei pulled his new case out of her bag, the new shockets marked with a small yellow lighting bolt, labels being a requirement of UA. Tap like usual for UA regulation output. Tap 3 times and hold until it beeps for Mei regulation output. What? He asked, carefully closing the storage case and putting it in his bag. Don't worry. It's just for emergencies. What emergency would I have at school that needs Mei regulation output? I don't know, what if you get ambushed again? Despite his insistence that it was a one-time event, Mei was convinced that ambushes would be a regular occurrence in his life. Dangerous inventions were clearly Mei's love language, and he appreciated it. That seems highly unlikely, but thank you. They discussed everything for a while, making sure their to-do list was matching up with UA's support gear regulations. They were discussing the logistics of adding headgear when Mei jumped up and started digging through her bag. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a surprise baby for you, she said, handing him a small device. He took it cautiously. It was some sort of earpiece, similar in shape to the one Aizawa used on patrol. It had a rectangle base that held the base of the ear cuff wire, and the electronics were larger than usual. A closer look revealed a tiny camera. It's both a communication device and a camera. You can play back your hero class stuff so you can make your analysis better. It also has an SOS if you press the comms button 5 times. Izuku was impressed that she managed to fit everything in. He tested it on his ear, and while it felt a little weird, it wasn't too heavy. It fits well, I'll add it to the paperwork. Thanks. Welcome, May said, and then looked like she was considering something, and was quiet when she spoke again. What are you going to do if they want you to work on your quirk? This was something he loved about May. She wouldn't let him ignore things, but she was sneaky and sudden in her timing, so he couldn't escape it. After that first failure of a training lesson with Aizawa, he had been even more hesitant to practice anything outside what he knew he could manage. Aizawa let him stay cautious, with the caveat that he at least used it at casual intervals. With no practical applications in combat, he hoped his training would make its use unnecessary. It shouldn't be a problem. Aizawa wouldn't let quirks be everything the classes are about. But it will be some of the classes. I just don't want you to get hurt again. I'm fairly certain falling unconscious is unhealthy. May looked worried, and he realized she must have been concerned about this for a while. I'll be fine. I haven't had anything happen since that day, he reassured, putting on a smile. Still, when they left, she wrapped him in a tight hug. Shoyuta met Izuku in Gym Gamma, a simulation of high-rise rooftops emerging from the ground, varying distances, maxing out at only a few stories high. It was all bare, simplistic concrete made by Cementos, with pseudo-railings, lampposts, and other obstacles placed at random to break up the flatness. The ground's padding meant any falls would be much more likely to end with, at worst, a broken bone rather than a human pancake. He made sure they ran this at least twice a month. The kid's natural affinity for this sort of agility was going to be an advantage when becomes a hero. No one thinks to look up. The kid stood on the rooftop next to him, practically vibrating with excitement. What drill are we running today? The kid asked, straight to work. 2 laps around the outer buildings, then find the flags. Find the flag was as simple as it sounded. He placed several small flags around the area, and the kid has to find them within 10 minutes, so he couldn't afford to work slow. Observing small details while at speed was an important skill. Got it. Izuku took off in an instant, and Shoyuta followed, keeping pace a building behind him. The kid always turned this warm-up into a game, by choosing his next building as randomly as possible, hoping to trip Shoyuta up. While he never asked, he knew if he didn't follow him exactly, Izuku would consider himself the winner. The laps were completed without him faltering, much to Izuku's disappointment. Pouting, he started his search for the flags without hesitation. The first flag was found quickly, just a few roofs away from where Izuku started. He held it up triumphantly before darting off. Izuku's hand closed around the last flag a few seconds before his timer went off. 10 out of 10, good work. Shoyuta said. Yes. Izuku cheered before he got this smug, I've done something clever, look on his face. Will we be doing this game in your class? Shoyuta almost laughed. Out of all the ways he thought the kid would grill him on what class he was in, this verbal sleight of hand never occurred to him. It was unnecessary. Shoyuta would have told him by the end of training even if he didn't ask. Yes, Izuku, we will be doing this exercise in your class. So I'm in your class? Izuku was hopping with excitement. Yes, you are in class 1A. Izuku cheered again. Who? Shoyuta hid his smile in his capture weapon. The kid's enthusiasm was infectious. A flurry of questions followed his excitement. What should I tell my classmates? Am I allowed to tell them I know you? Should I tell them I know you? Do they know you are Eraserhead, or is it a secret at school too? Slow down, take a breath. Shoyuta exaggerated a deep breath. Who a teacher trains isn't a secret, but it's generally up to the student what information they give. It's your choice. Izuku considered it for a few moments. I probably shouldn't lie, but I don't think I'll say anything unless someone asks. I don't want them thinking I get special treatment, and if they see I don't before they know, they can't get mean. Even now, years later, Shoyuta hates what that school did to Izuku's expectations of his peers. That's fine by me. As for them knowing my hero name, I usually wait until someone figures it out. It's not a secret. Consider it part of your classmates' training in underground heroes if you don't say anything. Izuku nodded in understanding, then he frowned. Will Bakugo be in 1A? Yes, but if he causes any problems with you or anyone else, UA takes inappropriate conduct very seriously. The kid looked like he was about to spiral into a mutter storm of plans and contingencies. Shoyuta spoke, distracting him. One final exercise for today, evasion and capture. The kid grinned, excited. Who's it first? He was already at the edge of the roof, ready. You are better run, he said, and counted to 3 in his head before pursuing him. The kid was fast and without his capture weapon in play, it was a pretty even match. 2 roofs ahead of him, Izuku threw himself off the ledge with no hesitation, landing in a roll on the next roof. He was catching up with every leap, and was half a roof behind when the kid did something that made Shuta's heart drop to his stomach. Izuku reached the ledge before twisting to jump backwards off the roof, disappearing below the ledge. Shoyuta reached it a second later, looking over the edge to see nothing. On instinct, hair raising on his neck, he turned around to catch the kid's hand mid-slap, sticker held in his palm. Shoyuta laughed, taking the sticker out of Izuku's hand and pressing it to his forehead. The kid now sported a black cat sticker. Tag, you're it? He deadpanned. Izuku was pouting in false disappointment, given away by his quiet giggles and the shake of his shoulders. I almost had you this time, he protested between laughs. Shoyuta grinned, the urge to bury it in his scarf absent. You know buildings have windows in real life? You can't throw yourself through someone's apartment. He tried to teach sternly. Izuku just giggled again, clutching at his sides. In a flash, he was wrapped around Shuta's torso in a tight hug. Shoyuta hugged back. I'm glad you're going to be my teacher. Izuku mumbled into his shoulder. Me too, kid. The Midoriya household was going to need to buy more tissues after today. It was the first day of school. His mom started to tear up before breakfast was finished. Her sniffling began in earnest as he put on his uniform jacket, UA logo emblazoned on his chest. My baby is all grown up. I'm so proud of you. She whisper-yelled into his ear as she crushed him in a hug. Her face was streaked with happy tears and he cracked, smiling with tears of his own. He almost missed the train, getting one more hug a dozen more times. Izuku stood in front of the door to 1A, hesitating for a moment. This was it, everything he had wanted and worked for was right in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the handle and opened the door to a cacophony of noise. Clearly, Aizawa was not here yet. The loud boy from the exam was yelling at Bakugo, whose feet were propped on a desk. Curiously, Bakugo barely reacted besides a scoff, demanding to know who was trying to order him around. Loud boy chopped his hands through the air. Ida Tenya, from Sumai Private Academy. Sumai was a prestigious school, far beyond Aldra. It also seemed to be pretentious. As expected, Bakugo was not impressed, but simply scoffed again and turned away, ignoring Ida's protests. The door opened behind him and he turned to see Gravity Girl, Uraraka. She smiled when she saw him. You made it in. Good thing about the rescue points, huh? At that, Ida turned to them before Izuku could get a word in. Yes. I am impressed you figured out a secondary objective. Of course you would not have such a simple test. What? I didn't know about the rescue points until the letter. Ida looked surprised. Even more impressive. Truly heroic. Izuku was about to deflect, to say anyone would do the same, when he realized no one else did. No one else had Aizawa to teach them. Not yet anyway. They would learn, or he knew his teacher would make sure they were never heroes. The door swung open, and they looked down to see someone in a yellow sleeping bag. The others commented on it nervously. Izuku held back a grin as Aizawa unzipped the bag, sipping on a juice. Packet. Unnerved, the class soon quieted down while Aizawa got up and out of the bag. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. That's unacceptable, he said dramatically, voice gruffer than Izuku had ever heard it. His classmates were wide-eyed. As Izuku went to sit down, he made eye contact with Bakugo. His lack of surprise confirmed that he also knew ahead of time. Izuku couldn't help but smile conspiratorially, and Bakugo huffed, looking away. "My name is Aizawa Shoyuda, and I'm going to be your homeroom, hero law and ethics, and hero training teacher," Aizawa said, looking over the class before catching Izuku's eye. Izuku made an exaggerated grumpy frown, pointing out Aizawa's new over-the-top gruffness. Aizawa ignored him, pulling out a uniform. "Go to the locker rooms and put these on, then meet me at the field." Izuku got up and started walking towards the locker rooms immediately. His classmates all followed like baby ducks. No one seemed to notice his familiarity with the halls, all just happy to not be hopelessly lost. "Oh sweet, the girls' lockers are so close to ours," a voice whispered behind him when they reached the locker rooms. He looked to see a small purple-haired boy staring at the girls ahead. Izuku fell back, forcing the boy to enter the lockers ahead of him. He opened his locker and changed quickly. When the gross boy exited the locker, he was visibly disappointed to find Izuku standing in front of their entrance. Izuku spoke with false friendliness. "Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku, what's your name?" The boy looked startled by his volume. I'm Mineta." "Mineta, I'll be sure to remember you, new classmate." He grinned, channeling a mix of Mei and Aizawa. The boy gulped, before muttering something about getting to the field and scurrying away. Izuku followed, and soon everyone was standing around, looking confused. Aizawa waited until everyone was on the field to speak. "We will be doing a quirk apprehension test." "What about the opening ceremony?" Uraraka asked. "This is my class to run as I see fit, and the ceremony is unimportant," Aizawa replied, grabbing a ball. "As I was saying, I am sure you have all done a physical fitness test without the use of your quirks. Bakugo, what was your best ball throw in junior high?" Bakugo looked annoyed, gruffly answering, 67 meters. Aizawa continued, "Throw the ball, with your quirk this time. Anything goes as long as it remains in the circle." Bakugo's resulting grin made Izuku nervous. "Die!" he yelled as he threw it, blasting it at the end of his pitch. Izuku flinched at the explosion, the sickly sweet smell making his heart pound. The ball soared across the sky. Aizawa held up a small screen. When the ball landed, it beeped. 705.2 m, it read. The class all made noises of excitement. "Wow, 750 meters? A boy with bright yellow hair shouted incorrectly, but no one said anything. A monochromatic pink girl spoke next. "This looks fun." A few others agreed noisily. Izuku winced at the look on Aizawa's face. "This looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become heroes. Will this be your attitude the whole time?" His teacher said, before grinning maniacally, "All right, whoever places last in all 8 tests will be shown to have no potential and will be expelled." The class all protested loudly, and Izuku could do nothing but stare at his teacher. His sudden harshness was off-putting, and while logically Izuku knew it must have had a purpose, he couldn't think beyond the threat. His quirk would obviously not help, and while he was sure he wouldn't get last place, he didn't want anyone expelled over how useful their quirk was in a test. They were told to line up in pairs in order of desk number, which meant Izuku was stuck next to Bakugo. The first test was a 50-meter sprint. Ida was built for this test. Izuku watched in fascination as his classmates creatively utilized their quirks. The pink girl created some sort of viscous substance, gliding along it like an ice skater. He recognized the laser quirk that shot the French boy across the track. He was in his entrance exam group. He readied himself at the starting line. As expected, Bakugo flew past him in a flurry of explosions. Izuku ran as fast as he could, and while he didn't have the other scores yet, he guessed he did better than the handful of classmates whose quirk wouldn't aid in running. The rest of the tests went similarly. Izuku was leagues behind anyone that could utilize their quirk, but above everyone that couldn't. All his work training and he was just average. He was continually impressed by the last person to take the test. She kept making things from her skin. A scooter for the sprint. Clamp for the grip strength. Vaulting pole for the long jump. The ball throw was the last test, and Izuku was tired of being average. He wanted one test where he beat out some of those using their quirk. He got an idea when he heard the beep of the ball's sensor transmitting data to Aizawa's handheld device. Holding the ball close to his face, he saw a thin seam around it. He just needed to pry it open. The line was still in number order, and he turned around to see the creation girl reading a small pocket notebook. Mineta was between them, staring at her. "Excuse me? Number 20? He said, and she looked up. "Yes." He sidestepped Mineta, who was glaring at him. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. I was wondering if you could do me a favor and make a small screwdriver." She replied, sounding confused. "Momo Yaoyorozu. But call me Momo. What do you need it for?" He kept it simple. "It will help with the ball throw." "Oh, I don't see how, but sure," she said, and a screwdriver materialized from her wrist. "Thank you." He wanted to ask more questions, but he realized the line moved up as a few people completed their throws. Bakuga had to go again. The first one didn't count. The score was still 705 m. Izuku walked into the circle and turned to Aizawa. "Anything goes as long as it's in the circle?" Aizawa hesitated before he said, "Yes." Izuku quickly got to work, pulling apart the ball and freeing the sensor. It was nothing more than a simple gyroscope sensor and a transmitter. His phone wasn't as advanced as his tablet, but it did have a scanner. He held his phone next to the sensor and it beeped. There was no need to put protections on a ball, so it brought up its calibration menu instantly. He adjusted the sensitivity a bit, put the sensor back in the ball and threw it. It landed about 50 meters away. He turned to Aizawa, who tiredly held the scoring device up. 794 meters. His classmates had a lot to say about his score. "Is that allowed?" Momo asked, sounding nervous. He guessed because she helped him. "Altering school property is disrespectful." Ida said. "You effing cheated." Bakugu said behind him, quietly seething. His palms were smoking. Aizawa addressed the class. "His throw counts, he followed the rules I gave." The final scores were brought up on a screen that was held by a metal stand nearby. 14th place. He thought he did better. Mineta Miru was last, and he heard most of the girls collectively sigh in relief. "What? How did I do worse than Invisibabe? And I should have been able to use that creation hottie's quirk too." Mineta commented loudly, and unbelievably leaned towards Uraraka. "Hey baby, how about I get a kiss before I go?" In a panic, she slapped him, and he started to float away, arms flailing. He was about 15 meters up before Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around him, yanking him harshly down. He flashed his quirk, erasing a shocked Uraraka's quirk to release him. He dropped a meter down to the ground with a thud. "Mineta Miru, you're expelled. Go to the principal's office." Aizawa released him and he ran away, sobbing. "I thought the threat of expulsion was a trick?" Momo asked. "It was a logical ruse, before he showed unacceptable, disgusting behavior. I will not tolerate behavior unbecoming of a hero." Aizawa said, lip curled in disgust. His phone chimed, and he pulled it from somewhere in his jumpsuit. Glancing at the screen, he turned towards Izuku. "Midoriya, you know the next highest score, Shinso Hitoshi. Go change and pick him up from class 1C. It took him a second before he remembered the boy from the exam. On it. General education was in a wing of its own, containing the largest portion of students. Classes C, D, E and the extra classes as needed each year, CC, DD, and E. It guaranteed that both those who failed other courses' placement requirements and those that applied to Gen Ed had a place. Each floor had an ascending class level. First years were on the bottom. Izuku stood at the door to 1C, nervous to interrupt their orientation. Finally, he took a deep breath and slid the door open. He almost gasped in shock as the teacher turned towards him. Present Mike was apparently their homeroom teacher, and he just interrupted the voice hero. "Hello, little listener. Can I help you?" Present Mike looked weirdly too happy to be interrupted, smiling brightly. I'm from 1A, and Mr. Aizawa told me to get Shinso Hitoshi." He replied, scanning the room and catching the stunned look on Shinso's face. "Expelled someone already?" "Shinso, follow Midoriya to 1A. Present Mike said, and Midoriya blinked at the use of his name. Aizawa must have texted ahead of him. Shinso already had his bag packed and was at the door almost before Present Mike finished talking. He was trying to act casual, but his speed gave away his excitement. In the hall, Shinso turned to Izuku, eyes narrowed in suspicion. What happened to get me in? Did the teacher really expel someone already? Yeah, at first it was a ruse, but this guy was being really creepy to the girls, so Aizawa kicked him out. Shinso made a face. Gross. Yeah. Izuku shook his head. They walked in silence after that, making their way to the 1A classroom. Izuku wanted to ask about Shinso's quirk, but he was so cagey about it before, so he held off. At the door, the noise of the class was apparent, and he opened it with a wince. Everyone turned to them, and questions started flying. What's your quirk? The pink girl asked. Was Gen Ed boring? Are you glad to be free? The electric boy asked. Shinso looked startled at the attention, but before Izuku could say anything, Aizawa got up from his sleeping bag behind the podium, which explained how they were allowed to be so noisy, and spoke. Refrain from barraging your new classmate with questions. You have all year, this is illogical. Shinso gasped, turning to Izuku. Our teacher is Eraserhead? He said in an attempted whisper. Izuku grinned. Are you a fan? How did you recognize him? You are the only one that has said anything. I've only watched all the videos like 1,000 times. Have you seen the one with the full moon? It gives such clear detail. He hasn't told the class? Is it a secret? Shinso rambled, and Izuku was practically buzzing with excitement at meeting another fan. Do you have the unofficial poster? I could send you a link. It's based on the full moon silhouette. It's not a secret, or he wouldn't wear his hero outfit to school. Izuku said. Shinso was about to reply when someone spoke. Who's Eraserhead? Asked the kid with the red hair. Izuku really needed to memorize the seating chart. Automatically, Izuku responded. He's the greatest underground hero of all time. Izuku glanced over at Aizawa and saw he had his face tucked into his capture weapon, but his sleeping bag messed hair revealed his pink-tipped ears. Izuku blushed, and saw Shinso also looked sheepish. Izuku wasn't sure how he was going to look at Aizawa during their next training session. Oh, I am dismayed that I failed to recognize him in the light of day. Someone with a bird head said. His quirk, a shadow bird, chirped in agreement. All right, as I'm now very aware that several of you recognize me, my hero name is Eraserhead. I work in a branch of heroics, underground. Can anyone name the other two? I might as well make this educational. Aizawa said dryly. Several of his classmates raised their hands, and Aizawa pointed at Momo. That would be Daylight and Twilight Heroics, sir. Correct. The bell rang, signaling the end of orientation day. You will learn more about it in class. Everyone is dismissed. Shinso Hitoshi, stay here. Everyone rushed out, and Izuku held back a minute. Shinso, can I, trade numbers with you? I want to. He glanced at Aizawa. Send some things to you. Sure here. He opened his phone to a contacts page and held it out. Izuku's phone buzzed once he handed it back. Unknown number, Eraser. Person. Thumbs up, Izuku. I will send you the poster link when I get home. New contact, Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso cool. Aizawa cleared his throat, and they looked up from texting each other. Sorry. They said in unison, and he heard Aizawa sigh, before he shooed Izuku out the door. His mom was waiting at the door when he got home. She excitedly demanded to hear about his day. When he got to the part about Shinso knowing who Eraserhead was, she laughed. You've made a friend already. And you won't run out of things to talk about anytime soon. He groaned, embarrassed. I train with Aizawa on Wednesday. How am I going to look at him? His mom just laughed again, grinning. Sweetie, he's known you've been a fan. If anything, that man needs more compliments. He frowns too much. Their dinner was spent talking about Eraserhead, his mom nodding along as he recounted a few highlights from the past few years. He had made a deal early on with Aizawa. If he couldn't go out at night, Aizawa would just have to tell him about his patrols. He didn't make it easy. Aizawa only told him if he knew what to ask about, and he developed a few more methods of gathering information over the years. His most recent favorite tale, Aizawa had only briefly mentioned. So in between bites of food, he told the story of the time several months ago, Eraserhead was called into a preschool. A girl's quirk had activated at recess, and she started blowing bubbles with every giggle. It only caused her to laugh harder, bubbles growing bigger and bigger. Anyone that tried to get close was caught in one, causing them to float, and the wind started picking up. A detective had been in the area, and happened to know the perfect hero to solve the bubble crisis. Eraserhead had to cancel her quirk, releasing the trapped kids and staff, even catching one tiny girl that had floated higher than the rest. It was caught on camera, the shaky footage mostly focused on the kids, just a few frames of Aizawa catching the child now covered in popped bubble goo made of who knows what. Izuku finished his food and pulled out the still frame he saved and showed it to his mom. He finally remembered to send Shinso the poster link, and texted May to ask if he needed to know anything from the support course's orientation. She replied that he didn't need to bring anything, but bringing his own tools was encouraged. Izuku fell asleep minutes after his head hit his pillow, the excitement of the day catching up to him. Shoyuta was never a fan of cars. The hunt for a parking spot, constant maintenance, and too many other variables. The trains were consistent, with dedicated quirked maintenance checks meaning no surprises. Unfortunately, with how high-profile Hizashi was, they couldn't risk using public transport to get to UA. At least Hizashi liked to drive, since Shoyuta only had his driver's license for emergencies. Zashi's driving was excellent, but he glanced over as he talked with a frequency that made him want to double-check his seatbelt. So give me the full scoop on the first day of class. You left on patrol before I could ask last night? Hizashi asked, ignoring the fact that he was working late at the radio station until 20 minutes before his patrol started. It went fine, I only expelled one kid. Nedzu was swift and exacting with his ejection of that particular student. At a red light, Hizashi turned towards him. Yeah, and you took Shinso Hitoshi from my class. Did he fit in well? He seemed a bit shy. Shoyuta laughed. I bet he was, until Izuku got a hold of him. They were talking freely and trading numbers within 15 minutes. Isn't Izuku just as shy? What were they talking about that was so compelling? His usual emotion-hiding tactics hadn't worked on Hizashi in 15 years, so openly pink-cheeked he added dryly, they both seemed to be fans of Eraserhead. The car lurched slightly to the right, Hizashi throwing his hands in the air for a moment. That's amazing! Did they fanboy right in front of you? His husband was smiling like sunshine, and under his embarrassment and concern for the car, Shoyuta felt the same butterfly warmth in his chest that he always did when Hizashi looked at him like that. Zashi's moods was always infectious. Shoyuta leaned towards him, grinning proudly. Izuku blurted out to the whole class that Eraserhead is the best underground hero. Aw, show now, it's just unfair I haven't met him properly yet. His husband was properly pouting, bottom lip on full display. He held the pout even as they crossed under the sensors of the UA car entrance. He gave in. If he doesn't figure it out in 2 weeks, I'll concede defeat. Hizashi smiled again, and pulled into their parking spot, leaning over to give him a lightning-fast kiss on his cheek before dashing out of the car. I'm holding you to that. Shoyuta just shook his head with a fond smile and got out of the car like a normal person. The first day he needed all the energy he could get. It was illogical to waste it on the walk inside. Izuku watched Aizawa enter the classroom, a large travel mug of coffee in his hand. Instant silence fell over his classmates. They learned quickly. Good, you learn quickly. Aizawa echoed his thoughts. Welcome to your first day of heroics. As you already know, I will expel and replace any student that I find inappropriate, unheroic, or without potential. Heroics is dangerous, difficult, and a position of power I will not give lightly. If you are here for fame, glory, and accolades only, find yourself another purpose. Izuku looked around during Aizawa's speech and saw Bakugo huff, Uraraka shrink into her chair, and Momo and Ida look resolutely towards their teacher. That being said, I am well aware that you are children and you are learning. You will make mistakes and you will get hurt. It's my job to make sure your mistakes are something you can heal and learn from. Later, Izuku isn't sure what part sparked the spiral of thoughts, But as he sat in the class, speech continuing on without him, memories of purple light and waves of enemies, sparks and rooftops filled his head. He blinked and glanced at the clock. Aizawa was still talking and less than a minute had passed. He caught Aizawa's gaze and he had a faint questioning look. Izuku flashed a smile and got a near imperceptible nod back. Aizawa ended his speech. I want you all to do your best and be safe, that's the minimum. Theoretical Heroics was their next class, run by Aizawa, so during the bell no one left unless they needed a bathroom break. Okay, to start off, let's continue the conversation from yesterday. What are the 3 branches of heroics? Several classmates raised their hands, and Aizawa called on Mina Ishido. Izuku was glad he managed to memorize the seating chart because calling her Pink Girl, even in his head, felt rude. Spotlight, Dusk and Underground? Close. Does anyone know what she got incorrect? Aizawa said, and Izuku finally raised his hand. Midoriya. He honestly tried to keep his answer short. Twilight heroes are the middle ones, not Dusk, though that is a very close guess, and Spotlight is the civilian name for daylight heroes. And while heroes still use it just as much, it isn't the official term since it promotes an image of ego, as said in the study, Heroics and Perception. I just needed the names, but that is correct. Aizawa replied, sounding faintly amused. Izuku looked around to find all of his classmates staring at him, except Bakugo. He blushed as Aizawa continued. That study will come up in Hero Law and Ethics, should any of you feel plus ultra enough to read ahead. Momo, Ida, Todoroki and Shinso all wrote it down. Now, can anyone expand on the duties of any of the branches? Izuku stared at his pocket in surprise as someone texted him in the middle of the day. He ignored it, focusing back on the lesson. Momo raised her hand before he could finish. What about rescue heroes? Aizawa smirked at her question. I'm glad someone pointed that out. While you have all heard about rescue heroes and considered it separate, under the HPSC, Rescue Heroics is a utility branch in all 3 branches. Really? Uraraka said. Of it, like firefighters that are also paramedics, they might be mainly putting out fires, but if they get called to a heart attack, they are prepared. A daylight hero might be primarily stopping petty theft, but if a building collapses, they are available and already on patrol. Not every hero is a rescue hero, but every rescue hero is part of another branch. This speech really blew Izuku's mind when he first heard it. Heroics keeps more things hidden under the cover of false public perception than he thought when he first started with Aizawa. It has the same effect on most of his classmates, awestruck and wondering just what else they thought will be proven wrong. Aizawa gave them several moments of shock before getting back to it. Now, what are the duties of each branch? Several hands raised. Aizawa picked one that wasn't. Kaminari. Kaminari cleared his throat nervously, glancing around. Daylight heroes save people during the day? Several of their classmates laughed, and he shrunk down into his seat. Aizawa held his hand out with a warning glare, hushing the class. The HPSC has a more wordy definition, but that's the basics of it. Daylight heroes stop any and all crime during the day, along with performing disaster rescues and doing public relations events like interviews and meet and greets. They are the public face of the hero world, and that means they get the most scrutiny. Aizawa paused his explanation and the class broke out into murmuring chatter, pencils flying over notes. Izuku's phone buzzed again, but he continued to ignore it. Aizawa asked the class to define Twilight heroes and no one besides Ida raised their hand. Voice laced with pride and speedy hand chops, Ida explained. My brother is a Twilight hero. They perform both daylight duties and extra investigative work. It's the most balanced of all the branches. Aizawa replied. That's correct, but many consider the balance a downside of this dual role because while they have hero rankings like daylight heroes, they can't put in the time of public appearances, so they often rank poorly regardless of skill. And their investigations are often confidential, so they can't get recognition for it. Buzz. 2 more texts buzzed in rapid succession and Izuku caved and pulled out his phone. Shinso Hitoshi. Send me that study. I can't find a PDF that doesn't cost $. Did you know about rescue heroes? Daylight heroes don't get enough scrutiny. Have you seen what endeavors, rescues, look like after? Fire. Abandoned building. Fire. If he doesn't get to Underground Heroes before class is over, I'm rioting. His new friend apparently liked to live text class lectures. Izuku glanced around to see Aizawa was turned away from him, answering a question someone asked on the other side of the classroom. He held his phone under his desk, glancing up every few seconds as he typed. We are in class Shinso Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi, so. He'd never had a friend text him in class before. Mei was shockingly strict about her phone usage in school. He debated himself for a moment before replying. I'll send the PDF later, Izuku. Yes, my mentor taught me about the branches. Endeavor statistically causes more damage than villains. I have the data. He will get to it. It's illogical to not mention his own branch. The second he hit send on the last text, Aizawa finished up someone's question and proved his point. Okay, someone tell me about Underground Heroes. He asked with a wide grin, and several hands that were starting to raise all remembered that their teacher is an underground hero, and lowered their hands. Izuku felt it would be unfair if he answered, so he left it up to the few hands still raised, Hagakure, Tokoyami and Shinso. Shinso. Shinso took a breath. Underground heroes are heroes that work primarily at night, exclusively away from the public eye. They are not listed in the public hero ranking. Along with regular patrols, stopping things like muggings and assaults, they also work on organized crime, undercover work, and preventing planned threats to the public and other investigations alongside Twilight heroes. Izuku recognized a lot of the wording in the explanation from various underground forums, mostly from Tunnel, an exclusive underground hero forum, and he was impressed he managed to put together all of it into something understandable to their classmates. Aizawa looked a weird mix of disappointment and pride as he replied, correct. Anyone have any questions? Several hands shot up, and the questions started. Izuku tuned them out. He had a more important question to ask. What's your Tunnel account? Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi. You first. Starlight Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi. _fan71. Before he could comment on the name, which Izuku was glad passed him, decided to be practical and not make a fanboy account, Shinso sent a series of texts. Shinso Hitoshi, I was 9. Wait, you're Starlight. You were famous for your age info until you fell off like 3 years ago. Wouldn't you have been like 12? How did you get that? People thought you were a 20-year-old vigilante or something. Famous? Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi, yeah, you didn't know? You basically were king of the Tunnel. You have got to give me your sources on some of your posts. Izuku didn't know how to explain that he spent a year running around the city at night. And even longer spending all his free time getting any information he could about his now mentor. He was thinking about it when he got another text. Aizawa, stop texting Shinso Hitoshi in my class or you're running 30 extra laps next training. Izuku head snapped up and looked towards Aizawa, but he wasn't even looking at him, and his phone was nowhere to be seen. Baffled, he shot off a quick text telling Shinso they could text later. The bell rang minutes later, and everyone packed up to go to practical heroics. When most of the class had left, Aizawa held a hand up. Midoriya, Shinso, hang back. I want to talk about your sources, they might benefit the class. Izuku winced, he knew this wasn't just about sources. Shinso shuffled up to Aizawa's desk behind Midoriya. I appreciate that you both have a larger grasp of the current material than some of your peers, but that doesn't mean you can spend my class texting each other. Aizawa said, leveling a stern look at them both. Does it help if we were discussing the class? Shinso asked, a faint grin on his face. Aizawa turned towards Izuku, a questioning eyebrow raised. We were mostly talking about sources of information, like you said you wanted to discuss with us. Izuku smiled and Aizawa sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. And that's fine, just do it on your own time in the future. I did want to know where you got such a well-spoken definition about underground heroes, Shinso. It, was mostly things I compiled from Tunnel. Aizawa mumbled what Izuku was pretty sure was a swear into his capture weapon, before making a frustrated groan that startled Shinso. Of course it's Tunnel. You were correct this time, but no, it's not as reliable as you might think. Some people don't have hero safety in mind, they only care about revealing secrets. Underground heroes have to put false information in on occasion, or remove information that reveals too much. Izuku and Shinso shared a look, remembering the time Starlight had their account wiped clean by an People were worried their accounts were next. The forum was in a panic. It took days of fighting what he thought was a glitch or a rogue forum admin to get some things back up. It's part of why Izuku stopped posting as much and then decided to stop entirely the first time he met Eraserhead. Got it? Izuku said, shifting nervously, and Shinso nodded along. Aizawa studied them for a moment, eyes narrowing. Alright, go get changed for practical. They ran away as smoothly as they could. The first Practical Heroics class had everyone excited, rushing to get their first costumes on. Izuku adjusted his gloves and belt again, before resigning himself to the bulky feeling. Even with his fussing, he was one of the first to be ready and waiting outside the gym. The benefit of knowing his own design like the back of his hand, he didn't need the pages of instructions some of his classmates had, like Ida, who, on his way out, he saw struggling with the scattering of pieces that made up a clunky suit of armor. By the time the last of his classmates made it outside, Izuku was several pages into a new file and seriously contemplating UA's standards. Several of them were without basic armor, and the girls were in what barely qualified as clothes. Momo had her arms crossed over her baffling chest window, face pink with embarrassment. Strangely, the design company gave Hagakure visible gloves and shoes, instead of DNA infused to match the whole outfit. Izuku made a folder for most of the class before Aizawa arrived. He herded them all into the large gym, pulling Bakugo aside. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He had avoided looking at Bakugo's costume. Nothing good would come if he got caught analyzing it, but he was regretting that. Bakugo's arm bracers were encircled by a facade of twin grenades. Based on the stern lecture face Aizawa was making, he had no doubt they were functional in some capacity. He watched as Bakugo huffed and with a few clicks, detached the grenades, setting them on the wall behind Aizawa before storming away to linger by Kirishima. This first class will be a test of your costumes and a baseline of your skills. We will be doing quirkless sparring in 1v1 matches. Aizawa explained. Quirkless? Several of his classmates protested, and Izuku's grin matched Aizawa's. My quirk does not aid me in fighting, it at most levels the playing field. There will be times when you cannot use your quirk. No student of mine will graduate without the basic fundamentals of quirkless fighting. Several hands raised, firing questions before Aizawa could call on anyone. Rules of combat were ironed out quickly. Someone brought up the obvious issues of some of their classmates having metamorphic or always active quirks. Ojiro was allowed to use his tail for his natural balance, but couldn't hit. Ida was only allowed to use as much of his engines as it takes to move normally, no enhanced kicks. To Izuku's horror, Hagakure was actually wearing only gloves and shoes, and Momo quickly offered her a quirk-made shirt and shorts. Aizawa looked like he was going to kill someone, and Izuku had a feeling the design company was going to be another Aldra. Aizawa continued, moving to stand by a square marked in white lines on the gym floor. It wasn't very large, just big enough to spar with a few steps of space before the edge. Immobilize your opponent without serious harm, or force them out of the ring. You'll go 2 rounds regardless of the winner. Who wants to go first? Izuku's hand shot up, excited to spar someone other than Aizawa. Most of the class raised their hands and Aizawa scanned the crowd of eager hands. Midoriya Izuku, Ida Tenya. Get in the ring. Aizawa called, and Izuku bounced on his toes before running over. Ida walked into the ring calmly, helmet off, his face red with heat and beads of sweat on his brow. I will endeavor not to harm you. I apologize you got an unequal matchup. Ida said, putting on his helmet, and Izuku swore he heard Aizawa huff a laugh, but when he looked over he was busy writing on a clipboard. Izuku just grinned, channeling his mentor's wild smile. He moved into a fighting stance, limbs loose but ready. Aizawa called start and he held steady as Ida rushed forward, speed cut down by his armor and Aizawa's rules. Izuku sidestepped at the last moment, kicking Ida in the back, the momentum nearly sending Ida out of bounds. Izuku ran towards his opponent, jumping onto his back, legs wrapped around Ida's torso. He wrapped an arm around his neck. slapping his other hand around the eye holes of his helmet. Lurching his full weight back into the side, he steered Ida as he tried to pull him off. An elbow slammed into Izuku's leg and he gritted his teeth and he loosened his hold. Taking the opening, Ida flipped him over his shoulder, sending him flying into the ring. Izuku rolled onto his feet and turned to see Aizawa standing next to Ida, arm outstretched to halt his movement. He looked down. Ida's foot was a full step out of bounds. Voiced edged with pride, he called it, "Midoriya wins." Izuku waited for the shouts of cheating, waited for Ida to protest. Instead his classmates exploded into cheers and rapid commentary. Ida pulled his helmet off and he looked a bit confused, but anger was absent from his face. Aizawa raised his hand to quiet the crowd. "Go again." They reset back to their positions. Ida left his helmet off, setting it out of bounds. It would be a proper fight now. At Aizawa's command they started. Ida moved first again, coming at him with a wide kick. Izuku dodged, darting to the side to get a hit to Ida's head. Ida blocked the blow with a raised arm. Izuku punched armor, sending a harsh reverberation up his arm. The momentary shock gave Ida an opening to strike out with his blocking arm, backhand blow glancing off Izuku's cheek and nose as he reared his head back. He could feel blood start to trickle down over his lip and he wiped it away, raising his hand as he took a step closer to taunt Ida. He made his voice small, a memory of burned scars and burnt sugar. "I thought you weren't going to hurt me?" He spat the words from blood-smeared lips and he watched as Ida's eyes widened. Ida took a step closer, arm raised with hesitation. "I did not mean to dash." Ida's words were cut off as Izuku struck him in the nose, and when Ida brought his hands up to his face, he hit the only opening he had, the armorless patch under Ida's armpit. He hooked his leg behind Ida's ankle, pulling him off balance, and he fell. Izuku's knee between his shoulder blades immobilized him. He looked up at the crowd. Shinso was in the front staring, mouth open in surprise. After a few moments of Ida's futile struggle, Aizawa called it. "Midoriya wins." Izuku moved off of Ida, offering his hand to help him up. He expected a prideful rejection, but Ida took his hand firmly, out of breath and red in the face. But even after 2 defeats he didn't look angry. Ida collected his helmet and Aizawa moved to stand behind Izuku. He patted Izuku's head, once, firmly, before he asked, "Can anyone tell me why Midoriya won?" A few people raised their hands, and Aizawa called on them one by one. Ida's costume was ill-suited for his fighting style. Momo said, likely thinking of her own unprotected bare skin, the opposite of Ida's but equally a problem. Ida allowed himself to be outmaneuvered by a smaller opponent. Sato said, "Ida let his guard down." Kirishima said. Bakugu scoffed from where he stood next to Kirishima, shaking his head. Aizawa turned to Bakugu. "Bakugu, you seem to have an opinion. Care to share with the class?" Izuku watched, fascinated, as Bakugu took a moment to decide before speaking. "You extras are answering the wrong question." Mr. Aizawa asked what Midoriya did to win, not what Four Eyes did to get his butt kicked. Bakugu paused, gritting his teeth like the next words were forced out of him. "Midoriya's armor is well designed, full coverage without being bulky. He went into the ring with a strategy and executed it. He didn't hesitate. The legacy kid got defeated easily by someone half his size, who should have less training and experience. It's embarrassing." The only thing Izuku could do was look wildly between Bakugu and Aizawa. For a brief moment Aizawa looked just as surprised as he was. Bakugu, in spite of the harshness of his words, was correct. The number one thing you should take away from this is to never underestimate your opponent. I heard all of you whisper in the crowd that this was a foregone conclusion. That Ida Tenyo would win because he is bigger, a legacy. Izuku didn't hear those whispers over the roar of adrenaline during the fight, but he saw several sheepish faces. Ida looked embarrassed, and Izuku wanted to make Aizawa stop. "This is so harsh." Ida did his best. Mina, apparently not one to be cowed by a teacher's lecture, spoke up. "I'm not doing this to make any childish statement that Midoriya is better than Ida. Ida is well aware of what he could have done, and what he needs to improve. It's your reactions that need that lesson here." Ida walked up to Izuku and bowed. "I apologize for underestimating you. It was unfair to assume your abilities. As equal opponents, I will defeat you next time. Izuku didn't know how to respond to the weirdest apology he has ever gotten, so he just nodded. Ida seemed to accept that and turned back toward Aizawa. We have taken enough time on this. Break into pairs as I call your names. Aizawa paired off the rest of the class, and called them one pair at a time to the ring. Mina fought Azui, both fast and flexible. They each won, first Mina by out of bounds and Azui by immobilizing grapple. Momo defeated Hagakure, the advantage of invisible limbs not being able to make up for her lack of real training. Like Izuku, Momo was used to having a weapon in hand but still handled herself. Aizawa had to flash his quirk at Kirishima and Bakugo 3 times to prevent them both from using their quirks during their matches. Bakugo can't punch without sparks and Kirishima can't block without a patch of his hardening appearing to intercept. It's a draw at 1 win each, both barely a heel out of bounds in a full-out brawl. It was weird to see Bakugo grinning happily as he tried to beat someone up. It was weirder to see someone happy to be fighting him. He makes notes of the rest of the matches, notable fighters being Bakugo, Tokoyami, Ojiro and Momo, and those that need work, such as Koda, Siro, Kaminari, Hagakure, and Oyama. The last match is between Shinso and Ojiro, and Izuku wins. This has to be another one of Aizawa's lessons. Shinso sizes up their mild-mannered classmate, an edge of cockiness to him. It's quickly snuffed out when Ojiro swiftly kicks his butt, tossing him out the ring twice in half the time of Izuku's second match. Ojiro needed no extra training in hand-to-hand and it shows. Shinso, to his credit, takes it in stride, not losing his determination. He falls in a familiar practiced way, springing back up in an instant, turning towards the threat with a defensive readiness. The class is dismissed to go shower and change, and Izuku lingers, wanting unfiltered feedback from Aizawa. Shoyuta dismissed the class, watching them shuffle out tired and hungry. He wasn't looking forward to his lunch break being spent going over the disaster of hero costumes his class came out in. These costume companies were supposed to take the students' suggestions, not arm them with lethal weapons, fantasy knight armor, or no armor, or clothes, at all. Whatever incompetent pervert they got this year was going to regret ever going into design. Costumes weren't the only thing he was disappointed in. He assumed incorrectly that Tensei's little brother would have been instilled with education on not underestimating mental quirks. Shoyuta kicked Tensei's butt enough times that it should have been an early lesson. Shaking his head, he started to walk toward the door when he saw Izuku lingering, bouncing on his heels. Blood was starting to flake under his lip and the faint impression of a bruise was developing. With a sigh, Shoyuta pulled a wet white packet from one of his belt pouches, tearing off the corner. Izuku stilled, allowing the now familiar routine of Shoyuta cleaning cuts, bloody noses and dirt smudges from his face and limbs. After the burn, he learned not to gamble with the kid's idea of injury care. Shoyuta held Izuku's chin, tilting his head to gently swipe away the dried blood, fingertips probing carefully to check for a broken nose or fractured cheekbone. He was fine, so he stepped back. You did good, Izuku. We haven't practiced heavily armored opponents, but your strategy was sound. Izuku beamed up at him before starting into a mile-a-minute analysis of his own fight, words tumbling over each other in a race to relay information to him as fast as possible. 4 backup plans, a scathing critique of Ida's armor and a demand for more unarmed training later, and Izuku finally took a breath. With a hand on his shoulder, Shoyuta stopped him from continuing, We need to get going. You need to go eat lunch with your peers, make some friends. Do not spend it working on your classmates' costume redesigns. He turned towards the door, spotting a tuft of purple hair and the tip of a shoe peeking out from the doorway. Taking the doorway wide, Shoyuta caught the eavesdropper in his capture. Weapon with a flick of the wrist. Shinso! Izuku exclaimed in surprise. Shoyuta should have guessed any friend of Izuku would also lurk in places they weren't supposed to be. Shinso pulled at the cloth wrapped snugly around his torso, so he let him go. Shinso turned to Izuku. What the F is happening here? He asked, gesturing wildly at them both. Shoyuta caught Izuku's questioning gaze and he shrugged. It was up to him what to say. Izuku's expression turned to one of exasperation. It's only been a day. He deadpanned, "We haven't even had lunch yet. Good thing teenagers aren't given national secrets." Hey, I would do much better at keeping a national secret. How was I supposed to know someone would eavesdrop? Izuku said, grinning. Midoriya? Seriously, what the F dash? Shinso stood with his arms crossed, looking frustrated. Language. He scolded, like the responsible adult he was pretending to be. Izuku slouched, hiding his face into an imaginary capture weapon, voice gruff, "Yeah, language." Unamused, Shinso repeated, "What the fudge?" Izuku looked sheepish. "Oh, Aizawa is my mentor, has been for a few years. Eraserhead has been training you for years and you didn't tell me." Shinso threw his arms into the air. "That explains why you fight like that." Izuku looked thoughtful and turned towards Shoyuta. "How many private students can you have under the external education clause?" He was suspicious of the kid's subject change, but answered, "It's up to the discretion of the teacher and the principal." Izuku grinned, with trouble on his face. His head inclined ever so slightly towards Shinso, who was watching them like a confusing tennis match. Shoyuta sighed, "I did want to expand your sparring partners. Furthering a struggling student's education is the main goal of the clause." Izuku sarcastically chided him, "Little sheet." "Fine." He turned towards Shinso. "Congratulations, meet us at Gym Ada, Friday after school." Wait, what? I've decided to take on another personal student, unless you don't want dash." Shinso interrupted, No. I mean yes. I'll be there at 4. I accept." Izuku cheered, bouncing on his heels, hands flapping. Shoyuta studied Shinso, pleased to see him smile at his new friend. Hizashi was going to give him so much shit when he filled out the paperwork for this. The bell for lunch rang and the kids looked up at him startled. He sighed, "Hurry up and go change, I'll walk you in late." They scrambled to comply, making an impromptu race out of it. Izuku flew out of the locker room minutes later, tripping to tie his shoe and walk at the same time. Shoyuta wanted coffee and his husband. A mountain of tasks echoed in his head, the steps spilling on top of each other. Hizashi sat in his usual seat, a mound of papers fanned out in front of him, muttering to himself around the pen in his mouth. He looked up, a sunshine smile lighting up his face, and should his head cleared just a bit. Hizashi caught his expression. And a question marked his face, but he waited. Making an efficient path to the coffee maker, Shoyuta pulled out his favorite cup, a black cat with a tail handle and small ears on the rim, from the cabinet. He filled it to the top, before deciding to take the whole pot with, only risking a glance at his husband after he sat and took a bracing sip. Hizashi shifted his chair, bumping his shoulder against his, fingers brushing the back of his hand under the table. "What happened?" Shoyuta leaned back into his chair with a tired sigh. "Everyone is fine, but I now have 19 costumes to review, and a company to destroy." At the sound of several questioning noises, he stopped, ignoring the fact that the lounge was filled with most of the other staff. The only ones missing were All Might and Nedzu. He looked towards Namuri. "Half the girls are dressed like you, unasked for, and they decided the best costume for an invisible teenage girl was nothing." Anger crossed her face in an instant, and he held up a hand to prevent the justified rant. "I'll send you copies of the girls' costumes. I'm sure you won't mind drafting a more specific complaint than I could give. They will also need help with redesign, if you could schedule them in." Anger redirected, he almost felt bad for whoever was on the receiving end of her strongly worded email. With forced calm she said, "I'll make time to meet them all by the end of the week." She paused, voice softening, "Thank you." He nodded. Shachua refilled his cup, and turned towards Mima lounging alone in the corner of the room, listening quietly. He appreciated a fellow introvert, but this was important. "I'm going to need you to go over them all before I submit my complaint." Along with the girls, several of the boys are without armor, and one of them was handed grenades with unregulated potential force. Maijima's eyes went wide, and he looked overwhelmed as Shoyuta felt, so he gave him an out. "You will be getting my personal student in your class today. I'm sure he already started redesigns on his classmates. Feel free to delegate the bulk to him." Vlad King, who Shoyuta was trying very hard to not involve, chimed in, You want your first year to fix your other first year's costumes? That sounds like blatant favoritism. Shoyuta decided to just drink straight from the pot at this, finishing it off. I said 19 students needed their costumes reviewed. Midoriya designed his own with his friend, Hatsum Mei, a first-year support student. His is fully functional and perfectly within regulation. So yes, I am saying they are both qualified to assist with this, but Midoriya has just directly observed his classmates in combat. Vlad King wisely went back to his paperwork without comment. Sounding strained, Majima croaked out, Hatsum Mei is your personal student's friend? He had a small glint of fear in his eye. His morning must have been interesting. It would have been mean to leave him guessing. Midoriya is the calm too. Mei's storm, put them together if you want to minimize property damage. Minimize, but not eliminate, he thought, thinking back to this summer of finding soot smudges and lightly singed hair on his student more often than not. The bell rang for the end of lunch too soon. Izuku and Shinso walked into the cafeteria just as the last of the lunch line was clearing out. They got a warning look from Lunch Rush, the cook, but they were allowed to get a meal. Izuku turned towards the tables, trying to find their class in the sea of other students. The cafeteria was huge, as big as Gym Gamma. Shinso didn't seem to be having any luck either, and they shrugged at each other and started walking around. They weren't left stranded for long. A voice echoed above the cacophony of chatter. Midoriya! Over here! He looked towards the noise. Mina, a bright pink landmark, was standing on a bench, shouting. He hurried over, Shinso following close behind. The whole class shuffled, making room in the middle for him and Shinso. Mina didn't sit until he did, hopping down off the bench with a flourish. Why are you both late? Did you get in trouble? Izuku and Shinso caught each other's eye as they scrambled for an answer. He was beginning to realize his rule of, if directly asked, I'll tell the truth, was a more frequent problem than he anticipated. He changed the definition of directly to specifically asked if Aizawa is training him. Well, Shinso started trailing off. With new parameters, a memory of Aizawa teaching him to lie sprung forth, forming his words. I was telling him about my exercise routine, and we lost track of time working out the details of him joining me sometime. The best lies were carefully worded truths. Oh, can some of us join sometimes? Kaminari chimed in. Shinso was quick to respond, oh, sorry, Midoriya's gym has a limit, it's part of what took so long. That's all right. I'm sure I'll learn plenty from him in class. Izuku blushed at the compliment. The conversation switched topics after that, everyone going over their own fights with each other. Shinso apparently wasn't one to talk and eat, remaining focused on his lunch. Izuku just observed the others, catching snippets of conversation, tuning in to the one the girls were having. I just don't know what to do. Nothing is technically wrong with my costume. I don't know if they would pay for a new one so soon based on aesthetics. Uraraka sighed, and Izuku couldn't help but say something. UA Handbook says that costumes can be adjusted for reasons outside of safety without teacher approval for the first month of that costume's life. This usually means the first month of every school year, unless a fundamental change is needed before the annual review. As he talked, he pulled the claws up on his tablet, turning it towards the girls. What about my costume? Does adding whole pieces count? Hagakure asked, voice quiet, sleeves ruffling in what he guessed was an encompassing gesture of her whole body. He winced, pulling up the next relevant clause. Yes, but in your case the company fundamentally failed to provide a costume that even reaches UA standards. They have minimum protection requirements and several of your costumes fail to meet it. I would guess Mr. Aizawa will be talking to you about it. It wasn't until he finished talking that he realized the rest of the class was watching him. Whose costumes fail? Momo asked, sounding a mix of hopeful and frustrated. Pointing towards each person he listed them out. Yours, Hagakure, Mina, Jiro, Kaminari, Ojiro, and Kirishima, if they don't count his quirk in the protection value. I suspect they don't. And almost everyone else would at least need minor additions, mostly chest protection. The class looked stunned, and he didn't blame them. The company really failed most of the class. After several moments of contemplation, Momo replied, How did yours not end up like this? He debated understating his work. Izuku wasn't sure how much his class would tolerate. Would they be impressed? Would they get angry, call him a braggart? UA is not Aldra. He told the truth. I made it with a friend before the school year started. She is in the support course this year. The explosion of commentary was best summarized as excited disbelief. Shinso just shook his head in mild surprise, with a barely audible, "Of course you did." "So you have some sort of intelligence quirk, right?" Mina asked, cutting off everyone's flood of questions. 19 pairs of eyes waited expectantly to hear about his incompatible quirk. They couldn't imagine he did all this without it. That he didn't spend nights awake, working and thinking. He sidestepped the real question, answering directly, "No, I don't have an intelligence quirk." Mina caught on, an excited gleam in her eye. "Well, what's your quirk then?" She turned toward Shinso. "And what's yours?" He immediately looked panicked, face paling. Izuku panicked too. "My quirk is connections. It's a mental quirk. I see connections between people." "Bait taken," Mina squealed. "Oh, do it on me. Do it on me." Shinso sighed in relief, and for the first time in months Izuku used his quirk with a purpose. With a slow blink, he activated his quirk, making sure not to look any further than 1's table. Mina lit up. The friendly girl had many lines of friends and acquaintances. The whole class was the same colored mix of classmate, except Kirishima. The line looked older, a subdued version of the line he has with Bakugo. With that information, he shut off his quirk and told Mina, "You and Kirishima used to go to the same school. You were probably in the same class." Mina clapped her hands. "OMG, that's amazing. Yeah, we both went to Mustafa Private Middle School." Kaminari stood up. "Me next." Before Izuku could protest, the bell rang, freeing him from his magician's performance. He gathered all his things and cleaned up his lunch. Shinso leaned towards him as they stood and whispered, "Thanks." The class was apparently the sort to wait to walk together, and he tensed as they walked into the hall, everyone turning right while he stood off to the left. "Midoriya, the quickest route to English is this way," Ida said, hand chop gesture towards the rest of the class. "I, tested out of English and math." He paused, and everyone looked confused. "The principal decided it would be best if I did a hybrid schedule with the support course instead." Ida tried to calm the questions and usher the class toward English. Izuku started backing away from the class, catching Shinso's eye, who just grinned and raised his phone into the air, shaking it back and forth. "You can't escape me," he mouthed, and Izuku turned away and speed walked towards the support wing. Upon entering the support lab, he was greeted by a minor explosion and an exasperated shout. "It's only been a day. How did this happen?" The shout came from further in, cutting off at the sound of a door closing. The support class system seemed to be small mini-labs, pairs of students' names marked on each door. The shouting came from one on the end, marked with Izuku's name and Mei's. Small wisps of smoke curled out the door when he opened it. Mei stood in the center of metal remains, soot marked across her face. Maijima Higuri, hero name Power Loader, the support course teacher, was standing just inside the doorway, surveying the wreckage. He looked up to see Izuku, relief washing over his face. The teacher spoke in a soft voice, "Oh good, you're here." Before he could ask, Mei looked up, rushing him with a crushing hug before he could blink. "I see." Baby number 124 was far more volatile than expected. He laughed, releasing himself from her grip. "I can see that." He took out his tablet, syncing it with Mei's on the tablet work table. Pulling up baby number 124, he started to look over the data. An unsubtle cough caught his attention. Their teacher was still there, arms crossed. "Welcome to the class, Midoriya Izuku." He outlined the lab rules, safety protocols, material request forms, and his independent work grading rubric. When he got to the part of optional assignments, Izuku was shocked. "Would you be willing to create a basic uniform design template for your classmates? They all need to be reworked to align with the minimum safety standards." Mr. Maijima was an interesting teacher. He spoke to Izuku like he was a peer. A boss delegating to his employee. He hadn't even met him before, but he sounded confident in his request. Just to be sure, Izuku confirmed, are you sure you want a first year working on this? A whole company was in charge of their costumes. Aizawa recommended you to work on this specifically. It's a lot in the first week of school, but he assured me you could handle it. I was also the one to approve your costume. I know you understand the parameters. Aizawa recommended him? Already? I do. Understand the parameters. I can do this. His teacher smiled faintly, before wincing at a crash from the corner of the room. May, arms full of broken invention pieces, laughed, dropped one. Mr. Midoriya started backing towards the door. I will send you the design files when I get back to my desk. May, no more explosions today. With that he fled, shutting the door softly behind him. Izuku moved to help May with the cleanup, finding a broom to sweep up soot and small bits of metal. They got into a familiar routine, adjusting quickly to the new lab space. Once the mess was cleaned, they split into their separate workspaces. May worked on something electronic, waving towards him with a soldering iron. Tell me everything about Hero class. He started to explain as he found the design files stored in his UA cloud storage. It must be the same file sent to the outsider company, with everything but design-relevant info removed. Even the names were missing, replaced by class and seating numbers. The Quirk information was basic, only listing the registry description and any design-interfering qualities. He hadn't noticed what part of the story he was at until May exclaimed, "Naked? What about DNA infusion?" Izuku pulled up Hagakure's file. Exactly. He would work on hers first. It started simple. A basic armored long-sleeved shirt and fitted pants, with DNA infusion. He added varying textured designs to the hems to make putting it on swiftly or removal in an emergency easier. A footnote at the bottom of the Quirk section made him pause. 1_16 reported that her blood remains invisible even outside the body. That would make things complicated. He pulled May over to help brainstorm. He passed the tablet to her. If Hagakure, my invisible classmate, was injured and unconscious, rendering aid would be very difficult. No classmate of Izuku is allowed to bleed out. She will have to have several maybes. It took almost a year for May to compromise on using the pun when not using baby in an invention's title. It was no less unique, but he was grateful to not have to explain to affronted strangers that she wasn't blowing up, disassembling, experimenting on, or making actual children. They worked in a chaotic mix of stream of consciousness babble and silent communication. Izuku handed over a small screwdriver. But what about Dash? They can't handle the mobility of limbs. There would be false negatives. May rebutted at the start of her rant of the limitations of microelectronics. He worked on the armor specifications. Your mom works with that fabric specialist, right? May paused her rant. Oh, that would account for the flexibility, but what about the sensor? They paused their work, turning towards each other. In unison, they both shouted, "Temperature variation." Izuku grinned, and typed up the report for Hagakure's design. Sensor-woven fabric would detect a pattern of temperature changes indicated by blood exiting the body and cooling. An alert would be sent to the base app, currently attached to the Nova system. Access to this data would be given to the closest UA staff member via the UA cloud storage in the event of an emergency. Expanding to outside emergency services should be a given. Izuku called in Mr. Midoriya to go over the design. His face paled when they explained the problem they solved. Stunned, he replied with an overly formal lilt to his voice. I'll talk to Principal Nedzu as soon as I can about getting Mrs. Hatsum contracted to work on this immediately. I will recommend Hatsum Designs take over the work on the other students' designs as well. Excellent work, both of you. He left quickly, phone out of his pocket before the door closed. May called her mother to give her a heads up, too excited to wait. They ended up spending the rest of the class time on speakerphone going over as costume problems. The bell rang and May blocked the door. Isaac, you can just do science class here. We have chemicals. He laughed. I think if we did chemistry in here, Mr. Midoriya would retire. He pulled her into a hug, rotating their positions in a slow dance. Can I come over after school? We can go over my costume. Yes. She released their hug with a cheer before pausing. Wait, you tricked me. The betrayal. He stepped out of her reach and fled, laughing. The other support students looked baffled, which just made him laugh harder. The only thing Izuku knew about their chemistry teacher was her name, Harikai Kaneko, and that according to Aizawa, she was the only other underground hero working at UA. Aizawa had refused to give Izuku any more details, but he didn't mind. Not knowing was a nice change of pace. He was the earliest to class. Even with May's delay, the science classes were simply closer to the support course wing than the math classes. The first thing he noticed walking into class was that she had the same eyes as his mentor. Not the shape or the color, but the ever-present watchful gaze, waiting for the danger to come. He felt her eyes on him as he made his way to a lab table. He looked up and studied her back. She was leaning against the wall, posture falsely casual. Their newest teacher was like a panther, agile build, ink black hair and molten gold eyes. If quirks worked with that sort of perfect metaphor logic, she would be able to shapeshift into a lethal predator. He must have stared too long because abruptly she laughed, short and low, amusement on her face. "You're definitely shouldas, that boy is making you far too serious." She pushed off the wall, and to Izuku's disbelief made a familiar pantomime, shoulders raised, ducking her face, hiding her smile in an imaginary capture weapon. "How do you know Dash?" he started, catching a full glance at her hero costume. Her belt had near identical pouches to Aizawa, molten gold yellow instead of Aizawa's cloudy sky blue, and Izuku's capture weapon gray. Izuku's design was an intentional homage to his mentor. He answered himself, "Oh, you taught him." That explained Aizawa's refusal to tell him anything. It was a game, like his mystery spouse. She nodded, very clever. The classroom door opened, cutting off their conversation. Ida, Momo and Bakugo walked in. "Midoriya, it is good that we have you for chemistry. The others were not sure you would be here, but you were specific about the classes you tested out of, so I was sure you would be here." Ida gave an excitable speech, hands in motion. His volume made Izuku wince. "Oh yeah, it's just the two," he mumbled, moving towards his lab table. They were split by seat number, and he resisted the urge to tense when he realized who his partner would be. Bakugo set his bag down in the cubby under the table with a soft thud. "Heh, at least you won't pitch a fit when you have to do most of the work." Izuku could only blink at the calm, accurate observation. He knew well that Bakugo, chemicals, and Bunsen burners are a volatile combination. The Aldera Science Lab lost a not insignificant amount of lab equipment trying to get their star pupil to participate. Izuku let the moment pass in stunned silence, and soon everyone was sitting in their seats. Chemistry is about the potential of change, elements combining and adapting. Mrs. Harikai moved throughout the room as she spoke, a strange dancing step that made his classmates turn their heads as she walked behind them. She slowed, limbs fluid, vowels lengthening. It can be boring and slow. She reached Izuku, lunging forward with a loud clap of her hands, voice booming. It can be volatile and fast. He spared a glance at Bakugo, who didn't flare in anger. Alleyway burnt sugar thoughts fizzled away, leaving behind an after-image of a glinting blade creeping towards his hero's back. A solid shoulder bumped him, and the thoughts and the teacher were gone before he could isekai in a breath. "Stay on your side of the table." Bakugo's voice was a heatless whisper, absent of the annoyed scolding tone it was supposed to have. Izuku took the excuse, shifting over. He must have missed the end of Mrs. Harikai's speech, because she was already on safety rules when he refocused. Lab safety was nothing new, but he paid attention like he was hearing it for the first time. The rest of the class was rules and equipment inventory. Everyone was packed and ready to go at the bell, excited to get to their elective classes. Izuku caught his teacher's gaze and lingered behind. He was expecting a question about Aizawa or his training. She moved to stand in front of him. "I'm sorry I startled you." The apology added another variable to his attempt to quantify her behavior. Before the words left her lips, he would have said she was the type to never apologize, too assured of her actions to find fault. "It's okay. You didn't know I don't like loud noises." At least he didn't think Aizawa would have said anything, as tight-lipped as he was. Her eyes narrowed. That wasn't just the noise. That was a flashback. "Does show you to know about this?" Suspicious concern was apparently a tone her and his mentor had in common. He knows. She didn't look like she quite believed him, so he added, he's, in most of them, so he knows. Shouldas in your flashbacks? She looked alarmed. Talking around it clearly wasn't working, so he lowered his voice. The ambush? He hoped she knew what he was talking about. You were there? He left that out. She sounded angry and worried. He didn't understand why she cared. She didn't know him. You would have been about 12. 13. And it wasn't his fault. I was out there on my own. He defended, breath coming fast, heartbeat rushing in his ears. Mrs. Harikai took a step back, hands raised. Okay kid, it's okay. I'll get the full story from Shoyuta, all right? He must have had a good reason to leave you out of it. I'm not mad. She sounded like she was telling the truth, but she seemed to be able to change herself to fit anything she wanted. He activated his quirk with a blink, tracing the line from himself to Aizawa before picking out the corresponding one on her. It was woven tight with familial, mentor, friend. He calmed down with a shaky breath. Unaware of his reason for not responding, she dismissed him further. You'll be late, I'll let Nedzu know. He took the out she gave, backing out of the room, eyes on the lines, without another word. He only blinked, quirk off, once the door closed. On his walk down the hall, he wondered if she was even conscious of the way she manipulated conditions to get a desired outcome. Was that her quirk? He didn't have to break into Nedzu's office this time. The door swung open as he approached, closing behind him with a soft click the moment he walked through. Midoriya. Welcome. The principal clapped his paws softly. Come sit. He gestured to a chair in front of his desk, taking a long sip of tea as Izuku sat. I heard you had an interesting first class with Mrs. Harikai. Would you mind telling me what you learned about her? Nedzu had a curious glint in his eyes. They were starting immediately. This was a test. He took a breath and let out his thoughts. Harikai Kaneko is an underground hero, approximately in her mid-40s. Her build suggests that her age has not affected her training. She is Aizawa's mentor, most likely since he was a student. She is highly adaptable, changing her outward personality and body language to suit any given moment. It makes her naturally manipulative. She would be most effective in short-term undercover work. Nedzu smiled, wide and full of teeth. Very good. And what about her quirk? Any ideas? It's either mental or not visibly obvious unless activated. She gave no outward signs as to what it could be. What's her hero name? The alchemy hero Trisharos. That was not what he was expecting, but it made perfect sense. Assuming that is specific, her quirk is some sort of transmutation of matter. Like Momo Yayorozu. Anything she touches, she can turn into its base elements and then manipulate into any combination she desires. The sentence ended pointedly, and hundreds of lethal combinations flooded Izuku's head. He stated the obvious, it is a very good thing she is not a villain. Indeed. Nedzu pressed a paw to part of his desk, and a panel slid open. A thin computer monitor rose out of the space. 2 more panels slid open to reveal a keyboard and mouse. Izuku stared in awe. Now, I have been kept apprised of the problems 1A is experiencing with costumes. With a few clicks, Hagecure's file appeared on screen. Izuku's rough sketch was on a monitor in the principal of UA's office. He felt tempted to pinch himself. Unaware of his crisis, the principal continued, I have complete confidence that you will rectify the error in judgment I had in retaining such an abysmal company. The Aldera principal would have yelled, demanding to know why he thought he could dare question their judgment. UA wasn't Aldera, and 3 adults in a single day valued his opinion. Aizawa's trust in him wasn't new, but it never stopped being surprising. As subtle as he could manage, Izuku shifted his hands, pinching the underside of his forearm. He wasn't dreaming. I won't let you down, sir, Izuku responded automatically. The conversation turned to Hagecure's design. The remaining hour was a verbal tennis match, defending his design choices in a match of wits. He wasn't sure who won, because by the end, Nedzu managed to argue his own points back to him. All explained with ruthless efficiency. Izuku was startled to realize that his own ideas mirrored back to him were flawless. Lesson learned. His phone buzzed again, face down on the dining table. Shoyuta sighed, setting down his pen. If he didn't answer, she was just going to break down his door. Picking up the phone, he saw 6 missed texts and 2 missed calls. The phone buzzed again, galaxy emojis on either side of the name. I met your kid Shoyuta. You left some things out. Why was he at the ambush? You said a vigilante saved your butt. Answer your ifng phone. I swear to God I'll delete your door. I don't care if Hizashi pouts. He narrowed his eyes on the phone. How, in a single day, did Izuku manage to bring up the ambush to his mentor? What did he tell you? Oh, nothing much. Just to not worry about his mid-class flashbacks. Because you know about them since you are in most of them. He scrubbed a hand over his face. Izuku didn't do well with therapy, too worried about what the perceived authority figure wanted him to say. He took to Shuta's method better. Stilted, random mentions of the problem, laid out minutes or hours at a time. I would like to clarify that I had nothing to do with him being there. Having a 13-year-old vigilante save my life was not what I wanted. He hasn't had a flashback in months. New school stress is probably a trigger. I'll keep an eye out. I like him. I call dibs on internships. Your mini-me was so serious. He needs his Auntie Kaneko. She said. His phone down, ignoring the incoming text. The thought of Izuku learning any of her chaotic traits sent a shiver down his spine. A soft set of footsteps alerted him to the warm arms wrapping themselves around him. Hizashi's chin rested in the crux of his shoulder. Sho, what you working on? He pulled a paper out from under Shuta's hand before he could protest. Personal student? You're getting another kid. Who? He could feel his husband's sunshine smile. Hizashi pulled Shuta's chair back easily, sitting himself on Shuta's lap. Shoyuta curled his arm around his husband's waist, holding him steady. He picked up the pen and resumed the paperwork. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku recommended him. He has a mental quirk and not enough training. Hizashi's fingers wove into Shuta's hair. Another Miniyu? Now I have to meet them both. After you stay. I have their first duo training on Friday. You can wait until next week. Fine, but no postponing. I'm showing up to next week's class no matter what. Hitoshi walked into the gym on Friday to see Midoriya in a simpler version of his hero costume, dark green jumpsuit and black boots. I'm feeling underdressed. He deadpanned, gesturing to his basic UA gym uniform. Midoriya took off in a light jog, so Hitoshi shrugged and followed. They were halfway around the outer edge when Midoriya flatly read off from some internal rulebook. HPSC dictated that all official hero costumes are to be heavily regulated. That means for students they can only be used during the official curriculum until we get provisional licenses. He looked back to Hitoshi with a grin. Of course, if I want to wear exercise gear that happens to be the same design without the civilian prohibited materials, that's perfectly within the rules. Did you learn loopholes in your world domination class, or were you just born like this? Hitoshi asked. Midoriya squawked in protest. Shinso. I've told you that's not what my elective with Nedzu is. They finished the second loop and Midoriya sped up, leaving him behind. He pushed harder to catch up, shouting, "Could have fooled me. Logic and data management sounds like a cover." A loud mechanically clicking sound rang out in the gym, making him flinch. Midoriya tensed, angling to jog almost against the wall. Hitoshi copied. He watched in amazement as pieces of the floor started to rise, rectangles imitating fake buildings pushing out of the ground. What the F dash? He shouted over the rumble, and Midoriya just laughed. Aizawa is here. He looked around. Where? Midoriya looked like a kid in a candy store, all wide-eyed excitement. The second the rumbling ended, he took off into the mini-city with a shout. You'll find out. Dumbfounded, he slowly wandered in, head on a swivel. For several minutes he didn't see anything, before a flash of dark green launched himself from the building above Hitoshi's head, disappearing as he landed on the one across. A shadow of black and gray followed. He headed there. Direction, trying to follow from the ground. He caught nothing but glimpses, heard echoey shouts and laughter. It wasn't until he looked down for the first time in several minutes that he realized he had to be in the middle of the fake city, almost stumbling on the stairs to a small inlaid plaza. Gray and green filled his vision as Midoriya was tossed into the plaza from behind Hitoshi, Eraserhead's capture weapon unfurling to throw him into the middle. He spun and saw Eraserhead at the edge of a roof throw out the other end to wrap around a light pole before leaping off the building with no hesitation. Midoriya was already standing when Eraserhead landed in the plaza, capture weapon returning to rest on his shoulders. They fought in a blur of movement, Hitoshi barely able to keep up with the volley of moves. The fight slowed a bit as Eraserhead's kick slammed into Midoriya's side. Hitoshi winced, but Midoriya took the blow with nothing more than a harsh exhale, shifting to rebalance himself. In one smooth motion, Midoriya had twin batons in hand, bringing them down towards Eraserhead's face. He jumped back, blocking the now glancing blow with his arm. Midoriya ducked a retaliatory kick, charging low, hitting Eraserhead with a direct blow to his leg. Hitoshi saw Eraserhead smile, wide and vicious. Between one moment and the next, Midoriya was on the ground, batons clattering harmlessly on the cement, Eraserhead's boot pressed solidly in the center of his chest. They held like that for several moments before Eraserhead released him. Midoriya laughed, throwing himself upright with a complicated twist of his legs. "What the frick was that?" Hitoshi asked, walking towards them. In between panting breaths, Midoriya answered, "Tactical maneuvers in an urban landscape." "What?" Midoriya leaned forward, and in a loud whisper said, "It's tag, but don't let Aizawa know, or he'll stop letting me play." Shinso turned to see Aizawa looking right at them from a few feet away. Hitoshi shrugged, "Okay, secret's safe with me." He looked over his friend, unfazed from a battle with Eraserhead, nothing to show for it besides his slightly heavy breathing. It was then he came to the realization. "I'm supposed to spar with you? You just fought Eraserhead as an even match." Midoriya laughed. "I've been fighting him for 2 years and I still haven't won, Shinso." He turned towards Aizawa. "Hear that? An even match. It's only a matter of time before I get you down." 2 years? I'm never catching up." Hitoshi shoved his hands in his pockets, curling his fingers into a fist. Aizawa stepped into their conversation. "If you put in the work, you'll get closer than you think. You have different strengths. You'll be stopping fights before they start." Hitoshi flinched at the mention of his quirk, but Midoriya lit up. "Brainwashing, right? How's it work? Can you try it on me?" "What?" Hitoshi must have misheard. He turned towards Aizawa, confused. Aizawa confirmed that they were both insane. "You have my permission to use your quirk during our training. It defeats the purpose of your training to give permission every time, so use your best judgment. Try it now. Please." Midoriya was actually begging him to take his control away. He considered it. It was better to get them to understand early. "Hey Midoriya, you sure you want me to use my quirk on you?" he asked, holding his quirk in his mind. "Yeah." The mental thread pulled taut, and he watched Midoriya's eyes go blank. He glanced at Aizawa, who was calm, face empty of distrust or fear. He gave a simple command, "Clap your hands." He let him clap 3 times before he released him and waited. "Yeah." The words barely left his mouth before he was pulled into a blankness. The only thing in his vision was a line, lit a bright lilac. "Clap your hands." The line pulsed at the muffled words, and his limbs moved without his command. On the 3rd clap, the blankness fell away, expanding outward until he was back in reality. "That was awesome. Does it work on multiple people? What was the trigger?" "Aizawa, you have to try." Shinso sputtered. "Oh, dash." Aizawa cut him off. "You can answer his questions later." "Shinso, use it on me." Izuku watched closely as Shinso asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes." Aizawa froze, eyes dulling the second he responded. The question and response trigger was obvious when observing as an outsider. "What should I have him do?" Shinso asked tense. Izuku wondered if he had his own Aldra in his head, whispering insidious lies about him, about his quirk. He shaked off the thought. "Have him jump. I know how high he usually can." "Jump once." With that command, Aizawa jumped a meter in the air. Shinso released him when his feet touched the ground. Aizawa blinked a few times, shaking his head. "What did you make me do?" It was Izuku's turn to blink in confusion. You don't remember? He looked toward Shinso. He didn't seem surprised. Last I remember is Shinsu's question. Aizawa answered. What do you remember? I remember the whole thing, but it was an empty void. I could only see a bright line and hear the command. Line? Shinso asked. Right, he never explained this part. He hates how words fail to do justice to what he sees. Yeah, you know how my quirk sees connections? I see lines of colored light, like the trails of a comet. People light up like a star. I saw your line but no star. For the first time since his quirk was mentioned, Shinso stopped looking like he was expecting an attack. A star? Like a soul? Izuku knew at some point someone would ask, and he was very glad it was here, and not in front of the whole class. A glance at Aizawa showed he looked equally as expectant of the answer. Izuku held back a wince. I try not to think about it. I really don't know. A quirk shouldn't be able to do that. It's probably a representation of their body heat or something. He rocked back on his heels, so I take it I wasn't supposed to. Remember? Shinso took the redirection. No, I've never had anyone remember, but I haven't exactly used it on many people. My moms let me practice before the exam and they remembered nothing. Izuku crossed off Shinso's parents in his mental things to be worried about list. If he remembered, maybe his quirk being incompatible was good for something. My quirk expands my ability to process data and I've accidentally focused down on a line before. My brain is probably a bit resistant to anything resembling a coma after the first few. A few comas? Shinso sounded concerned. Yeah, if I try to use my quirk at its full potential my brain hits a kill switch before the data fries me. I got the hang of it when I was like 12 though, so it's fine. Izuku explained. Shinso sputtered, but before he could say anything Aizawa interrupted. As enlightening as this is, I would like to get some training in before we run out of time. Izuku pouted. Shinso's quirk was fascinating. He would have to invite him to hang out at Mae's this weekend. She would love to volunteer to be the control subject. The remaining training turned out to be getting Shinso's baseline. Izuku free-ran the roofs as Aizawa tested basic moves with Shinso. The last 15 minutes Aizawa had Shinso run a knot tag on the ground, testing his base evasion skills. It was the best he did in all training. He wasn't surprised. Running away from people was Izuku's first skill mastered. With several minutes left, Izuku got bored of watching. He glided across the roofs, making his way towards the left turn he predicted Shinso would make. He timed it, hitting the roof just as Shinso passed through the alley below, Aizawa not far behind. He dropped, sliding down the walls towards his target. At the last moment he pulled a weapon from his hip, clicked the hilt, and aimed for Aizawa's back. His teacher spun an instant before his hit would have landed, tossing them both into a mess of limbs. After a brief scuffle they stood, looking each other over. Aizawa's left sleeve had a long bright green gash of chalky paint across it. I hit you. He clapped his hands in excitement, pausing when the sound was unimpeded by the hilt of his fake knife. Aizawa shook the knife in his hand, pointing it towards Izuku's chest. A starburst of contrasting green bloomed out from his chest. Mae's invention was genius. The blade slashed paint from a fine slit in the dull cutting edge, but if used to stab, it collapsed, ejecting a spray to mimic the damage. Aizawa grinned, flipping the blade around for him to put back. He took the knife with a frown. Nice try, kid. We'll work on disengaging a missed target without getting stabbed by your own weapon next time. Shinsu's got a few-minute head start. Want to try that trick on him? He matched Aizawa's grin, taking off down the street. Shinsu's scream when he dropped from the sky was worth his failed attack. So was the look of awe he had on his face when Izuku let him look at the knife as he explained why Shinsu's back was now splattered with paint. Hitoshi stared up at the house, a large modern square of glass and shiny metal. He walked up to the door, jumping when a voice sounded from a small camera doorbell. Aiza's friend. You've come to brainwash me. For science. The voice, Hatsume, he guessed, was so loud the speaker in the doorbell distorted it slightly. Before he could reply, the door cracked open with a click. The living room was controlled chaos. Books were stacked on shelves lining most of the walls. The coffee table had a stack leaning precariously. Papers were covering most of the surfaces, and sticky notes lined the walls. "We're back here." Midoriya's shout came from down a long hallway lined with macro pictures of things Hitoshi couldn't even begin to guess. He approached with all the caution of an underground hero expecting the worst. The lab was spotless, tools in outlined spots on the walls, counters gleaming. The only mess was a row of boxes filled with a mess of metal and wire. Midoriya was in a plain gray jumpsuit, leaning over a mannequin with his hero costume on it, tablet in hand. Hatsume was in the same jumpsuit, unzipped and tied at her waist. She was doing something to a small black rectangle. Even though they both talked to him moments before, they didn't seem to notice his arrival. There were too many questions Hitoshi wanted to ask, so he picked the easiest. "I thought we couldn't bring our costumes out of UA?" Midoriya looked up at his question, tablet vanishing from view. "Oh, this is a copy. It would be inefficient to wait until next year's costume review to start upgrading." "I wasn't going to wait all year to work on our baby." Mei chimed in, and Hitoshi blinked. "Baby?" Before he could ask, Mei quickly set down her project and moved to stand in front of him. "I forgot. Introductions are important for the proper foundations of friendship. My name is Hatsume. You can call me Mei." Mei wrapped him in a hug, and he stood frozen until she freed him. "Oh, Shinso, you can call me Izuku if you want." Midoriya Izuku added. "Shinso Hitoshi, you both can call me Hitoshi, I guess." He tried to remember anything his mom said about introductions. Nice to meet you," he tacked on. "Brainwash me," Mei shouted, standing too close. That's why Izuku dragged him here on a Sunday. His friend was just as crazy as he is, eager and willing to give Hitoshi control of their bodies and minds. He spared a look towards Izuku, who just had his tablet out, ready to take notes. He shrugged and embraced the insanity. "Are you sure?" The words were syrupy and thick as they left his mouth, string hovering, waiting for his willing victim to respond. "Yes." Mei's shout was cut off as the string pulled taut. In an instant she was quiet and still, her personality of constant motion and noise held in his head. "Clap your hands." His command was met with a slow measured clap. He released her after a few, and she came to with a burst of rapid applause, giving a wobbly spin of excitement. Izuku's question came out so fast the words blurred into one long string. "Did you remember anything?" She paused her spin long enough to sort of face Izuku. "Nope." She sounded happy. The gap in memory even made his parents uncomfortable at times. They never said anything, but he knew by the way they glanced at him when they forgot where their keys were or lost track of time. They thought for a brief moment, what if? He wasn't sure if they realized he always asked, "Are you sure?" Because he knew that if they forgot something after, "What's for dinner?" then they could rightly blame the imperfectness of human memory. He took a breath, banishing the thoughts behind a solid image of his front door. A mental shove had the door click and lock, vanishing from view. "What do you want to test next?" Hitoshi blurted out before he could second-guess himself. Izuku smiled, eyes sparking with focused curiosity. "Your activation requires a question and response, right? Have you tried anything else?" Izuku asked, tablet at the ready. "Yes, and I've tried everything I could think of: statements, conversation without questions, questions in the middle, shouting, whispering, other languages. It has to be a question at the end of speech, in a language both I and the recipient understand, and answered specifically to that question in a language I understand." Izuku's hands flew across his tablet, catching Hitoshi's every word. "Have you tried sign language?" Mei added. "It works, but it's sluggish and difficult to maintain. That could be because of a lack of practice in both the method and the language." "How many languages do you speak?" Izuku asked. Hitoshi smiled. "I'm fluent in Japanese, English, Chinese, and I'm working on Arabic, Spanish, and French right now. I can also ask, do you speak Japanese? In about a dozen more languages, plus, yes and no. Even the most stubborn villains should want to answer that." Izuku looked impressed. His grin was filled with teeth and challenge. "What about further commands?" Hitoshi thought about it, responding in English, "I don't know, I've never tried." "Can you try us both?" Izuku asked, switching back to Japanese. Yeah, he looked towards both of them. Are you both sure? The words flowed, string splitting. Mei and Izuku glanced at each other before focusing on him. Yes. They said in unison and the strings pulled taut. The split force made mentally rear his head back. Outwardly his head flinched slightly. Clap. He asked in Japanese and watched the comply, perfectly in sync. In English, stop. They both stopped, hands hovered mid-clap. Sit down. He commanded in Arabic, and they twitched but didn't comply. He repeated the command, focusing on envisioning the movement. Izuku dropped, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Mei remained standing. His head gave a warning heartbeat thud, and he released them. Izuku blinked up at him from the floor, eyes wide. He breathed out a single word, fascinating. Hitoshi dug his nails into his palm as Izuku continued, voice filled with wonder. I remember everything again. I could hear the words I couldn't understand, but they floated there like they were waiting for me to comprehend. And then it was like a shadow of you sat in front of me and the words clicked into place, forcing me to comply. Hitoshi didn't know what to say to that. Izuku's quirk turned everything he knew about his own quirk on its axis. He was friends with an impossibility, focused chaos that could stare at his soul. That burden should have been a weight, but Izuku was wide smiles and kindness. Hitoshi knew his quirk made him bitter and sharp, barbed to keep people away from him and his quirk. It was better he had no one to ask questions to than to see his classmates flinch when he was confused in math. His teachers couldn't hesitate if he never raised his hand. Izuku waited for Hitoshi to reply, but he was staring through him with a look on his face that Izuku had never seen, but somehow it was a familiar reflection. It was uncomfortable to know what he looked like when swallowed by his thoughts. Hitoshi! His friend surfaced at his name, eyes gaining focus. Izuku caught Mei's eye from where she stood watching. She gave him that barest of nods, twirling away towards her work table. Toshi, you have to see the new babies I made for Aizu. Mei presented the distraction with a flurry of movement. Hitoshi managed a faint smile, walking to the work table as she explained things far too fast for him to keep up, but he didn't seem to mind. Her social sleight of hand was one of Izuku's favorite things about her. Her chaotic ignorance of social cues was a carefully crafted exaggeration. She couldn't play stupid, but she could play oblivious. The way she explained it, no one paid attention to the weird girl lost in her own head. If the weird girl dragged away the kid cowering under bullies, ranting about a test subject, it was just Mei being Mei. The bullies didn't notice if the test was how much of her lunch he could eat because his got stolen. Aizu, it's your babies. Come look. Mei called him over, and he shook his head fondly. The room is not that big. Stop shouting. He yelled as he walked over. She held up a baby for him to take, a sleek black rectangle a bit bigger than his thumb. It had a few buttons and a headset wire was attached to the end. He tilted it, revealing a small camera lens on the other end. I thought a camera was going on my costume? He asked. Mei laughed. You wanted an earpiece and a camera. I just combined the two. It's bone conductive, you could whisper and it would pick up audio. She took it back and pointed towards the buttons. First is the camera, second is the earpiece. Press and hold the third to activate an emergency alert. For now it'll just go to my phone. She held the button and her phone let out an unpleasant alarm. She took it out to show them the message. Warning, Izuku is in danger warning. A map loaded below, pinging the location of Mei's house. She put her phone and the headset down. Izuku took a step back, Hitoshi copying him, when she grabbed a socket, the usual sleek black etched with silver lightning patterns. Izuku recognized the object of several debates. Mei, no. Mei is brand new sockets. These babies are 2 times the voltage of the prototype. Emergency babies to go with the emergency alert. She turned on her presenter voice. Behold, socket 3.0. To untrained eyes and hands, they work exactly as the boring school regulation sockets. With a simple press from coded-in fingers, it will glow and activate with an expanded radius and output. She pressed her thumb to an unpatterned section and the lightning lines flashed. Hitoshi took several steps back, eyes wide. Mei pressed at the socket again and it turned off. Mei, I can't bring those to school, I'll get caught. He explained the key point in all the previous arguments. She countered, no one will know. They are virtually indistinguishable unless activated. Izuku name-dropped his final argument. Aizawa will know, he knows everything. It was swiftly dodged, and Aizawa won't care. Mei! Aizu! They shouted each other's names, before doubling over with laughter. A quiet voice echoed through the noise, Hitoshi. And I'm so confused. Mei jumped up, pulling out a blank blueprint sheet. Oh, right. You're supposed to offer things to guests. Izuku startled, I don't think dash. Mei ignored him, turning to Hitoshi, what would you want? I can think of so many babies I could make you. Are they also illegal? Hitoshi asked, face a blanket of confusion. Most of them, only a little. Mei answered and Hitoshi mouthed, only a little, to himself. Hitoshi seemed to consider it for several moments. What exactly do you think we are going to need these for? Izuku opened his mouth to explain, the word ambush on the tip of his tongue. Mei cut him off. With Izuku? Anything. He went on a walk once and almost got eaten by an alligator man. He what? That's not what happened. Hitoshi and Izuku shouted at the same time, making Mei laugh. Izuku took a breath, holding up a hand to prevent Mei from explaining more. She nodded, moving to work on whatever project she decided for Hitoshi. She's heard the tale before, in bits and pieces. I used to wander around at night, getting data from my brand new, at the time, Nova system. He wiggled his tablet. It's how I met Eraserhead. He caught me watching a high-crime bar from a rooftop. How old were you? Hitoshi asked. 13 by then. Anyways, weeks later I was watching the bar when I noticed something weird going on, but before I could do anything, Eraserhead chased a villain out of an alley. Izuku knew, distantly, that his voice went flat, an empty imitation of his mentor. It was an ambush. 20 villains poured into the street in front of the bar, and a Quirk locked Eraserhead in place, right in the middle of it all. 20. Hitoshi whispered, mostly to himself, eyes wide. By then Mei had given me Shocket prototypes and my baton. Eraserhead was fighting off groups of villains while I watched from above. A duo had made their way behind him unnoticed thanks to a shadow quirk. I threw a Shocket, and Eraserhead noticed the knife in time. But I revealed my position. A villain with a reptilian quirk was climbing the building. Hitoshi leaned towards him, looking over him head to toe, checking for signs of obvious mauling Izuku guessed. I stunned the villain as he reached the top. He fell off the building. I would find out months later he broke several ribs and both of his legs. Good. Hitoshi looked relieved, and Izuku shrugged. For a while after he heard about that he felt guilty, that something he did put someone in the hospital with serious injuries. Now the information was put in the same category of not dead, a sort of empty relief. He finished off the tale with a swiftness. Eraserhead took out the rest and made it out with some bad bruises but was otherwise fine. As a trade for me never going out at night again, he offered to train me. For several moments neither of them said anything, until Hitoshi gave a slightly false chuckle, commenting dryly, so you had to save his life and almost get mauled to get a training offer but I just had to be shit at fighting? You must have really softened him up over the years. Izuku laughed, don't let him hear you say that. The mood eased in an instant. He wondered if all friend groups flip from serious to silly in moments. Probably not. Hands wrapped around both of their forearms. They turned to follow Mei, dragging them into her project. Aizawa stood at the podium, waiting for the last of the class to arrive. The moment Kaminari sat down he spoke, the principal has reminded me of a very important school activity. The class broke out in whispered guesses, falling into a hush at Aizawa's annoyed sigh. Select a class president and vice president. I don't care how, just get it done before homeroom ends, this will not be cutting into my lesson time. And with that he dragged his sleeping bag from behind the podium and crawled inside. Arguing instantly ensued, shouts of self-endorsement echoing over each other. It lasted over a minute before Momo stood, shirt untucked, a small ballot box she produced under her desk in hand. She walked to the podium and set it down quietly. Izuku looked around, only a few people noticed. He hesitated to shout, instead contemplating accessing the room's loudspeakers. Deku followed where Izuku was looking and rolled his eyes, shouting with a short pop of his palm, "Hey!" Ponytail magicked up a stupid box. Momo's eyes went wide as the class fell silent, all eyes on her. Please vote for one person each on a scrap of paper and put it in the box. Can we vote for ourselves? Kaminari asked. I don't think that would be helpful. Please don't. Everyone moved to vote, pulling scraps of paper from their notebooks and scribbling a name before rushing to the front. Izuku wrote Momo's name and walked calmly to the podium, giving Momo a reassuring smile. The results were interesting. Momo tallied them on the whiteboard with increasing surprise. Momo, 7. Midoriya, Shinso, 2. Rima, 1. Ida, 1. Several people cheered for Momo, Izuku included. She blushed and tried to calm the class. Bakugo looked a strange mix of confused, annoyed, and pleased. Izuku tried to look around the room to figure out who voted for him. Hitoshi gave him a questioning eyebrow, and he shook his head, returning the silent question. Hitoshi grinned. Ida stood suddenly and everyone quieted at his impassioned yell. There are 21 votes, someone voted twice, therefore these results are invalid. Everyone looked around the room accusingly, and Izuku studied the crowd. Tokoyami was avoiding everyone's gaze and Dark Shadow was hidden from view. Izuku leaned over and tapped his desk. Who did Dark Shadow vote for? At his question, Dark Shadow emerged, wrapping a shadowy wing over Izuku's shoulders to lean in. Voting is a secret. But me and Fumi were in agreement. They answered loudly, and the whole class turned to look at the pair. Tokoyami spoke up, my apologies, Dark Shadow was rather insistent in their participation. I did not mean to cause undue confusion. Momo looked unsure and Ida looked like he was about to protest, so Izuku cut him off. Dark Shadow does have to spend their time in this class. It's only fair they get representation. Most of the class nodded in agreement or gave non-committal shrugs. Bakugo stood and walked to the front of the class, slamming his hand on the podium. With this dumb sheet concluded, Ponytail, Yaoyorozu is the class president. I'm your vice president, so you all better listen to her or else. With that he moved behind her and the class remained completely silent. Momo cleared her throat, stalling for a few seconds before she spoke. I am thankful to all who voted for me and hope to live up to the class's expectations for class president. She paused, and after no one clapped she added, plus ultra. Plus ultra. The class shouted, and Aizawa stood from his nap, sleeping bag pooling at his feet as he stepped out. Bakugo and Momo moved to sit down. You managed to complete this without interrupting class time. Congratulations to the winners, he deadpanned before starting the lesson. Izuku knew the girls' costumes would be ready for today's practical lesson, but he wasn't expecting their reaction. Momo, Hagakure, Mina, and Uraraka all pounced on him when he entered the gym, wrapping him in a too-many-arms hug. He tried to catch the eye of someone to help but only got a thankful nod from Jiro and a faint smile from Azui. Hitoshi was standing off to the side looking amused. Fits perfectly. Hagakure cheered into his ear. This fabric is fascinating. Momo said, stepping back from the hug pile to smooth a hand down her stomach. The darker red patch covering most of her front shimmered faintly at her touch, an interesting byproduct of it being infused with her DNA. Most of the costume was infused, with the exception of structural lines at important points, preventing the costume from slipping when items passed through it. Armor was tricky to implement, but the minimum requirements were met if he added shin pads to her new leggings, and she had proved at some point over the weekend that she could make armor that would hook in over her chest if she needed. I feel much safer. Uraraka chimed in. Her adjustments were simple. He added a skirt over the bodysuit and armored her chest and legs. The pressure points gauntlets for anti-nausea were slimmed down significantly. Thanks. Mina, who was way too happy for someone whose only fix he made was tank top straps and armor. They took turns hugging him until Aizawa walked into the gym. I'm not introducing multi-opponent combat until next week. Please refrain from practicing ahead of schedule. Aizawa called out towards them flatly. The girls released Izuku with shared confused looks, but a glance over at Aizawa revealed the smallest of smirks. Izuku laughed, failing to stifle it. Hitoshi gave a low chuckle, while the rest of the class near him looked around in confusion. A distantly familiar noise startled Izuku out of his amusement. Bakugo, who must have entered just behind Aizawa, had given a short, of controlled laughter. A memory itched at him, of a spontaneous play on words Izuku said proudly towards their preschool group, only to be met with blank stares of confusion. The only laughter came from his once friend sitting close by, a short little laugh that turned into peals of laughter when the teacher asked what was funny. The memory soured with the knowledge that 2 weeks after that Bakugo got his quirk, and Izuku's put him in the hospital for the second time. He came back to missed inside jokes and the only confusion was on his face. Izuku pulled away from his thoughts in time to hear Aizawa's instructions. Today is going to be preparation for your field trip. A simple maneuverability simulation will serve as a baseline for the field trip's area of focus. Maneuverability simulation. Izuku laughed to himself. It's an obstacle course. Mina raised her hand. What is the field trip about anyways? Aizawa answered dryly. Illogically, it's supposed to be a surprise. Consider it early training for low-intel missions. Ignoring any other questions, Aizawa explained today's practical exercise. A row of obstacle courses ranging in difficulty from above-average middle school gym class to pro hero. They would have to beat them in a certain amount of time to advance to the next one. It was graded on effort and best time, regardless of tries, and quirks were allowed. As long as it didn't drastically alter the course. The class gave one look at each other before deciding to make it a personal challenge amongst themselves. The class would personally count only the first run time, and the person with the best time on the farthest course wins. Aizawa pointedly ignored their discussion. With a click of a button, 4 courses emerged from the ground, slotting into place like giant puzzles. The last 3 continued to move and shift. The first course Izuku blew through with ease. Alternating rows of angled platforms were beaten with a series of cat jumps. A small labyrinth of pipes and pillars was no more difficult to maneuver through than a roof with a needlessly complex heating and cooling setup. The ending rope swing was basically playground equipment. The second course was only slightly harder in physicality, but the time limit was significantly shorter. Koda, Sato, and Oyama had to redo it once. The third course was where it got fun. It was a near repeat of the first, but the beginning platforms moved slightly, changing position by less than a foot in any direction. Just enough to throw off anyone that didn't adjust. The middle section was rearranged but remained still, probably to prevent limbs being crushed. The rope was replaced with a series of loose pull-up bars that rotated as you held them. The fourth course made him grin wide and wild. It was a beautiful piece of engineering. It was also tossing his classmates off of it like rag dolls. 4 sections of 4 platforms just big enough to stand on, spaced at the narrowest gap a meter apart, rotated like a solar system model, the sections rotating individually while the whole thing spun slowly in a large orbit. Any miscalculation sent people flying off into the large gymnastic foam pit below. The only ones that managed to cross on the first try were Azui, whose quirk-enhanced grip and leaping made quick work of the course, Mina, whose dancer agility turned the rotation into a performance, leaping the platforms to an internal song, and Bakugo, who ran without hesitation, correcting himself mid-air with controlled explosions. He was up next, and he studied the course for a full outer rotation of the platforms. A pattern emerged at the edge of his thoughts, and he moved on well-honed instincts. The first platform lined up to his right and he ran, not breaking his stride for an instant. His feet pushed off the platforms into meter-wide leaps, around in a curve towards the end. He reached the other side in seconds, momentum forcing him into a roll. He stopped in front of the others, who were all in various stages of surprise. "Oh, come on! How am I supposed to follow that Izuku?" Hitoshi yelled from the other side, Momo nodding in stunned agreement next to him. "Don't fall off." Izuku shouted back with a smile. He knew by the look on Hitoshi's face that if they weren't in class he would have given him the finger. Izuku watched the platforms as Hitoshi walked. Up to the start, a rhythm of "go" echoed in his head at every correct alignment. He heard more than saw Hitoshi start, looking up to see him follow Izuku's path, the platforms rotating into place a moment before his foot would land. He failed to center his steps, and each step brought him closer toward the edge. His last leap fell short, foot glancing off the end platform. He caught himself at the waist, hands scrambling for purchase. Hitoshi clumsily pulled himself up, flopping backwards on the platform, chest heaving. Hitoshi spoke between breaths. That was absolutely insane. Izuku walked over to help him up, moving him off the end platform. Momo was next, eyes narrowed in determined focus. At some point she had made some sort of small device, and was clipping it to her costume. Its use was not apparent from where he stood. She waited at the edge of the platform, watching carefully until their correct alignment began, talking off with graceful leaps. The peak of the curve had her throwing her arms out for balance, the tip of her foot sliding slightly. But she corrected herself easily, making it to the last few platforms before landing in a heavy stumble as her momentum halted roughly. The device on her chest gave a small click, in sync with the platform pattern beginning again. Momo's skill with her quirk continued to amaze him. In the span of Hitoshi's turn, she had made a crude but fully functional timer. Izuku was struck with the wonderful and terrifying idea of what would happen if Momo and Mei worked together. He shivered at the thought, distracting himself by complimenting his friend's creativity. Brilliant! It's amazing that you both worked out the pattern just from watching my run. Izuku exclaimed, bouncing on the ball of his feet. Momo and Hitoshi exchanged looks, and Hitoshi replied to him, "Yeah, we didn't notice anything but you bobbing forward when we needed to go like you were going to try again." Momo nodded in confirmation, "I set my timer to you, not the course." Izuku wasn't sure what to do with the knowledge that he had such an obvious tell. He would have to work on that. It would be dangerous if a villain could predict his movements. Before he could dwell on it, Kirishima stepped forward, looking excited. "I want to try it like you. Tell me when Mito bro." Kirishima lined up at the end platform, making it the new start. With a scowl, Bakugo lined up behind him. Izuku looked towards Aizawa for permission, who just shrugged. Several others, notably Ida, Ojiro, Siro, Kaminari and Uraraka all lined up. The rest of the class time was spent with him being a walking timer, calling "go" for what would eventually be over half the class, including Mina and Azui, who wanted to try his method. Momo and Hitoshi sat out, along with Koda. It was interesting to see that it wasn't foolproof even with the timing. Kaminari, Aoyama and Hagakure still fell off. Eventually they were all across and catching their breath. In the middle of cool-down stretches, Kaminari, Siro and Mina were whispering to each other and glancing over at their teacher, who was leaning against the closest wall. After a few more whispers and nudges, Mina spoke up, "Mr. Aizawa, will you run the last course? It would benefit the class to have a pro hero to compare to." Her plea for further education was ruined by her grin. Izuku matched it, turning towards Aizawa. "If you find it necessary, I would be happy to help you with the timing, sir." Izuku added, faux helpfulness in his voice. Aizawa huffed, and Izuku heard Hitoshi laugh behind him. Aizawa wordlessly walked up to the platform, and the whole class dropped their pretense of cool-down exercises to watch. Aizawa didn't spare Izuku a glance, pointedly looking straight ahead. He went at a seemingly random moment, only looking at the platforms a moment before he leaped, jumping on the nearest one before moving across the cross in a fluid series of leaps, feet barely touching down before he was off to the next. It was over in half of Izuku's time. It showed the clear difference between good timing and decades of practice. "What the F dash? Are you sure you're not related?" Hitoshi whispered behind him. Todoroki's head whipped towards them, eyes narrowing. Izuku sighed. He hoped this didn't turn into a rumor. "That was amazing, Mr. Aizawa." Mina shouted, clapping. The rest of the class joined in. Izuku clapped even harder when Aizawa ducked his head into his capture weapon. Ignoring the praise, Aizawa spoke when the applause died down, and with that, class dismissed. "Remember, tomorrow is the field trip. Right after homeroom you will be putting on your hero costumes and heading straight to the bus at the front of the school. Don't be late or I'll leave you behind." Everyone stood from the stretches and wobbled on sore legs out of the gym, eager for lunch. The obstacle courses left them all ravenously hungry, so lunch was eaten with minimal discussion. Once again, Izuku was boxed in on all sides by all the girls and Hitoshi. His shoulder brushed Uraraka to his right, and that seemed to startle her out of her thoughts. Before he could apologize, she asked him a question. Midoriya? I thought your quirk was related to people. How did you use it for the courses? Izuku thought the answer was obvious, but he looked around and most of the class was looking at him expectantly. I didn't use it. It wouldn't have done anything. Incompatible was shoved away from his thoughts with the image of his course time up on the board. He didn't need his quirk to do good things, he reminded himself. But I don't get it. Even Aizawa did it without the timing, just with the skill of a pro hero. I looked and looked for ages while everyone tried again and still couldn't see it. Several others nodded in agreement. Izuku was confused. He knew it would have taken his classmates longer to figure it out, but he had practice with timing from his training with Aizawa. For them to not be able to do it at all didn't make sense. Aizu, you know you have like a weird butt brain, right? If I didn't see you get scratched during the entrance exam, I would have thought you are just a really high-tech robot or something. Oh, I saw a really weird pre-Quirk American movie once about androids. It was confusing because it kept switching main characters. Maybe you are an android? Do you bleed blue stuff? Kaminari shouted from the other end of the table. Izuku couldn't believe he had to say it. I'm definitely a human. That's what an android would say. Mina said, mostly teasing. Kaminari looked alarmed. Before he could further argue his humanity in an effort to ignore his apparent inhuman abilities, a shrill alarm sounded. In an instant Izuku was standing, hand reaching reassuringly for his bag's pocket of less than legal shockets. The rest of the class stood and looked at each other before turning towards Momo and Bakugu. A third year ran up to their table. That alarm means someone breached UA's defensive barrier. He took off before anyone could ask him anything. The cafeteria had descended into pandemonium as everyone rushed towards the hall. His class managed to stay mostly together in the chaos, but it was a losing battle against the crowd. Izuku locked eyes with Bakugu and pointed back towards the cafeteria. He got a nod in response, and with a series of strategic body checks the path back was clear. But I demand as VP that you get back in the stupid cafeteria. Now. Bakugu shouted over the crowd and everyone changed directions. Shoji waded through the crowd, using his height and extra limbs to herd the stragglers towards the cafeteria entrance. When he got in the cafeteria, Momo was already towards the back and making a head count. In the hallway, people shouted in alarm as the crowd started to get stuck as the end of the hall narrowed towards a doorway. Izuku pulled out his tablet, putting into practice something he had jokingly discussed with Netsu during his second class with him. I welcome an attempt at UA's digital defenses. Consider it homework. He hadn't had much luck, only accessing normal school functions like the PA system and a few cameras, but that was all he needed. He didn't have access to the ones at the entrance, but he flicked through the feeds and found the one at the building's front door. It was repositionable and he angled it up. In the distance, a crowd surrounded Aizawa and Present Mike, all holding cameras and microphones. It's just the press? A pained shout came from the hall, and Izuku switched over to the PA system. Putting on his best official announcement voice, Izuku spoke into his tablet. May I have your attention, please? The press has breached the entrance, setting off the alarm. There is no need to panic. Please calmly and carefully return to your homeroom classroom until the problem has been dealt with. Thank you for your cooperation. When he finished, he looked up to the whole class. Once again looking at him funny. Feeling weirdly giddy from his crowd control, he quipped, You heard the announcement, we have to return to our homeroom. The whole class let out adrenaline-filled giggles, tension easing. They all returned to their homeroom in near silence, sitting down and waiting with quiet conversation. Izuku pulled up his tablet again, checking all the cameras more thoroughly. The alarm seemed like an overreaction to a few dozen members of the press. His suspicion grew when a handful of cameras caught a glimpse of several ectoplasm clones patrolling the campus. He found a few other cameras that could be repositioned to face the wall. He turned the one at the Gym Gamma entrance and tensed, forcing himself not to react. On screen, another ectoplasm. Izuku assumed he was the original. Cementos and Power Loader were at a large hole in the perimeter wall. The edges were jagged and crumbling, dust drifting off the wind. The teacher's pro-heroes kept their heads on a swivel, anticipating danger. There was no audio, but Izuku could see Ectoplasm put his hand up to the gold circle around his ear. The heroes all pause, turning towards him. Ectoplasm nodded, and with a single smooth motion Cementos crudely patched the hole. Ectoplasm split into two, leaving a clone behind as the pro-heroes took off out of frame of the camera. Izuku felt exposed in his school uniform, desk right next to the windows. Nothing looked out of place from his view. Minutes of coiled anticipation passed with him, switching from checking the cameras to watching the door and windows. Aizawa and Present Mike must have left the entrance while he was watching the wall breach, because when he switched back, they were gone, the doors sealed, and an ectoplasm was standing guard. The alarm had gone off almost 20 minutes ago, and Izuku wondered what strain his math teacher was under. A hand touched his shoulder and Izuku tensed. He looked up to see Hitoshi standing next to him, hands palm out. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. You okay?" Izuku threw on a smile, giving half-truths. "Everything's fine. The crowd made me a bit anxious." Hitoshi looked him dead in the eye, squinted and said with a tired shrug, "Alrighty then, keep your secrets." Hitoshi stayed standing, looking out the window before turning towards the door. He was standing guard, Izuku realized. Immediately Izuku wanted to explain without attracting the attention of the rest of the class. He waved Hitoshi to come closer and whispered, "It's not just the press, the teachers are on guard, but I don't see an active threat." Hitoshi's eyes went wide at the same time Izuku heard a cough and a squeak. He looked up to see Jiro and Shoji looking at him with concern. He forgot about their enhanced hearing. "Everything's fine." Izuku whispered toward them. Bakugo turned towards Jiro before spinning around to glare at Izuku. "You're gonna tell me what's happening?" He growled loudly. "What's happening? What's going on? Why is everyone staring at Midoriya?" Voices piped up from across the classroom, and once again all eyes were on Izuku. "It wasn't just the press, the teachers are on guard, but I didn't see an active threat on the cameras," Izuku said quickly, hoping to prevent panic. It didn't work and the class erupted in pandemonium. Everyone stood, stepping towards him. A dozen questions came at him all at once, blurring indistinguishably. Izuku shrunk back from the noise, senses already taxed. Bakugo slammed his palm on his desk, silencing the class. Momo stepped up from her desk behind him. "Midoriya said we are safe, and the teachers are handling it. We must retain order until Mr. Aizawa returns. Sit down and be quiet, please," she said calmly, like a queen addressing her people. Everyone sat at once and the class was whisper quiet. Momo turned to Izuku and spoke to him softly, "Can you please check the cameras again?" Izuku nodded, grabbing his tablet and flipping through the angles he had pinned. An ectoplasm remained at the entrance and the patched hole, but the one patrolling the grounds were gone. Several hallway cameras showed various teachers walking back to their classrooms. The door to their classroom opened and everyone jumped in their seats. All eyes turned towards the door as Aizawa walked in. He looked around the room, before focusing down on Izuku, eyes narrowing. The class kept silent, all leaned forward in anticipation. Aizawa walked to the podium. "Midoriya, Nedzu would like to thank you for handling the crowd control. All classes, except 1A, will be going over proper lockdown procedures to prevent another incident." Kaminari caved, blurting out, "Are we under attack?" Several others chimed in, spilling questions. Aizawa held his hand up to silence the class and renewed his glare at Izuku. "You all apparently know more than you are supposed to." He sighed, scrubbing a hand down his face. "This cannot leave this classroom, not even to your parents. The security of UA relies on keeping this contained until Principal Nedzu can fully investigate." He paused until the class nodded or spoke their agreement. "There was a breach in the wall by an unknown person. Their breach was covered up with a coordinated leak to the press. The campus has been thoroughly searched and secured by staff, and nothing appears to be missing or damaged. With the exception of minor injuries from the hallway crowding, no one has been hurt." Izuku was just glad Aizawa was here and safe. He pushed the questions he had aside and just focused on that. He let out a shaky breath, tension leaving his shoulders. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes and he blinked them away. Safe, he was safe. He repeated the mantra over and over until the principal spoke over the PA system, announcing that they were to go to their next class. He had 2 hours of support course classes to reassure himself with dangerous inventions. Shoyuta was tempted to allow Hizashi to hit the press. They were wasting time shooing them away instead of securing the school with the others. He cursed Nedzu's decision to put them both on press duty. He took small comfort in the fact that Izuku was at lunch, and the lockdown alarm would keep him in the cafeteria with Lunch Rush and 43rd-year hero students. The alarm cut suddenly with the crackle of the PA system, and his kid's voice rang out over the comms direct connection. "May I have your attention, please? The press has breached the entrance, setting off the alarm. There is no need to panic. Please calmly and carefully return to your homeroom classroom until the problem is dealt with. Thank you for your cooperation." Hizashi laughed next to him, startling the press. Over the comms, Nedzu spoke up. "It appears that a majority of the students decided to evacuate the cafeteria in a dangerously large crowd. It was a good thing Midoriya decided to exploit a backdoor in our security and intervene." "Hey, Shoyuta, your kid working for us now?" Kiyama chimed in over the comms. "What do you mean backdoor? Did that kid hack us?" Vlad King yelled into his ear. "Please keep the comms clear of chatter." Shoyuta muttered, ignoring them. Principal Nedzu spoke over the comms. "The campus has been fully searched, and there are no signs of an intruder. Please secure your entrances and return to the staff room for debrief." Shoyuta put on his most effective glare. "All right, you asked your questions. Leave before I activate the probably not lethal security bots." The meeting was 20 minutes of a whole lot of nothing, and he escaped at the earliest opportunity. Shoyuta entered his classroom to 20 pairs of eyes looking at him expectantly, and 1 pair looking innocently at him. It took less than a minute for one of them to crack. "Are we under attack?" Kaminari, the poster child for impulsivity, broke the dam of questions. Izuku was suspiciously lacking his usual curiosity. Shoyuta leveled a glare at his personnel student, who looked resolutely unbothered. He gave an edited version of the events of the past hour, just enough to pacify the class. He glanced over again, and still Izuku's curiosity failed to appear. The kid melted into his seat, his hand casually swiping his face. Nedzu's announcement returned a sense of normalcy to the class, and he watched as Izuku gathered his bag, bumped a reassuring shoulder with his friend, and walked out of his class with nothing more than a nod. The time for long conversations would come later. The locker room was in chaos, everyone scrambling to make sure they didn't forget anything important. Izuku was fully dressed in his hero costume, bag ready, everything not needed stored away, replaced with a packed lunch. While everyone made sure they didn't forget phone chargers or an extra pair of socks, Izuku ran his hand across the hidden pocket in his bag, Mei's long-standing advice echoing in his head. "If you have to look for them, it's useless in a fight." The anxiety from yesterday's break-in hadn't eased overnight, settling into an itch under his skin. He unzipped the pocket, pulling out the lightning bolt sockets, swapping them with his school regulation ones. He pulled the prototype earpiece out next, tucking it in a small pocket at the collar of his costume. He knew it was stupid and paranoid. A simple break-in had the school locked down and cleared in under an hour. Aizawa finally caved to his late-night inquiry, so Izuku knew the field trip was still within UA grounds. It wasn't a midnight rooftop in the middle of the city. He closed the clasp on the socket pouch on his belt anyways. Closing his locker, he reframed his thoughts. It's not paranoia, it's tactical preparedness. Hitoshi beat Izuku to the bus and was leaning sleepily against it, eyes half shut. Izuku copied him, leaning back at a spot next to him, closing his eyes to enjoy the sun on his face. The easy silence was something Izuku appreciated. After a few minutes of ignoring the talkative crowd of their classmates, Hitoshi gently knocked his shoulder into him. Izuku opened his eyes to Aizawa's arrival. His mentor held up his hand to silence the class. "I'm sure you all have been anticipating what the field trip will be." Guesses were shouted out and Aizawa sighed, waiting. They all settled down and Aizawa started to speak again. As I was saying Izuku grinned, starting a brief drum roll on his legs. Aizawa glared at him, but he didn't stop. Aizawa skipped to the reveal. The field trip is going to be your introduction into rescue work. Aizawa held up his hand again, cutting off any questions. Everything will be explained at the location. Get on the bus before we are late. The class scrambled to comply. Izuku and Hitoshi skipped the rush, hanging back. While he waited, Izuku watched as Aizawa took out his phone, scowling at whatever message he must have received on it. Izuku's anxiety spiked and he studied his mentor's body language. He looked annoyed but he didn't look around, wasn't alert for a threat. Izuku reminded himself that it could be anything. His husband could have forgotten to pick up his favorite snack for all Izuku knew. Behind them, someone quietly cleared their throat. Momo was next to the bus door with a clipboard. Please get on the bus so I can check you off the list. Izuku looked around, the rest of class was on board, except Hitoshi who was looking at him with concern. Embarrassment flushed his face, and he stuttered out an apology to Momo, almost stumbling on the bus stairs in his rush. There were only a few empty seats left towards the front, and Izuku sat down in the empty seat across from Mina and Hagakure. Hitoshi sat next to him, putting on headphones and closing his eyes. His request of, "Wake me up when we get there," was barely heard over the roar of the class, all talking at once. Aizawa stepped onto the bus and chose the seat farthest away from them all. Izuku was about to pull out his tablet and work on something when Mina called his name. "Hey Midoriya. You know Quirk things. Tell us something cool." Her voice called louder than everyone else, and once again all eyes were on Izuku. Like what?" Izuku answered. "Oh, say something about my quirk." Zero yelled across the bus, waving his hands frantically. Izuku considered it. He did have some things he was wondering about, but public quirk talk usually ended poorly for him. Scientific curiosity won out. "Alright, can I have a piece of your tape?" Izuku asked, and a game of "pass the tape without sticking yourself" started at the back of the bus. Midway Jiro prevented Kaminari from getting it in his hair. Izuku eventually leaned over the aisle to take the piece carefully from Mina. With a rapt audience he held the tape to the light from the window, pulling at it. He tried and failed to rip it. Finally, Izuku ignored the eyes on him and gave the tape a quick smell, which predictably led to several people laughing. The tape smelled weirdly sweet and papery, like old books. Investigation completed, he folded the tape on itself and tucked it away in his bag. Izuku pulled up his page on his tablet. "Antasiro. Quirk tip." Questions started to be shouted. He ignored them and typed out his hypothesis. The bus fell into a hush when Izuku raised his hand. "Question, is your hair dyed?" All eyes turned towards Zero, who looked sheepish. Yeah, how did you know?" Hypothesis confirmed. He gave his answer plainly. "You are partially a plant." "I'm a what?" Zero stood from his seat, swaying when the road curved. Shoji quietly stopped him from falling, forcing him to sit back down. "The plant. Your tape is most likely made out of cellulose and lignin. Your body functions similar to Kamui Wood's. If you kept your hair, which I suspect is full of chlorophyll, undyed, you would gain extra energy and oxygen from the sun." Zero ran a hand through his hair carefully, rubbing his fingers together over a strand like he might feel the difference. The bus had remained in a fascinated silence during Izuku's explanation. Zero looked around, shy blush on his face. Kaminari was the first to comment. "That's so cool. I bet your hair looks awesome green." Zero tugged at his hair again. Yeah, I guess I'll have to grow it out." Several others made comments, attention turning fully to Zero. Izuku sat back in his seat and started updating Zero's profile. Hitoshi's arm brushed his, and he turned. Hitoshi's headphones were around his neck, and he was looking up at Izuku from where he was slouched in his seat. Izuku didn't have time to wonder how long Hitoshi had been listening. "You're kind of amazing, you know," he said quietly, like it was obvious, common knowledge. Before Izuku could say anything, blush heating his face, Hitoshi turned towards the window, sliding his headphones back on. The perplexing moment was too much to contemplate, so Izuku forced his attention back to his tablet. Bus made a sharp turn onto a side road and his screen flickered. He looked up to see a large building in the distance and put his tablet away. A towering glass dome loomed over the bus as Izuku exited. They all filed through the thick heavy doors, barely managing to not bump each other as they took it all in. The place was huge, the size of a small town completely encased in the dome. They stood on a platform several stories high. The rest of the area was inlaid into the ground. Izuku was just starting to categorize the smaller domes he could see in the distance when Uraraka made an excited noise. "It's 13. They are my favorite hero. They specialize in rescue work. I should have guessed they would be here." Uraraka blurred her words together in a way that Izuku had only heard from himself and Mei. Izuku looked to the teacher he hadn't noticed standing off to the side. They waved at the class before stepping up to stand next to Aizawa. They looked around before turning to Aizawa, body turning with their space suit hero costume, and Izuku watched curiously as Aizawa shook his head minutely at an unasked question. The moment passed as 13 was quick to speak. "Welcome Class 1A to USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. This will be your introduction into rescue work." 13 was starting to explain what they would be doing for the day, when they paused. Aizawa was alert in an instant. Izuku felt the change too, like the air before a storm, heavy and smelling of rain. He turned towards the plaza on instinct. A hazy, dark purple mist was forming at the center, growing outward. Someone behind him gasped. A person was coming out of the portal. In a blink of an eye, he activated his quirk and pulled out his baton. The world lit up in stars flowing from a misty constellation. Hundreds of people, villains, filled the plaza below, their lines all tracing back to a point in the center. Izuku's eyes widened. All lines pointed to a man standing by the portal, covered in human hands. A thought came unbidden, all acidic irony. "It's not paranoia if I'm right." He refocused. "Leader, light blue hair, adorned with hands." He reported to Aizawa, sparing a glance towards him. His mentor nodded his understanding. His goggles were already on, hands on his capture weapon. A line from Aizawa flickered confusingly towards the center. "Is this part of the class?" Someone asked, voice unsure, scared. Aizawa addressed the class. "This is real. Those are villains." "Why isn't the alarm going off?" Momo asked, panicked. "They must have a quirk jamming it." Todoroki answered, flat and focused. 13. Protect the students and evacuate. Understood. 13 was tensed for a fight, no longer the bubbly teacher sharing their passion. Aizawa stepped towards the top of the stairs and the words came from Izuku against all logic, against all of his training. "Aizawa, you can't." Flashes of rooftops and ambushes, knives and too many villains pounded at his heart. Aizawa paused, turning towards him. He gave no false platitudes, no lies of reassurance. "Izuku, get to safety." "That's an order." The commands were not from his mentor, but from pro-hero Eraserhead taking charge of the situation. Eraserhead turned back towards the plaza and leapt into the fray. Izuku lurched forward, stopped by a hand on his arm. Hitoshi, eyes wide with fear, gripped him in bruising panic. Izuku pulled his worry from the plaza to his friend. He would get him to safety. 13 commanded the class towards the entrance and they ran. They don't get far before mist forms in front of them, blocking their escape. It formed into the abstract shape of a person and spoke with a formal tone. "Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath." The mist villain looked around performatively. All Might was supposed to be here. All Might? Izuku knew he was working at the school with the third years. Why would they think? Izuku's thought cut off. Aizawa's frustration at his phone, 13's questioning gaze made more sense. All Might cancelled and he wasn't coming. A shout sounded behind him, and he grabbed Hitoshi's arm where he was still gripping his, moving him behind him. Bakugo and Kirishima charged through the rapidly parting crowd. They launched at the villain in sync, a series of explosions and a hardened fist hitting at the mist. It didn't quite blow apart at the explosions, instead spreading thin and flat before condensing around a metal object at its center. It had an anchor of some sort, probably to maintain control. His analysis was interrupted by the villain. That's right, UA has some golden eggs. Well, no matter, my job is to scatter you all to your deaths. The villain swirled, a portal expanding around them all, and before he could move, Izuku was falling. Halfway through English class, May's phone let out a shrill alarm, echoing through the mostly silent room as Present Mike reviewed some simple grammar rules. She scrambled to pull out her phone as the whole class turned to stare. She already knew by the sound what it said. Warning: Izuku is in danger warning. The alert didn't cause panic, not yet, because prototypes were glitchy. She sent a text to Zuku. Alarm baby went off. What caused the false alarm? Message not deliverable, please try again. Message not deliverable, please try again. The notification persisted at the top of her phone. Warning: Izuku is in danger warning. She pulled up the app. A blinking pin sat on the map below the alert. She ran a reset protocol. Location not found. Location not found. Location not found. She ran through it logically, despite her heart pounding in her chest. In the event of GPS failure, the program sent up an alarm with the last known location. Izuku's field trip was to a UA location. This was no false activation. Glitch. Izuku was in danger. She stood, nearly knocking into Present Mike, who must have walked over when she interrupted class. Words, for all that she had all the time, too many words for her too many thoughts, failed her. With shaking hands, she simply turned her screen outward. Warning: Izuku is in danger warning. Hisashi, much to most people's surprise, was a bit of a pessimist. So when Hatsum Mei, his loud, chaotic, brilliant student, turned her phone towards him with uncharacteristic silence, he was prepared for the worst. Warning: Izuku is in danger warning. The warning was clear. Hisashi was worried about his husband, about Shuta's child in denial. He wanted to drag Hatsum out of the classroom and demand answers. He wanted to scream. Instead, he took a breath and threw on a reassuring smile. Present Mike was focused and calm. He gave the class president an order to work independently and gently asked a shaking Hatsum to follow him. The moments between his classroom and the staff room were long, stretching out every heartbeat. He pushed open the door with too much force and it rattled. Nedzu sat with all might, shrunk down into Yagi. Yagi looked startled at his entrance. Nedzu paused mid-sip of tea, putting it down calmly. Yagi's current location was counter to Shuta's complaint this morning. All Might invited himself along. It's completely illogical and distracting to the students. What can we do for you, Present Mike and Miss Hatsum? Handing her phone to Nedzu, Hasjum had finally found words, but they were not her rambling and often nonsensical speech, but an efficient copy of a pro hero. 5 minutes ago, I received a distress alert from Midoriya Izuku. His prototype support item is built to send out a signal with last known location in the event its SOS button is pressed or it has been disabled. The signal is down, last pinged at the field trip site 15 minutes away. Before she finished talking, Nedzu had his tablet out, tapping and typing rapidly. I'm sure there is a reasonable explanation. If it's a prototype, it must have simply broken. Yagi chimed in. A parody of All Might's smile stretched oddly on his gaunt face. Present Mike turned towards Nedzu. All Might was supposed to be there. Did any of the documents missing from yesterday acknowledge that? Nedzu glanced between Yagi and Hatsum. There was an unfortunate timing error in All Might's schedule. A coded phrasing for, he ran out of time. Nedzu stopped typing, looking Hisashi straight in the eye. I cannot establish contact with USJ, or any of its staff or students. Hatsum had tears in her eyes. Hisashi's throat itched. Present Mike waited for his orders. Nedzu gave them swiftly. I've already told All Might to head towards you. Yagi, go coordinate with first responders. Present Mike, I'm sending Snipe, Midnight, and Ectoplasm to meet you at your car. Head to USJ immediately. He left without a word, voice settled uneasily in the back of his throat. 15 minutes. Shoyuta and Izuku just had to stay safe for 15 minutes. Despite the portal opening up under his feet, Izuku was falling head first. Fortunately, he was falling towards the water, and on instinct he tucked forward, turning and straightening out to land feet first. The impact jolted him and he barely managed to keep grip of the baton still in his hand. He started to swim towards the surface, and he was so focused on not drowning that a villain was nearly upon him before he caught him out of the corner of his eye. A wide mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth was rapidly approaching. Before he could raise his baton, Azui appeared, landing a harsh kick to the villain's shark-shaped head. She had him wrapped in her tongue and hoisted onto a ship before he could think. He ran to the edge and spotted Hitoshi's limp body in her grasp. Azui wrapped him up too and placed him next to Izuku. Izuku collapsed his baton and tucked it away. With a shaky hand, Izuku checked his pulse, relieved to hear a steady pulse under his fingers. Hitoshi's chest was rising unevenly and Izuku felt along his chest. He was halfway down his right side when he felt an unnatural bump along his ribs. Azui had climbed up and stood next to Izuku. What's wrong with him? Izuku stood to look out at the water. He must have hit the water badly. I think his ribs are broken. Around the ship, over a dozen villains' heads bobbed in the water, watching them. They aren't attacking, Azui remarked, voice even, and he appreciated her ability to remain calm. Izuku studied the villains. None of them were making a move towards them, they weren't even that close to the ship. They were cautious, he realized. Izuku turned to Azui. I don't think they know what our quirks are. They are waiting for us to do something. That makes sense. If they knew about my quirk, they would have put me in that fire zone over there. Azui pointed towards a dome with flames marking the darkened glass. What exactly is your quirk, Azui? He didn't get more than the basics during the costume reform, because she didn't really need anything specific. I can do pretty much everything a frog can. Stick to walls, leap far, swim extremely well, extend and control my tongue, and my skin can be covered in a mild toxin, but that's not very useful. And call me Tsu. Her explanation was succinct. He nodded his agreement at the nickname. A plan was starting to form when he heard a wheezing groan. He moved to the noise and knelt over Hitoshi, whose eyes were fluttering open. Zuku! His name came out as more of a gasping exhale. Izuku brushed his hand over Hitoshi's hair, soothing like his mom did when he was sick. Shoo, don't talk, you broke a few ribs hitting the water. Hitoshi ignored him, wheezing out, May, hand reaching towards his socket pouch. Izuku's brow furrowed in confusion and concern before he got it. May. He scrambled to grab his earpiece, putting it on, before turning it on with a press of the button. Static crackled in his ear as he rapidly pressed the emergency button. He got nothing but static in return. Whatever was interfering with the alarm must work on comms. He relayed that to Tsu and Hitoshi. The deck under their feet shook with a loud cracking sound. The front of the ship started to split. An impatient taunt was thrown from nearby. The ship was sinking rapidly. Izuku adapted his half-finished plan with a glance at Hitoshi. He looked around the ship, spotting a lifeguard float buoy on the wall. He pulled it off and tucked it against Hitoshi's uninjured side, looping around his friend's hand, who gripped it automatically. Tsu, the majority of the villains are concentrated on the side we came in. I'm going to cut you a path out the back, but you are going to have to be fast, Izuku said, pulling 2 sockets from his pouch. He held one until it glowed, lightning-shaped lines flashing. He handed it over to Tsu carefully. Take Hitoshi. When you are at the back, throw this as hard as you can towards any villains you see. Wait 5 seconds until it dissipates, then swim to shore with Hitoshi. What about you, Karo? Tsu said, before wrapping up Hitoshi in her tongue. Hitoshi groaned at the movement. I'm the bait. With a grin, he held up his own socket until it glowed. The ship creaked, and gave Tsu a nod and moved forward, reaching the railing and throwing the socket. It hit the water with a small splash, and for a moment he worried it wouldn't work. In the water, one of the villains let out a pained shout, body tensing before he sank. An echoing shout was heard from the other side of the ship. Another wave of villains swam towards their allies, attempting to rescue them or attack. Izuku pulled out another socket, throwing it once it flashed. The second wave of villains was knocked out. Izuku turned and ran towards the back, jumping off with a dive. Tsu was up ahead, dragging along Hitoshi. Suddenly she stopped, tongue unwinding. Hitoshi bobbed in the water as Tsu wrapped up a villain, tossing him back towards the ship, where he hit the side with a loud smack. Izuku spotted a fin heading towards him, and he turned, landing a punch onto the villain's shark-like nose, turning and kicking off from its head. The shark villain was gaining on him with every glance back as he swam away. He was feet from the shore when he felt a hand on his leg. He kicked out automatically, hitting something, but before he could turn he was grabbed by his waist and pulled. He hit the shore with a jolt, and watched Tsu's tongue unwind from him. Izuku collapses backward in relief. He closes his eyes and slowly counts to 5, taking a moment to just exist. Tsu unwound the buoy from Hitoshi while Izuku took time to just breathe. When he opened his eyes, she was looking at him expectantly. Right, a plan, he has a plan. We need to get Hitoshi to safety. Izuku said quietly, looking around. They ended up on the left side of the water zone, facing the fire zone. They came to shore behind copse of small decorative trees. It wasn't a very effective hiding spot, since Izuku could clearly see the plaza from where he was crouched. It was fortunate that both his and Tsu's costumes were mostly dark green, and Hitoshi's was a dark, almost black, purple. The only path towards the entrance not out in the open was along a strip of concrete planters edging the plaza. Their height and density was better than the thin trees they stood behind, but it meant moving to the edge of a battlefield. A battlefield that had Eraserhead in the center, Quirk activated. His capture weapon was wrapped around 2 villains, slamming them into each other. They dropped, unconscious, and Aizawa's capture weapon uncoiled, striking out again in an instant. Izuku turned to check on Hitoshi. He was barely conscious, and a finger at his pulse revealed that it had slowed. His breath was coming in weaker, shallow gasps interrupted by harsh shivering. Izuku had an emergency blanket in a pouch, but it would be a metallic beacon for the villains. He explained that to Tsu, before pulling out the inner case of his first aid pouch and handing the whole thing to her. It's a risk, but our best chance is to move along the planters, staying low and quiet until we reach the edge by the stairs. He whispered, and with a determined nod Tsu prepared to move Hitoshi. They waited for the best moment to move. Another wave of villains came at Eraserhead. Izuku guarded their front as Tsu half-carried, half-dragged Hitoshi across the seemingly endless meters of space between them and cover. By the time they crossed, Eraserhead had taken out several more second-rate thugs. Izuku froze. The remaining stragglers were now waiting for an opening, cautious and alert. Any movement would have them all bearing down Hitoshi and Tsu. They circled Eraserhead like sharks. Izuku's heart was in his throat. His favorite hero, his mentor, was exhausted, breath coming in harsh pants, hair wild and floating. The hand villain must have chosen an opening of his own, because he suddenly sprinted towards Eraserhead, who let his capture weapon fly, pulling the villain into his knee when he grabbed it. The hand villain grabbed onto Eraserhead's arm, and Izuku could only watch in horror as his mentor's hair fell. Instantly Aizawa's elbow crumbled under the villain's hand, skin and muscle deteriorating into flaking pieces. He broke from the villain's grasp with a wild hit, knocking the villain down before leaping backwards, hair raising. The remaining henchman villains attacked, coming at Aizawa from all sides. His injured arm hung at his side, muscle exposed. He threw out his capture weapon one-handed, looping the villains towards his brutal kicks. The hand villain got back to his feet with a manic, happy shout. "Look at you! You're still standing. You really are so cool." He leaned forward like he was telling a secret across the plaza. "By the way, I'm not the final boss. The monster, that thing is not human, that had stood statue still behind the hand villain moved with a speed contrary to its size, and appeared behind Aizawa like a grotesque shadow. Aizawa swung to face it, barely avoiding the full blow of the creature's large hand glancing across his face, goggles shattering in a spray of blood. Aizawa countered with a punch that did nothing. The monster grabbed his arm in response and squeezed, breaking it with a sickening crack. Izuku watched in slow motion as the monster grabbed Aizawa's Shuta's head, slamming his head into the ground before raising him up to do it again. Izuku was 13 again, watching helplessly as the knife raised to kill his hero. His body moved on its own, jumping over their cover with a desperate cry, "No!" The hand villain held up a hand, head tilting towards Izuku with sick curiosity. "Hold on." The creature stopped, Shura's hanging limply in its grip. "Look at this eraser head. We have a brave little hero." Izuku didn't think. His quirk flared to life, the world filling with stars. The monster had 5, dim, broken and small. With an anguished, angry cry, he reached out and pulled. All 5 stars flickered and snuffed out. The monster dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. It was dead. Izuku killed it. The hand villain roared in anger, trying and failing to command his creature to rise before turning his attention on Izuku. "You! What did you do to my level 100 boss?" Izuku's vision blurred, his head was white-hot agony, he could feel blood drip onto his upper lip. He grinned, all teeth, eyes lit up a glowing white. He raised his hands in a sluggish pantomime of a puppeteer. His words were laced with nightshade, deadly and bitter, cheat codes. "I cut your puppet strings, should I cut yours too?" His stomach lurched into his throat at the thought, body betraying his words. "This is my game, little hero brat." The villain attacked, forcing Izuku to dodge limb-destroying swipes. The villain's star was in his sights, lines of light flooding his vision. He hesitated, nearly losing his arm before he was forced to move into a defensive stance. The villain was fast as Shoyuda, and it was a struggle to keep moving. Izuku pulled his baton, hoping to catch a lucky strike, thumb on the switch for the electricity. They moved in a sick dance. The villain would strike out with a wild swipe, Izuku would dodge, and the villain would leap back to prevent him from countering. Forward, dodge, backwards, Izuku looked over to Shoyuda, blood pooling under his head. Forward, dodge, backwards, he looked to his friends, crouched partially hidden, eyes wide with fear. Forward, dodge, backwards, he looked towards the entrance, where help was not coming. Not fast enough. Forward, dodge, a portal swirls into view and he stumbles, but the villain didn't take the opening and instead ignored Izuku in favor of addressing the portal villain. "My apologies, Shigaraki, a student has managed to skip. Pro heroes will be arriving soon. It would be best to escape." Shigaraki turned his anger on his ally, raising a hand to hover near the portal villain. "Kurogyri, if you weren't my ride I would destroy you right now." It stood as still as mist could, seemingly unbothered by the threat. In their distraction, Izuku managed to get several steps closer to Shoyuda. The effort was futile when Shigaraki turned his attention back to Izuku. "Kurogyri, get the hero brat's teacher." A portal swirled under Shoyuda before the sentence was over. He was dropped at Shigaraki's feet, and the villain had a hand hovering over Shura's head before Izuku could take a step. "Now hero brat, what would you give up for your teacher? How about your little friends cowering in a bush? I've been ignoring the LVL ones, but the EXP would be even better if you turned them in yourself." At that, Tsu stood, supporting Hitoshi, but ready to fight. Tsu's expression looked unaffected, but even from where he was he could see her hands shake. Hitoshi, who knew exactly what Shoyuda meant to Izuku, looked resolved in a way that made Izuku feel sick. With no plan, no quick escape accessible, he turned back towards the villains, ready to face whatever happened next. His eyes widened slightly as off to the side, just behind the villains, Bakugo and Todoroki were crouched, looking towards Izuku, ready to attack. Izuku shook his head minutely, flexing his hand with a pointed look towards Shigaraki. He couldn't give up his friends, but he could trade himself. He took a deep breath, looking one last time towards Shoyuda, towards his friends. He looked right at Bakugo, whose eyes widened. He was about to step forward. "Kid, please." Shoyuda pleaded, half-conscious, speech slurred. "Ah, the great Eraserhead is begging his student to save him." Shigaraki taunted. The truth was worse than the villain's words. It wasn't a plea for himself. "Izuku, get to safety. That's an order." He didn't know how he knew. It was a plea not of a pro hero, but of his mentor, who trained him, patched up his wounds, and gave him a chance. Shura's star was bright in his chest, a familiar warmth in its glow. The line between them was buzzing with their desperation. Shigaraki's hand twitched, moving ever closer to Shura's head. It was instinct, or fate, or some half-remembered flash of a red glow, but something made him reach out to the line connecting him and Shoyuta and hold on. His eyes burned and itched and he knew, somehow, to not blink, to not look away. Shigaraki let out an angry shout and his last 2 fingers fell, grabbing at Shuta's head. Nothing happened. And all at once, everything did. Shigaraki in his rage, dropped Shoyuta, and sprinted wildly towards Izuku. Now! Izuku gave the command for a plan unsaid. Tsu wrapped her tongue around Shoyuta before his head hit the ground, pulling him to safety. Izuku blinked. A torrent of ice erupted from the ground. Erasure burned once again in Izuku's eyes. This caught Shigaraki's foot. Shigaraki's hand grabbed onto Izuku's left arm, waiting. Izuku, more than just his quirk, brought his baton down on bruising gripped fingers and his own arm. He pressed the button. There was a crunch and a buzz and his nerves were on fire. Erasure fell away as his vision blurred. There was an explosion somewhere nearby, and a gunshot rang out. A shout shook the ground. A hand touched down on Izuku's shoulder and he spun, moving his baton out into the attacker's side. All Might, who was here, let out a shout of pain, and poofed into a cloud of steam. A skeleton man was left behind. Izuku's vision filled with light. All Might's star was surrounded by 7 smaller stars who flickered and fluttered like lightning bugs in a jar. Darkness slowly filled Izuku's vision and the world tilted backwards. Tsu learned several things during the USJ attack. Her classmate Midoriya Izuku could do impossible things. Izuku fought like Mr. Aizawa. He could use their teacher's quirk like it's his own. He could defeat a villain more powerful than them all with a twitch of his hand. Later, she would have nightmares of her face crumbling to dust, her bones crushed by a monster. And sometimes, her nightmares were chased away by glowing white eyes lighting up the darkness. Hitoshi remembered USJ as pain, as broken wrongness wheezing in his chest. His memories were blurred at the edges, skipping from one moment to the next. His next clear memory was Aizawa held by the villain, the threat hanging in the air. He knew if it were his moms who were held captive by evil, he would trade the world, even as they pleaded for him to save himself. He wanted to close his eyes, to resign himself to a death unseen, but he couldn't. His last memory of USJ was Izuku's eyes changing to a familiar furious red. Shudo's father was disappointed that All Might chose to focus on the 3rd years, but he impressed upon Shudo the importance of surpassing whoever he chose to mentor, regardless of age. Shudo was disappointed that All Might's failure to appear put his classmates in danger. Most of his time during USJ was spent quickly defeating low-life thugs. He arrived at the plaza in time to see his teacher under the threat of the main villain, and his classmate facing the threat alone. In a series of moves and counter-moves, Shudo pinned the villain's foot and Midoriya shattered the villain's hand in a reckless swing. All Might arrived with a shout of his catchphrase, only to turn to steam and reveal a secret Shudo wished he could forget. The USJ attack set him off. The stupid portal set him off. The weak-butt villains before the plaza were unimportant and annoying. Katsuki snapped at Kirishima even as he sent him to flank the other side of the plaza. Izuku, who never gave up, who kept fighting and fighting and fighting even when he shouldn't, was going to get himself killed, and that set Katsuki off. He saw the look in his eye, full of stupid, heroic bullshit. And then his eyes lit up red, another impossible thing Izuku couldn't do, and Katsuki didn't know what was happening anymore. Then Izuku gave them a bullshit order and Katsuki followed even as it set him off. The explosion the stupid portal took was filled with all his anger as he blew it to pieces, keeping it from moving to help its stupid master. Hanzi was holding shattered fingers, twisted and broken. Zuku was stunned, and the villain's other hand was reaching out. Katsuki could do nothing as he watched the hand reach closer and closer to Zuku's face. A gunshot rang out and blood splattered from the villain's arm. Katsuki froze for just a moment, and the portal swirled away, taking Hanzi with it. And then All Might, the #1 hero, his favorite, the strongest, the best, the undefeatable hero that Katsuki was told over and over he would be just like when he grew up, arrived too late and shrunk into a skeleton of a man, fallible and human. Everything hurt and Izuku opened his eyes to darkness. He panicked, clawing at his face with sluggish, uncooperative hands. Someone grabbed his hands gently, before peeling something from his face. The light made him squint, blinking rapidly. His mom was hovering over him, face etched with sadness and concern. "Oh baby," she said quietly, voice wet. It didn't take long for her to burst into tears. Guilt burned hot in Izuku's chest. His sluggish thoughts caught up with reality. "Shoyuta?" he asked, voice barely a whisper. He was alive when he saw him last, Izuku reassured himself. Head injuries are known for turning bad quickly. The insidious thought rose up unbidden. "Shoyuta?" he repeated, louder. His mom poured a glass of water, bringing the straw to his mouth. As he drank, she ran a hand through his hair. "Mr. Aizawa? He got out of his last surgery yesterday." She beats him to his next question while his brain catches up. "And your friend Shinso was released a few hours ago." Confusion filled him and he looked around the room for a date. Yesterday? His mom sighed, eyes filling with tears again. "You've been asleep for 3 days. Oh, I knew this hero stuff was dangerous, but you were at school. They were supposed to keep you safe." She stood, pacing around the room. Izuku's breath hitched and she stopped. "I should let the doctors know you are awake." She fled the room, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. He decided he would process this like everything else, logically. An after-action report for his brain. He was on a field trip when villains attacked. Shigaraki, leader, blue hair, dry skin, late teens, early 20s based on voice and build. Easily angered. Quirk, rapid decay or deterioration, 5-finger contact, works on organic material. Unknown if it works on inorganic. Deadly. Countered by incapacitation of person or hands. Status, escaped via portal with broken hand and a gunshot wound. Kurogiri, second in command, transportation, body made of purple mist, age unknown, formal. Speech pattern, rational and calm. Multiple stars. Connection to Shoyuta? Quirk, teleportation portals. Size and distance limit unknown. Countered with methods unknown. Containment would be extremely difficult or impossible. Status, fled uninjured via self-teleportation. Creature, level 100 boss, living weapon. Age unknown, gender unknown, species unknown. Multiple stars. Quirk, unknown. Status, did. He killed someone something. It was easy. No, it was kill or be killed. He had no choice. It could have been worse. Izuku took a shaky breath. Every decision he made, every outcome of the attack ran through his head unpermitted. Variables started to stack into deaths. Hitoshi drops from higher up. At a different angle. Izuku hesitates and doesn't shout in time. Fingers go down on Shuta's head before he can move. The heroes don't arrive in time and Izuku turns to dust. The vitals monitor beeped in protest of his rising heart rate, Izuku's chest heaving when the door swung open. His mom walked in with a doctor and several nurses. They poked and prodded at him, he answered questions he doesn't remember. They left, and a man in a tan trench coat and a matching hat walked in. The man introduced himself. "Hello Midoriya, I'm Tsukachi Naomasa, I'm going to be asking you a few questions." The name sounded familiar, but with all the hero new reports he read, it was impossible to place. Izuku glanced at his mom, her face was puffy from crying and tears were already rimming her eyes. "Have you had lunch yet? Could you pick me up something from the cafeteria?" She hesitated before taking his hint. "I suppose I could eat. I'll bring back katsudon if they have any." "Thanks Mom, love you." He put on his best smile. She left the room with a sniffle. His smile dropped when he turned back to the detective, and he felt the need to explain, "I'm here, and I'm all right." It would be unnecessary to distress her. The detective nodded in understanding. "Okay. Well, if you want me to stop at any time, just ask. This isn't an interrogation. I would also like to let you know that my quirk is lie detection. I can't turn it off, so it's only fair you know about it ahead of time. Tell me what happened at the USJ." Izuku took a deep breath and started at the beginning. "We arrived at the..." Minutes later, a portal swirled down into the plaza. Villains came through the portal. At the center was Shigaraki, the leader, and the monster. Kurogyri was the portal. How did you know he was the leader? My quirk, connections, can see connections between people, such as relationships. I activated it the moment they arrived. Everyone in the plaza led back to Shigaraki. The detective wrote for a bit before nodding. Okay, continue. Shoyuta, Aizawa, Eraserhead, jumped into the plaza to fight the villains. 13 tried to evacuate us. The portals scattered us before they could. Izuku went over the shipwreck fight, Tsu's rescue, Hitoshi's injuries, hesitating when he got to his shockets. The detective held up his hand. To his shock, the detective huffed a laugh. You are definitely Shuta's kid. Huh. You both care under the guise of logic. I've been hearing him talk about you since you dropped off a full report of the bar ambush on a roof a few years ago. He tried to call you an anonymous witness. Gave me a similar logical reason to not involve you. I've known about you since he tried to keep you as an anonymous witness after the bar ambush. I know all about you and your friend's inventions. Any, interesting additions will not be a concern of the police. I trust Shuta's judgment on your access to them. He had 1,000 questions, but at least Izuku finally placed the name. Oh, you're the detective that got my school shut down. That was my pleasure. Every word out of your principal's mouth was a lie. But back to the questions, what happened next? Izuku explained his plan with the Shockets and their arrival at the plaza. His voice cracked and stuttered when he tried to explain what happened next. And then his elbow started to crumble, and then the monster, it broke him. I yelled, begged it to stop. It was about to SMA smash. And then he froze. The memory rushed in his head and his stomach sank. He scrambled for the plastic dish on his side table, emptying his already empty stomach. He downed the rest of his water cup, washing away the bitter acid. He didn't know how long they sat in silence. I didn't know what my quirk would do. The detective, for the first time since he started, had a reaction on his face. His eye twitched hard. The detective said nothing, but Izuku knew. I had no proof what my quirk would do, but I knew the likely outcome from doing what I did. And what did you do, Izuku? The detective asked, voice quiet like he was talking to a small child. It should have felt patronizing. But it didn't. I grabbed at its soul and squeezed. I killed it. He waited for the horror to fill the detective's eyes as he registered that as the truth. Waited for him to back out of the room, call for doctors or back up to sedate or control Izuku. The detective did none of those. He nodded, wrote something down, and asked another question, and what happened next? He explained the war of attrition that was his fight with Shigaraki. Several exhausting minutes of moves and counter-moves. He got to when he made a mistake at Kurogyri's arrival and paused. Remembering Kurogyri's words, Izuku asked, the portal mentioned someone getting away. Who escaped? When Detective Tsukachi answered, he didn't look up from his notes. Ida Tenya escaped. He gestured for Izuku to continue. Like I said, the portal villain, Kurogyri, arrived to report that Ida escaped. This angered Shigaraki and he threatened Kurogyri. Shigaraki ordered Kurogyri to grab Shoyuta. I couldn't do anything. His voice wavered and he took a shaky breath. He wanted me to trade my friends. Lives for Shuta's life. Izuku knew the detective couldn't detect lies of omission, but he still felt the urge to be honest. It felt like a secret, so he whispered the truth. I was going to trade myself. Shoyuta begged me not to. Detective Tsukachi's eye didn't twitch, but for the first time since this started, he had emotions clear on his face. Sadness, in his eyes and the curve of his mouth. I'm sorry. Izuku didn't know what he was apologizing for. It didn't help, Tsukachi just looked sadder. Oh kid. He sounded like Shoyuta when he said something he didn't know was bad. He was sad for me. He realized. The moment stretched, uncomfortable. Finally, the detective asked him to continue. So he did. I don't know how, but when I reached out for Shuta's line, I could feel erasure. I used it on Shigaraki. And when his hand came down on, when it touched, it didn't work. He forced himself past that moment. Ignored the flashes of dust and decay. The what-ifs. Izuku explained Shigaraki's attack. Tsu's rescue of Shoyuta. Explained that Todoroki's flash freeze bought him a second that saved his life. Shigaraki's right hand, barring extensive surgery or a healing quirk, should be shattered beyond use. At that, Izuku finally looked at his own left arm. He pulled wrapped gauze off his arm, ignoring the detective's protests. Finger-shaped bruises were still purple-black, and at the tip of each bruise, crescent marks were cut into his arm, scratching down from where Shigaraki pulled his hand away in reflex. Izuku didn't know if it would scar. Part of him wanted it to. Is this when the pro-heroes arrived? The detective's first leading question shook Izuku from his thoughts. Snipe shot Shigaraki somewhere in his left arm. They fled and then All Might was there. I shocked him when I was startled. I'll have to apologize. 7 extra souls flickered in his memory. So you remember everything about All Might's arrival? The question was weirdly pointed.